We're meeting today to consider budget reconciliation, legislative recommendations to comply with the reconciliation directive included in section 2001 of the concurrent resolution on the budget for fiscal year 2021. We'll consider those recommendations as 4 committee prints. That's 4 committee prints. Subtitle A is the budget reconciliation legislative recommendations relating to public health. So the first one is public health. Subtitle B is the budget reconciliation legislative recommendations relating to Medicaid. So the second one is Medicaid. Subtitle C is the budget reconciliation legislative recommendations related to CHIP, the Children's Health Insurance Program. And then the last of the 4 committee prints is subtitle D, the budget reconciliation legislative recommendations related to other provisions. So that's like a grab bag. Due to the COVID-19 public health emergency, today's markup is being held remotely. All members will be participating via video conferencing. As part of our markup, microphones will be set on mute for purposes of eliminating inadvertent background noise, which you just got from me, so we muted. And you will need to unmute your microphone each time you wish to speak. So don't forget to unmute when you want to speak. Additionally, I ask you to use the raise hand feature of the software platform when you wish to be recognized, including to give an opening statement or offer an amendment. Now, if for some reason that doesn't work, you can raise your hand and I'll look for your physical hand, but try to use the raise hand feature on the software. After you're recognized to speak, please use the lower hand feature so that we know that you no longer seek recognition. So lower that after. During voice votes, you will need to unmute yourself so that we can hear your response. If you'd like to request a recorded vote, please do so immediately after you respond to the voice vote. During recorded votes, you will need to unmute yourself to respond to the clerk once your name is called. Now, in order to hear you, I ask that instead of just saying aye or nay, that you respond with a phrase like, you know, Frank Pallone from New Jersey votes aye, or Kathy Rogers from Washington votes no, so we know who you are, okay? This will provide additional time for the voting member to be identified and made visible on the platform.
Frank,
Document,
Frank,
yeah, go ahead, you had a
Frank,
question?
this is McKinley. I'm just curious with your mask because I'm deaf. So Frank, I'm saying are there people in the room that you need to be masked or be protected from? Because I
That's
read
why I
lips.
had the mask on, but why, David? You want me to take it off? What are you
Well,
asking?
if there are people in the room that you want to protect or they're afraid of that, then keep your mask on. But I'm just saying for those of us that are hearing impaired, I read lips, so I need to read your lips since you don't
Oh,
have
it's
closed
harder for
caption.
you to, it's harder for you to hear me.
Hear you. I can't.
So
I
I'll
can't
take,
understand a thing you're
just
saying so
hear me.
far.
Oh, I'll take it off then. I was just trying to be a little extra protective, but I want you to be able to
Thanks.
read my
Thank
lips.
you, Frank. Thank you.
You mentioned that to me before on the floor. I forgot about that. All right. All right. So documents for the record, amendments, and motions should be sent to Rebecca Tomilchik at the email address we provided to the staff. Hopefully you all have that. And all documents will be entered into the record at the conclusion of the markup. Now, let me just say, just in terms of the time, we are going to continue this markup to its conclusion. And we've noticed it for 2 days. So, I mean, I'd like to get done today, but we may have to go to the second day. We are going to take a dinner break tonight between 6 and 7 p.m., which corresponds with the Republican conference. I hope they give you guys dinner during the conference because that's going to be the dinner hour. We're using that time to accommodate it. If we don't finish tonight, we will start tomorrow at 11 a.m. to accommodate the West Coast. So that's why we're starting at 11, because we want to accommodate those of you who are on the West Coast. If maybe we will finish tonight, but if we don't, we'll take a break, we'll go back, we'll see how long we go into the night. I mean, we'll have dinner, we'll continue into the night. But, at some point, if we don't finish, and it looks like we're not going to, then we'll start again tomorrow at 11 a.m. to accommodate the West Coast. And you probably already know this, but I do want to remind everyone that this markup is open to the public and the media is listening. Well, hopefully, well, maybe they're not listening, but they have the option of listening. And so please understand that we're not just us. This is open to the public and the media, and keep that in mind. So now I'm going to start by recognizing myself for an opening statement, and then we'll continue with Ms. Rogers and whoever else wants to do it. We are here today to address the committee's top priorities: combating the COVID-19 pandemic, providing relief to struggling families, and rebuilding our economy. Our nation and our people are hurting. It's essential that Congress act quickly to provide the resources and support needed to bring an end to the COVID-19 pandemic. And that's exactly what we're doing today. We will be marking up 4 committee prints to crush this virus, to save lives, and to provide struggling Americans some much needed relief. These committee prints put into legislative text President Biden's American Rescue Plan. That is the basis for this. They are robust and bold because that's what's necessary to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. Now, we're investing more than $14 billion to speed up the distribution and administration of COVID-19 vaccines across the country. This will allow us to get more shots in people's arms so that we can end the pandemic. The funding will support the development of community vaccination centers, as well as mobile vaccination units that can go into hard-to-reach areas that are often underserved. We're also investing $46 billion in a national testing strategy with funding for rapid tests, community-based testing sites, and expanding lab capacity. Testing, contact tracing, and mitigation are crucial to reducing the spread of COVID-19, getting our kids back to school, returning to normal patterns of life, and rebuilding our economy. We also invest more than $7 billion for the mobilization of a public health jobs program to support the pandemic response. This funding would allow public health departments to hire 100,000 new full-time public health workers to perform vital tasks like vaccine outreach and contact tracing. We invest more than $25 billion in addressing health disparities and protecting vulnerable populations. This plan provides additional investments in community health centers and health services on tribal lands. And we're also incentivizing states to expand access to health coverage through the Medicaid program. Medicaid has provided a crucial safety net for millions of adults who have lost their jobs or income during the pandemic. And we're also helping struggling families keep their lights on, the heat working, and the water running by providing $5 billion to critical utility assistance programs. Additionally, we have $7.6 billion to expand internet connectivity to students and teachers to help bridge the digital divide for those without home internet access. Now, these committee prints include other critical funding needs that I'm not mentioning in my opening during this pandemic, and that includes mental health, environmental health, consumer protection provisions that we'll discuss as we proceed through the markup. But if I could just conclude by saying today our nation faces unprecedented challenges, and those challenges must be met with decisive and bold action. We can't delay. We have to act now, which is why we're doing this today. Now, let me recognize our ranking member, Ms. Rogers, for 3 minutes. And let me mention that the way this works, each of the chairs or ranking members has a 3-minute opening, and each member beyond that has 1 minute for an opening. So I will start with the ranking member, Ms. Rogers, and thank you for your cooperation with all of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll start with a reminder as to why we came together last year in a bipartisan way for COVID relief. 5 separate times we upheld the rich history of bipartisan work on energy and commerce. We appealed to the better angels among us, and we plowed the hard ground necessary to legislate and deliver relief to people who are in desperate need. It was for families like Shannon's in Spokane Valley. These are her 3 children. 2 are homeschooled, 1 is in public school. Shannon says that virtual school is nothing like homeschool. Her daughter is in hybrid learning. She's falling behind. She coaches young athletes too. And she told me that young people in our state have been neglected. They've been ignored. They're told that they're not important. Her daughter's friend tried to end her life. I've heard from a mental health provider in Eastern Washington. She's a mental health therapist. Her caseload is up 75%. In 10 days, 7 teens reported self-harm and suicide attempts. All 7 had zero history, but the isolation took a severe toll. For the health of our kids, parents like Shannon are anxious for America to crush this pandemic. I am too. We all want it to end for the health and wellness of our communities so that our kids can get back to school, people can get back to work, and everyone who wants to have the vaccine and needs to have a vaccine gets one. That's why we work together to spur the fastest possible development of a vaccine. It's why we came together 5 times to deliver the largest package of recovery in American history. Unfortunately, the majority today is moving forward with a hyper-partisan process. I'm disappointed. I'm disappointed that this was drafted in secret without us. I'm disappointed that it was released at 10 p.m. on Tuesday. I'm disappointed with headlines like, quote, inside Biden's world plan to punish the GOP for opposing COVID relief. Playing politics, scoring political points when many are in despair, it's unacceptable. It doesn't help with the recovery effort when accountability is lacking, when trust is broken. The majority has shared no information about how many jobs this will create, how many vaccines will get into people's arms, or how quickly we can reopen schools. I've made it clear to Chair Pallone that we want to work with the majority on more targeted relief. You've told me that you have every expectation Energy and Commerce will continue the strong bipartisan tradition, and that is why I'm disappointed that today that's not the case. We look forward to working with you to find bipartisan support, to address the needs, to lift the despair, and to move forward with important relief for the American people. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Rogers. We now go to the subcommittee chairs and ranking members for openings, 3 minutes. Well, is there any Democratic chair that wants to make an opening? We'll start with Anna. Well, this will all be based on seniority. Ms. Eshu?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, and good morning, colleagues. At our last Health Subcommittee hearing, which was held last week, we discussed the American Rescue Plan. I stated that we're in a race against death. In the single week since our hearing, about 20,000 Americans have died due to COVID-19, including a fellow member of Congress, Congressman Ron Wright. In total, we've lost nearly 470,000 of our fellow Americans to this disease. This crisis must be met with an all-America wartime plan. First, the American Rescue Plan provides $20 billion for a national vaccination and treatment strategy to fully vaccinate 300 million Americans by the end of this summer. This is an ambitious plan, and the legislation provides the resources necessary to accomplish that. Secondly, it invests $50 billion to scale up testing by buying rapid tests, expanding lab capacity, and coordinating the genetic sequencing needed to detect the troubling new variants of the virus. Third, the American Rescue Act ensures Americans can access the treatment and health care needed to defeat the virus without out-of-pocket costs. That is going to help all of our constituents. This includes a record investment to encourage the 12 holdout states to finally expand Medicaid coverage to 2 million Americans and offer Medicaid coverage to new mothers for a full year. We have had extensive hearings and discussions on that issue. The legislation also includes $7.6 billion to shore up the FCC's E-rate program. Prior to the pandemic, 17 million American students who lacked high-speed internet at home were part of what now acting FCC Chairwoman Rosenworcel phrased the homework gap. Now, many of these students can't even participate in the classes, and this funding is critically necessary. My colleagues, I believe that we have a moral and an economic duty to take this on. The United States of America today is on her knees, both economically and really hit so hard by this pandemic. So yes, this is legislation with a price tag that matches the needs of the people of our country. So obviously, I support it. I look forward to working with all of you, and I'm proud of the work that the Health Subcommittee members have done to date and will continue to do. So I yield back, Mr. Chairman, and look forward to being with all of you all day, and hopefully not too late into the evening. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Eshu. So the next person based on seniority would be Fred Upton. Somebody said you were having audio problems. You want me to skip you? All right. It looks like he says skip him. We'll come back to Fred. So next would be Bob Latta, is recognized for 3 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning. We're here today to vote on legislation that should be bipartisan, and I emphasize the word should, because the issues we are discussing today should all support a common goal to help our country and citizens recover from the pandemic. We should be united in our efforts to help Americans get back to work, students back into the classroom, shops and restaurants open for business, and boosting our economy. But unfortunately, that isn't the case. Instead, my Democrat colleagues are choosing to put politics over progress. They decided to spend today's committee hearing ignoring the bipartisan work we did last Congress, passed 5 bipartisan packages that delivered trillions of dollars in relief. And let me say again, not millions, not billions, but trillions of dollars in relief. As the ranking member of the Subcommittee on Communications and Technology, I spent countless hours working with my colleagues to enact meaningful policies to expand broadband access for our constituents. Yet still too many Americans remain without internet access. Jonathan from Waterville wrote to me and said, I used to commute from my office in downtown Toledo 5 days a week. While that wasn't ever an issue, working from home is, since we have no internet access in my area. Both my wife and I have been living this nightmare since March of last year with no end in sight. Folks like myself who live in rural parts of the town have no option. Also, there's Sarah from Bloomdale, a mom of 3 elementary age boys who experienced challenges accessing the internet at home because there aren't reliable wired or wireless options, which in her words, leaves those of us working and schooling from home in a very difficult situation. She goes on to say, my main request in reaching out to you is to ask if there is anything that can be done for all of us in the rural areas that are being held back academically and career-wise because of the lack of access to stable internet. At the end of last year, we provided more than $10 billion in funding to get broadband to unserved areas and Americans, over $3 billion to help low-income Americans stay connected, and funded our broadband mapping initiative. This committee must come together to oversee the implementation of these programs to make sure that money is going to where it is needed to help Ohioans like Jonathan and Sarah before we start blind spending more money. Northwest and West Central Ohioans need our help and depend on our collaborative work in this committee. My constituents ask me to fight for the thousands of Ohioans who are continuing to struggle on a daily basis, and I will continue to do just that. And Mr. Chair, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you, Mr. Latta. So I don't see any Democratic subcommittee chair with their hand up. Anybody on the Democratic side of subcommittee chairs want to speak? It looks like not. Okay, so the next would be Brett Guthrie. Mr. Guthrie recognized for 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the recognition, but I'm disappointed that we have rushed a $1.9 trillion COVID relief package before us today that did not include bipartisan negotiations, especially since this committee has a strong record of bipartisan work. Together, we have passed nearly $4 trillion in COVID relief aid, and as of last week, there's still around $1 trillion in unspent COVID-19 relief funds. We need to make sure COVID-19 relief is being used effectively and is targeted to those who need it the most. Any future COVID-19 relief bill needs to focus on giving everyone the chance to be vaccinated, safely returning all students to in-person learning, and helping people return to work to rebuild, renew, and restore our country. Small businesses in my district, like a coffee shop in Danville called The Hub, have been negatively impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. The Hub has been struggling to stay alive during these difficult times when many center college students are virtual. I was just recently there, a picture of my friend Jason Cullen, who's the owner, and he's struggled, and my staff has helped him with COVID-19 economic injury disaster loans. I know people are not just suffering financially during this pandemic. I have heard from local substance abuse providers who have seen an influx in patients. I've also received countless letters asking for help. Recently heard from Tracy, a single mother in Glasgow, Kentucky. Tracy is having to manage losing her job due to the pandemic while taking care of her children, including a 6-year-old. We must provide for Tracy and Americans like her, as well as people struggling with substance abuse. That is not a partisan issue, so that's why it's disappointing that we have chosen to go down a partisan path in this relief package. Congress has provided $8.75 billion to help states with vaccine distribution. I am disappointed that Kentucky and many other states are falling behind in vaccinating minority communities. Governor Beshear admitted that only around 4.3% of Kentucky vaccines have gone to African Americans when the number should be almost double that. We know that minority communities are impacted more by COVID-19, so why are they receiving fewer vaccines? Are rural communities receiving the COVID-19 vaccines they need? Before we rush this $1.9 trillion package, we need to be looking at questions like these, conducting oversight of COVID-19 funds, and finding ways to improve our COVID-19 response. We have 5 COVID-19 relief bills signed into law with bipartisan support, and I'm proud to support the last 5 bills to help Kentucky businesses, families, and communities. I urge my Democratic colleagues to work together with Republicans to get our kids back in school and provide targeted relief to specific individuals in need. I yield back.
Thank you, Brad. So next ranking member is David McKinley, recognized for 3 minutes. David, I think you got to unmute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And again, building off what some of the others have said about this, I think the single most important priority for Congress should be this widespread vaccination. And what we had to do, it was a 3-step process. 1 was to develop a vaccine. 2 was to get the shots in people's arms. And thirdly, as a result, we could open our economy and bring kids back to school. But I want to just focus about schools for a moment, because according to the McKinsey report, students, unfortunately, are falling behind academically. But that's not all. That's not the end of the story. I'm talking to educators. They've told us about the fact that our kids across this country are not getting their meals. Their abuse and neglect, according to the American Academy of Pediatricians, and the mental well-being, missing out on their peer involvement with them is there. In fact, over the last week, we talked with Steve Woodring. He's the Preston County Superintendent in West Virginia and president of the Association of Schools, School Administrators. And he said, during this pandemic, he said, we're missing some kids. We have no idea where they are. And we have a principal in one of the counties that actually is going door to door to touch base with the kids, find out how the families are doing with it. Just yesterday, we spoke with the colleges, universities in West Virginia, and they said they're planning this fall to have remedial classes because they know that the kids are falling behind academically as a result of this. So again, Mr. Chairman, vaccination is the key. West Virginia is doing its part. West Virginia is ranked 2nd in the country. public broadcast, PBS just put out a report yesterday that said we're now up to 15% of our population has been vaccinated, and we're 90% of our utilization of the drugs that we've been getting. So unfortunately, that's not the way it is across the country. A lot of the other states are not, they're struggling to attain this widespread vaccination. And maybe we're confusing them because the message we're sending from Congress is that we want to address a political wish list. I don't understand that. We should be addressing primarily just getting our kids vaccinated. So again, I'm going to reinforce it. Our goal should be, Mr. Chairman, get our kids back in the classrooms and opening up our economy. It's not that complicated, but we've unfortunately, we've allowed politics to come into this, and we're putting in this political wish list and causing us not to be able to work on a bipartisan manner. So I yield back, but I'm just struggling some, Chairman. Let's get focused on our kids back in school and opening our economy instead of all this other political stuff. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Next, I have Gus Bilirakis for 3 minutes. He's got to unmute. Gus?
I thought I had already done that, but in any case, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, everyone. Each of us on this committee has done great work together, and I'm pleased when we shake hands and get things done for our constituents. I'm even more proud to see the impact of our districts, again, back home, positive impact. But unfortunately, this bill, which we just saw, well, just a few hours ago, I think Tuesday at 10 p.m., without our bipartisan consensus, represents exactly what America hates about Washington, D.C., in my opinion. No input, no consultation, no aim towards bringing this country together. And that's what our constituents want, the American people. Such partisanship is especially frustrating during the COVID-19 pandemic, when millions of Americans are left in isolation, away from their friends and family. I see the harms in my own district, Mr. Chairman. Floridians are suffering from high rates of opioid overdoses, which have only increased during the pandemic due to stress and seclusion. In fact, we've seen a 71% increase in overdoses in Pasco County. 70% of my district is in Pasco County. So we've seen a 71% increase in Pasco County in 2020 as compared to 2019. That's alarming. Consider a friend of mine, Kelly Mothershead, who lives in Pasco County. Kelly has become an active community member in the fight to tackle the opioid crisis, especially during the pandemic. A few years ago, Kelly tragically lost her 26-year-old son, Jason, to an accidental overdose, an opioid overdose. It's a picture of Kelly and her son, Jason. She's urging us to provide targeted support to improve access to treatment and keep more families from experiencing the preventable and horrible loss that she lives with every single day. She told me, and I quote, "It is an emptiness that never goes away and that no one should have to know," unquote. We must work together to prevent Americans from experiencing these losses, Mr. Chairman. And then, Mr. Chair, last year, I was proud to support my good friend, Chair Schakowsky's legislation with Representative Jeff Duncan to increase port personnel for the Consumer Production Safety Commission, and was pleased to see it advance through the House as part of the Consolidated Appropriations Act. That was a great bipartisan accomplishment. Great work again last year with the cooperation of the chairman and ranking member. Sadly, the text before us, rather than funding these additional personnel, goes in a completely different direction, with text never discussed before in a bipartisan fashion and a budgetary impact that far exceeds what is needed to place more personnel at our ports. And I have several ports. I have to admit that I have several ports in my state, as you know. I hope my friends across the aisle will consider our amendments to get us back on track and help the folks back home who are crying out for our assistance. And I'll yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you very much. Appreciate the time.
Thank you.
Sorry I went over.
That's all right. So does Fred want us to go back to him? Is he able to speak to us? Do we know? Fred Upton? No? Okay. All right, then I don't have any other ranking members or chairs of the subcommittees at this point. So we're going to go to individual members. But I don't see any, I don't see any Democrats. So I'm going to go to Mike Burgess. Mike, you're recognized for 1 minute.
Great. Thank you, Chairman. I want to let the committee know I had an opportunity to visit the United States Mask Factory in Tarrant County. As we all know from serving on this committee, we did have some difficulties with personal protective equipment. Two entrepreneurs, John Bielamowitz and David Belarjan, pooled their personal fortunes and created a mask company to provide NIOSH certified N95 masks, first to healthcare workers and now to the general public. This whole exercise started because John's son was born at Parkland Hospital, serious medical problems. He's doing fine now, but John tells me it broke his heart to think of those brave doctors at Parkland Hospital having to deal with COVID patients, intubate COVID patients, and not having the proper protective equipment. So they stepped up. They did the right thing. They created this mask factory, and now they've got a great group of folks who are producing masks in Fort Worth, Texas, and we can't thank them enough. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Burgess. Next, I see we have our Republican whip. Mr. Scalise is recognized for 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And look, every COVID relief package that we've done so far has been bipartisan until this one. There's absolutely no reason to be ramming through a partisan bill. We ought to be working, Mr. Chairman, together on safely reopening our schools, on getting people back to work, on reopening our economy, and expanding the vaccine rollout. I want to introduce you to one of my constituents. This is Dr. Rachel Shard. Dr. Shard is an ER doctor, and her husband is a police officer. There we go. Her husband's a police officer, and she's an ER doctor. They have 4 children, and their days and nights are spent on the front lines of this virus. Last year, they wrote to me about the need to reopen schools for the sake of their children's education and well-being. They are essential workers that we've all promised to fight for, and virtual education is not a viable option for their family. Luckily, their schools followed the science and safely reopened. Mr. Chairman, every child across this country should have this same opportunity. By choosing to ram through this hyper-partisan bill, the needs of millions of students and families and small businesses who are facing these kind of dire circumstances will not be met. Families across the country are counting on us to work together to solve these problems. They deserve better than this my way or the highway $2 trillion partisan bill. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scalise. So I'm going in order of seniority with the Republicans. I don't see Adam Kinzinger or Bill Johnson's hand up. The next one would be Dr. Bouchon. Larry Bouchon is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a constituent of mine here. This is Rita. Rita has struggled with addiction for most of her life. Leading up to the spread of COVID-19, Rita was 1 year, 2 months, and 2 weeks clean due to the accessibility of treatment and community support. However, once the pandemic spread through the nation, government mandates soon closed down the schools her children attended. treatment centers, and community centers where she attended NA and AA meetings. She fell into despair and back into addiction. Knowing she needed help in order to get back to her children, she checked herself into Ruth's house in Sullivan, Indiana. Once she arrived, she had to quarantine for 2 weeks, which meant she couldn't work, she could not see her family, and she could not pay her dues to keep receiving treatment. Addiction and mental health are spreading like wildfire throughout our nation because the government has overreached by shutting down daily life in America and eliminating the livelihoods of millions. We must come together to bring an end to the pandemic and do all we can to prevent the long-lasting effects on mental health and substance abuse. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Bouchon. I see Mark Wayne Mullins' hand is up. Gentleman from Oklahoma is recognized. Is he? His hand is up. Is he there?
He's there. He's trying to unmute. See if he can unmute.
Mark Wayne.
Mr. Chairman, this is Bill Johnson. You skipped right over me. I didn't know I was supposed to raise my hand, but I'm ready.
All right. Well, we'll go to you then, Bill. You're right. Bill Johnson is recognized.
All right. Well, thanks a lot, Mr. Chairman. Here's a picture of the Fikes family. They live in Chesapeake, Ohio, in my district. Kim and Jason have 4 children. The oldest is a senior in high school with autism. Like many families, they've had to adjust to the added stress of remote learning. The Fikes have lived through a nightmare that took severe mental and physical toll on their family, with disrupted schedules and the added burden of ensuring their children were continuing to learn in a difficult distance learning environment. Chesapeake schools are almost back to normal now with mostly in-classroom instruction, but sadly, that's not true for many children across America, and that's tragic. We've worked in a bipartisan manner for nearly a year to provide trillions of dollars in needed relief, and I'm deeply disappointed the majority has resorted to pushing this $1.9 trillion bill loaded with liberal priorities instead of focusing on getting our kids back into the classroom. The majority talks a lot about our teachers, but what about the health and welfare of our children? And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Bill. So next with the hand up is Mark Wayne Mullen. Again, Mark.
I'd unmute there. Thank you, Chairman Plone. Governors and city leaders across the country have forced our communities to shut down because of the pandemic. These shutdowns have caused mental health crisis in our country to get even worse. Light of Hope in Claremore, Oklahoma helps individuals struggling with addiction and other mental health issues, all free of charge. Every day, Leila Freeman and Nancy Phillips and their staff help countless numbers of people who have been negatively impacted by the COVID-19 crisis. In a time when many organizations are downsizing, Light of Hope has actually expanded twice during the pandemic. Not all communities are lucky enough to have an organization like Light of Hope to provide these services. We haven't even scratched the surface on the full effects of COVID-19 pandemic on the mental health crisis in our country. Mental health care is just as important as physical health care. As we consider the next COVID relief package, we must ensure that expanding mental health care is part of the conversation, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mark Wayne. Next, I see Tim Wahlberg is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate that. There's no question that families are struggling, but this one-sided bill does miss the mark. Instead of a massive $2 trillion bill, we need solutions targeted to help those most in need. And it can't be said enough that over $1 trillion from previous relief bills are yet to be spent. Here in Michigan, small businesses have been hit particularly hard. In the Irish Hills, just 8 miles up the road from my doorstep here, Brooklyn Lanes, a beloved local bowling center, was forced to close its doors after 50 years in the community, a number of those years aiding my children in beating me in bowling. Closing down was the last thing they wanted to do, but this pandemic gave them no choice. The lack of certainty and prolonged shutdowns was simply too much to overcome. So many other families-owned businesses in Michigan are facing a similar fate, never to reopen again. For their sake, we need to advance bipartisan solutions that support mom and pop shops, get workers back on the job, get vaccines distributed, and get students back in the classroom. We can, and I believe we must do better than this partisan bill portends. Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Tim. So now we're going to go back to Fred Upton, recognized for 3 minutes as the ranking member of the subcommittee.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I know that we'd all agree that the American people need help, and there's no question about that. In fact, in less than 6 weeks ago, we passed a $900 billion deal that delivered immediate and much needed relief for those affected by this horrific pandemic. That legislation was just the latest in a series of bills that we passed into law to deal with COVID. And while each of those bills addressed different issues related to the virus, they all had one thing in common. They were bipartisan. Sadly, that is not the case with the measure that we're considering today. We all agree more assistance is needed, and I support additional targeted stimulus checks, more resources for vaccine rollout, targeted support for state and local governments who need it, and liability protections for small businesses. What I cannot support is passing a partisan, nearly $2 trillion package without studying what money we've already spent from the bill that we passed just 6 weeks ago. What's working and what areas need more help? I look at the effect that this pandemic has had on health, lives, and businesses in my district in Southwest Michigan. Nearly 1,000 people have lost their lives to COVID. I think of Bud Baker, my good friend, who was the first person in Berrien County to lose his life. His picture is still on my desk. Many more have been seriously ill and hospitalized. Many of my constituents have also lost their jobs in small businesses. We were able to use the PPP funds to help as many as we could, but some were still not able to make it. I look at Tibbs Brewing Company in Kalamazoo, Polymax Restaurant in Edwardsburg, AMC 10 Theater in downtown Kalamazoo. Many are hanging by just a thread, which is why we need to come together in a bipartisan way to help and not pass destructive measures like a $15 minimum wage, which the CBO just this week reported would kill nearly 1.5 million jobs. There's a lot that we can do together. So I would urge this committee to put aside the partisan measure, this one, and buckle down and work together to help put this pandemic behind us. I also have to comment on one important and troubling development that we have to address appropriately as we mark up the bill. This concerns the ill-advised decisions by the president to revoke the permit for the Keystone Pipeline and to halt other energy development, immediately wiping out tens of thousands of jobs. By all accounts, from union leaders to economists and the very workers that these decisions affect, these are devastating actions and could not have come at a worse time. These actions immediately harm thousands of families, and worse yet, thousands of additional families who are now at risk at hotels, restaurants, and other businesses supporting the energy industry, reel from the economic shock. We all know from the many hearings that we've already conducted on our nation's energy sector in the past couple of Congresses, how much these actions really can harm our economy, put thousands of well-paid and proud workers out of jobs, and devastate communities. Our nation energy sector is critical. It makes no sense. I'm hopeful that we can amend the bill today with a number of priorities to make it better and certainly bipartisan. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you, Fred. So now we're going to go back to 1 minute. Next is Buddy Carter, recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to start by saying we all know people who have been seriously impacted by this pandemic. As many of my colleagues have already discussed, these issues affect every congressional district in the country. In my district, I've heard stories from parents about struggles they have balancing their children's education despite the CDC saying classroom learning is safe. I want to discuss a family in my district, the Woods, and the impact remote schooling has had on their daughters, Molly, Clara, and Anna. You see a picture now of the Woods family and the girls here. These girls currently attend school in the Savannah-Chatham County Public School System and are in some of the most important years of mental and social development of their lives. Unfortunately, local decisions to go fully remote have been, as their father George put it, devastating to their education and well-being. Their youngest switched schools last year, meaning she's never met her teacher or classmates in person to develop a connection that's so important to an education. Their daughter, who is a freshman in high school, couldn't take the PSAT, and their daughter in the 7th grade has lost valuable preparation years for the transition to high school. This pandemic created challenges we could have never anticipated, and we've all had to adapt and make it work. However, we know it's safe for our children to attend school. If we don't get kids like the Woods back in the classrooms, it will have lasting consequences for children across the country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, buddy. Next is Jeff Duncan for 1 minute.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. 45 days after the parents of these 4 children took a leap of faith to start their own business in South Carolina, the world came to a screeching halt due to COVID-19. Suddenly, both parents were unemployed and at home navigating e-learning with their 4 children. This family lives in my district. They had to spend $250 to upgrade their home for internet for kids' e-learning. They lost their jobs, childcare, schooling, ability to attend church, and their savings. These new daily challenges went on for months. Thankfully, after many hard months, the parents had work again to support the family, and the local school district reopened in a limited capacity, which has since expanded. This family expressed how grateful they are for the leadership that encouraged and supported the need for students to get back to face-to-face learning. Their children are flourishing in the physical classroom. Our nation needs leaders that put children first and fear last. I hope my constituent story will encourage more bipartisan conversations to form around the importance and value of in-person learning. With that, Mr. Chairman, I will yield back.
Thank you, Jeff. So I don't see hands up for Dan Crenshaw or John Curtis. So I'm going to move to Neil Dunn.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'd like to share a story of Jan and Trudy White, owners of a restaurant called Dat Cajun Place in Panama City Beach. Jan and Trudy are no strangers to recovering after disasters. They relocated in 2005 after Hurricane Katrina destroyed their home in New Orleans. And like so many others, they lost their business again after Hurricane Michael hit us in 2018. Now, after weathering 2 hurricanes and the pandemic, Jan and Trudy have persevered and built a new Dat Cajun Place restaurant, creating 100 jobs. Jan said it best: the resiliency of human beings can be powerful. You just have to bounce back. I share this story because folks like this deserve a thoughtful, targeted, and effective approach to COVID relief, not one that allows only 36 hours to review and consider. We need the data and facts behind this bill to ensure this is going to help us get our economy back up and running. I sincerely regret that this is not the path that this committee or this Congress has chosen. And with that, I yield back.
Thank you, Neil. I see that John Curtis's hand is up now. He's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you'll allow me a personal indulgence, I'd like to share with you a really bright spot in the Curtis home during a difficult pandemic time. This is little Bentley, and Bentley was our 9th grandchild. Now, I can see some of you are trying to look better. Bentley was our 9th grandchild, and she just lives a couple miles away from us. She's already walking at 9 months, and she can say Papa. Now, I can tell from those of you smiling which of you are grandparents and which are not. Now, as much joy as she's brought into our lives, imagine the terrible situation of her great-grandfather and great-grandmother, who for 7 months only could see Bentley through a glass wall. And just days before her great-grandmother passed away, she was allowed to see her only because the great-grandmother had had COVID and was now immune. And like any 8-month-old, the baby simply cried in somebody's arms that she had never met. Now, I'm not a mental health expert, but I know we're not doing enough for our senior citizens who are bearing the brunt of the COVID strain and stress. And I regret that we're adding $1.9 trillion of debt to Bentley's future And I don't have any ability, because this has not been a bipartisan bill, to have any input into that, and I yield my time.
Thank you. Next, I have John Joyce is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Widespread immunization is the key to defeating COVID-19, rebuilding our economy, and fortunately, what we need in reopening our schools. Every American wants a vaccine and should be able to get a vaccine. Unfortunately, in my home state of Pennsylvania, the vaccine rollout has been plagued with challenges. Every day, those who are eligible to receive the vaccine are struggling to find a dose. In Franklin County, I want to introduce you to 91-year-old Ralph, who spent hours attempting to make a vaccine appointment. But he struggled to navigate online forms, and like many Americans, Ralph lives in a rural community and doesn't have regular access to the internet. Thankfully, with the help of a wonderful neighbor, he was able to secure an appointment for next week. While Ralph's story has a happy outcome, luck should not determine who receives this life-saving vaccine. As we consider the road to recovery, we must prioritize the people, not the statistics. They are not interested in politics. They are looking for answers, and we can achieve this in a bipartisan manner. Thank you, Chairman Pallone, and I yield.
Thank you, John. Next, I have Debbie Lesko is recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Every American that wants a vaccine should be able to get a vaccine. So instead of spending money on non-COVID related priorities like is in this bill, we should be spending money to double the amount of vaccinations. Arizona needs more vaccines. Our governor, our 2 senators, our entire Arizona congressional delegation have asked for more vaccines from the Biden administration and so far have been denied. Just last week, 21,000 vaccine appointments were filled in just 39 minutes. Senior citizens, like my constituent right here, Phil. Phil is 68 years old. He has diabetes. He had open heart surgery, and he can't get an appointment, and he's desperate because the demand in Arizona exceeds the supply of vaccinations. We need to do this, not as Republicans, not as Democrats, but as Americans together. So let's get this done in a bipartisan fashion, and I yield back.
Thank you, Debbie. I think that Dan Crenshaw wants to speak now. Is that correct? Okay, recognized for 1 minute. It's muted though, Dan, you gotta unmute.
I think he is unmuted. I think he's having an audio problem.
Is he just having problems, I think?
Yeah, it says that there's a headphones, but there are no headphones.
All right, well, we'll go back to you, Dan, if you can set it up. So I have Greg Pence next. Greg?
Thank you, Chair Pallone and Ranking Member McMorris Rogers. I'm honored to be on the ENC committee. The COVID-19 pandemic has been one of the most difficult experiences our nation has weathered. States like Indiana are an example of strong leadership during this uncertain time. In Indiana, we have been able to come together with local governments to help small businesses and reopen schools. The Hoosier State is a successful example of working together towards the same goal. Congress has come together 6 times to deliver relief for Americans. Hoosiers in the 6th District are better off with the targeted relief both sides of the aisle negotiated. I wish we had taken a bipartisan approach, because when we come together and give everyone a voice at the table, that is when we come up with the best solutions. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. So I don't have anybody else with their hand up. I don't know if Dan is still having audio problems. If he is, I'm just going to move on. Dan, can you want to try one more time, Dan?
to try. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're recognized.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about that. I'd like to talk about a couple of my constituents. Andreana Swift, owner of J. Christopher's Pizza in Boston, Kingwood, Texas. They've been in business for 40 years, but their lives were turned upside down when the county forced restaurants to close, limit occupancy as part of the, what I believe are unscientific, unconstitutional lockdowns that we've seen across our country. They had to implement costly new operating procedures, absorb the cost of expensive to-go packaging while struggling to keep 38 employees on the payroll. So they're wondering how this bloated, very partisan package will help them. And the truth is that it won't. They already got the first round of PPP loans. They don't qualify for a second. We all know there's about $200 billion worth of PPP money still there. So it's unclear what this new package will do. In fact, it makes things worse by foisting a $15 minimum wage on them. Their customer base is getting hurt because the oil and gas workers aren't coming in to spend money anymore. So I hope that rather than focusing our efforts on unrelated partisan measures that will actually kill jobs and won't help these Americans struggling, that maybe we could focus on more targeted relief, opening up flexibility for the PPP loans and helping our oil and gas industry. Thank you.
Thank you, Dan. So now I see Gary Palmer's hand is up. He's recognized for 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just sitting here listening to my colleagues talk about the issues that we really ought to be focused on, and want to express my disappointment that this committee, which I consider the premier committee in Congress, is not addressing these issues. Suicide, depression, drug overdoses, the loss of jobs, the falling behind academically. It's almost as though you treat those as collateral damage for your agenda that has very little to do with solving the problem. And it's just disappointing to see the expertise, the intelligence that exists on this committee to have a bill like this come out that really does not meet these critical needs. I yield back.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else. Last opportunity for an opening statement. Okay. So that concludes our opening statements. Pursuant to committee rules, members' written opening statements shall be made part of the record. So please submit written opening statements electronically to the email address that we've provided. So at this time, we're going to begin bill consideration. The chair calls up the committee print Subtitle A, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Public Health. The clerk will report the title of the bill.
Committee print, Budget Reconciliation Legislative Recommendations Relating to Public Health. Subtitle A.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the first reading of the bill would be dispensed with, and the bill is now considered as read. And without objection, the bill is considered as read and open for amendment at any point. But let me ask if, before we go to amendments, are there any members seeking recognition to speak on the committee print Subtitle A? And again, I remind you to use the raise hand feature to seek recognition and to use a lower hand after you've been recognized. Does any member seek recognition to speak on the committee print?
Crenshaw's hand is up, but I think it's from before.
Yeah, Dan, your hand was up, but I think you just didn't lower it, right? You don't want to speak on this, do you? Dan? You don't, okay. All right, so then I'm just gonna go to the Ains and recognize myself to offer an amendment in the nature of a substitute. As I mentioned in my opening statement, the public health print before us provides the necessary resources to speed up distribution of COVID-19 vaccines, which will bring an end to this pandemic. And the Biden administration has already begun using the expertise of CDC and FEMA to establish community vaccination sites and has increased the overall vaccine supply. President Biden was able to improve our vaccine distribution in part because of the resources that we provided in the omnibus at the end of the year. But in my opinion, the resources we provided to states and the CDC were only a down payment on what is going to be necessary to vaccinate 300 million Americans before the end of the summer. More resources are needed to set up and staff vaccination centers, develop mobile vaccine units, especially in underserved areas, And we have to do more to improve data collection and alert people about where, when, and how they can get a vaccine. So this bill provides $7.5 billion for these activities. The legislation also funds activities to boost vaccine confidence and scale up the supply chain for vaccines, therapeutics, and other medical supplies, critical measures that bipartisan witnesses supported at our Health Subcommittee hearing last week. This bill also finally funds an adequate COVID-19 testing, contact tracing, and mitigation strategy. This will ensure we have adequate supplies, staff, and technology to detect, diagnose, and trace COVID-19 and mitigate the spread of the virus. Since last spring, I've been calling for the development of a national testing strategy, and now we're going to have one. The emergence of new, more contagious COVID-19 variants only underscores the importance of robust testing, contact tracing, and mitigation. So the bill invests $7.6 billion to establish a 21st century public health workforce who will help track COVID-19, vaccinate, and connect people to the resources they need. The bill also ensures that resources get to where they're needed most. As my colleagues know, COVID-19 has disproportionately affected communities of color. Some of you mentioned this in your opening statements. And this bill invests additional resources in community health centers, which serve 30 million people every day in underserved areas, including rural areas. And finally, I want to mention that the bill includes resources to support measures for mental health, many of you mentioned that as well, and substance use programs, which is so directly needed in this time of crisis. The amendment and the nature of the substitute I'm offering today makes technical and confirming changes to the bill. This is to the first title. And these public health resources are targeted for the unprecedented crisis we're facing. And I would urge all our members to vote in favor of the AIMS. Now, let me say, with regard to the AIMS, are there any other members who seek recognition to? Oh, we haven't called the AIMS up? I'm sorry. I haven't called the AIMS up, so let's do that. Let's see. No, we did report the AIMS.
No, you reported the bill.
Oh, we didn't report the bill. Okay,
No, you
okay.
reported the bill.
Okay, so the clerk has to report the amendment in the nature of a substitute. I'm sorry, Madam Clerk. The clerk will report the amendment in the nature of a substitute.
Amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print relating to public health offered by the majority. In lieu of the proposed recommendations, insert the following.
Without objection, the reading of the amendment in the nature of a substitute will be dispensed with. Does anyone seek recognition to speak on the AIMS? All right, I don't see anybody. I don't want to skip over anybody, but I don't see anybody. Okay. Then we will go. Are there any members who seek recognition to offer an amendment to the AIMS? Does anyone? Nobody's hand is up. Oh, Mr. Upton. Okay. I recognize Mr. Upton for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I offer amendment 80.
Does the clerk have that, the Upton amendment to the AIMS?
Yes.
Okay, you'll report the amendment, Madam Clerk.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print relating to public health offered by Rep. Upton of Michigan. At the end
Without
of Subtitle
objection,
A.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the Upton amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Michigan is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I know we've had a long practice that you've continued, that I initiated, followed with Chairman Walden, that bipartisan amendments would go first ahead of the queue. I would like to think that this is one, and this could in fact help make this bill bipartisan, certainly much more than it is at the moment. What this amendment does, it adds an extra $10 billion, that's B as in big, of funding to the NIH to prevent, prepare, or respond to COVID-19, including restarting research that was delayed by the pandemic. Of this $10 billion, $1 billion is to go towards research and clinical trials related to the long-term effects of COVID, and $500 million is to go to the Rapid Acceleration of Diagnostics, or RADX program. This pandemic has brought so many heroes to the forefront, and none have had a larger impact on how we than the folks at the NIH. From research on the effects of the disease to the rapid development of diagnostics, to helping develop a vaccine using a brand new technology in just a matter of months, in large part because of our work on 21st century cures. The NIH has been emblematic of what we as a country can do when they're faced with a challenge. So I've long been a supporter of the NIH. In fact, one of my first major bills as a member of Congress was working with Henry Waxman, John McCain, and Paul Wellstone, where we doubled successfully the budget of the NIH. And obviously our colleague, Diana DeGette on 21st Century Cures, to give them more funding, $45 billion, in fact, over 10 years, and making the regulatory changes to make it easier for them to do their jobs. That's what this amendment does. It builds on those efforts. So COVID's taken a toll on all of us, everyone for sure, in every community across the country, and the NIH is no exception. I would like to think that we could adopt this amendment so that they would have, in fact, more tools in the toolbox so they can continue the great work that they've done to fight the virus, and also so they can restart the important research that this has been put on hold. We've had great success in reaching out to our colleagues on both sides of the aisle on the Appropriations Committee, both in the House and the Senate. And I would like to think that a bill like this that likely will go to the president will in fact include more money for the NIH, which is what this amendment does. And with that, I yield back my time, urging all my colleagues to make this, in fact, a bipartisan amendment and one that we can be proud of. I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. I'm going to recognize myself for 5 minutes. Fred, you know, I just saw this, so I assume that you're putting in 10 billion for NIH, but not taking out any of the money for CDC that's in the bill. That's what I'm assuming. The problem that we have is, and you know, this is in general, as you know, the budget reconciliation gives us instructions and a certain amount of money. So if we put in money for CDC research and then add NIH as you're proposing, without cutting something else, which I don't want to do, then you know, we go above the amount that they've instructed us or given us under the reconciliation. And so what I'm going to try to explain is the reason I'm opposed to your amendment is because we have put in money for CDC, which I'd like to detail a little bit here in my 5 minutes. And we can't add money for NIH because then we go beyond the amount that we're allocated. So on a bipartisan basis, we have bolstered NIH funding over the last several years. Last year, Congress provided NIH with $3.6 billion to fund COVID-19 research, including $940 million from the CARES Act, and an additional $1.25 billion of COVID-19 supplemental funds was also provided in the end of the year package. Additionally, Congress provided record funding for NIH prior to COVID. In fiscal year 2020, NIH received $41.7 billion for biomedical research. And it's also worth noting that from fiscal year 2016 through 2020, and a lot of this is because of you and Diana's efforts. Diana's at the impeachment today, so we're not going to see her. But because of your effort with 21st Century Cures, NIH enjoyed over 5% funding increases every year, including one of the largest increases in the past decade that occurred in fiscal year 2018, in which we provided a $3 billion increase. So the committee print that we're considering invests over $5 billion for research, development, and manufacturing for vaccines, therapeutics, and the supply chain, money that can be shared with NIH, BARDA, and the Strategic National Stockpile. I also believe it's critical that the $1.75 billion included in the committee print for genomic sequencing and surveillance, and again, that's invested at CDC. So the CDC is hard at work increasing genomic sequencing. Thus far, they've entered into contracts with LabCorp and Quest to undertake this work. This is not academic work. I'm not suggesting that the NIH does the only things that are academic, but in our effort to try to crush the virus, the money in this print goes to CDC. It can be shared with NIH or BARDA or the Strategic National Stockpile Fund, but it's going to CDC. And I just think that maintaining the funds at CDC will allow us to build on the ongoing efforts to sequence COVID-19. So again, I'm asking members to oppose this amendment, not because we don't want to fund NIH, but for the specific purpose here of trying to crush the virus. CDC is the best to do that. It's not that we're not funding NIH through other means. We are, and it's been constantly building up. But we can't just add NIH funding. We can't add anything really without getting rid of something else that's in the bill, which I don't support, because this is a very, we put this together in a very, tight way to make sure that we were within the instructions. I hope everyone understands that. And for that reason, I would ask members to oppose the Upton amendment. Now, we have a Republican. The ranking member, Ms. Rogers, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. It's just extremely disappointing that in this large package that there's no additional support to NIH. That's why this amendment is so important. It provides an additional $10 billion to NIH for COVID-19 research, with a set aside of $1 billion for clinical studies on the long-term impacts of the virus. This is critical information, and experts now know that some people can experience symptoms of illness many weeks or even months after having recovered from COVID-19. It's important that we better understand the causes of these symptoms in the long haulers. This amendment also sets aside $500 million for rapid acceleration of diagnosis initiative for the purposes of research and development of more home test kits, which is another part of the solution that we should be pursuing. It's an example of where, if we were working together, we would be able to find bipartisan solutions that are going to meet the needs and help us be smarter in combating this virus and helping people. The Rapid Acceleration of Diagnosis Initiative has sparked massive innovation and produced an impressive array of COVID-19 test platforms, from lab-based to point-of-care diagnosis to the home test kits. Our second authorized vaccine was co-developed with scientists at NIH and their National Institute of Allergy and Infection Diseases. The successes of these public-private partnerships are the reason that we should continue to support the NIH, and I urge adoption of this amendment.
Gentlelady yield?
I yield.
Would the gentleman?
I would yield my time to, yes, I heard the gentleman from Michigan, sorry.
Mr. Upton is recognized.
Yeah, let me just say too, as we are seeing new strands coming from South Africa and other places, it's clear that the vaccine that Americans are using today isn't going to be good enough, maybe even later this year. We're going to have to work on developing different vaccines, stronger vaccines. Already those that have been vaccinated know that, in fact, they're probably good for only a year. We're not quite certain. They might have to be revaccinated again. But just like the flu season with different strands, it has to be developed literally every year. We're going to have to spend more money in trials, working with the private sector. And for me, I'm blessed. I got a great operation, Pfizer. The Pfizer vaccine is actually produced in my district. And we all were so elated when those trucks rolled out of the doors last December. And we're excited about Moderna. We can hardly wait till Johnson & Johnson gets their EUA approval, probably in a little bit later this month. But this isn't going to be good enough. We're going to need additional vaccines down the road to deal with not only these strands, but hopefully make it so it's a one-time deal. So you're not going to have to be revaccinated with maybe a second shot, or maybe even multiple years. And so that's another reason why the NIH frankly needs the money to work with the Johnson & Johnsons, the Pfizers, the Modernas, the AstraZenecas, and others to really come back with a yet improved vaccine. And this money would help and helps us hopefully at some point round the corner on dealing with this pandemic. And again, I would hope that this would be something, Mr. Chairman, that you could go to your leadership on and say, I know the dollar, the cap was 1.9. What's wrong with making it 1.91 to try and get additional money, and in fact make it bipartisan and a unified approach that all of us on both sides of the aisle could support. And with that, I yield back.
Gentlewoman, ranking member has the time. Ms. Rogers, did you yield back? You yielded. Did she yield back?
I yield back.
Thank you. All right, so now I see Mr. Tonko's hand is up. The gentleman from New York is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word to address the gentleman's amendment.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. Funding for NIH supported research enjoys broad bipartisan support. Certainly that's true now, and it was true prior to COVID-19. And that is why in December we provided an additional $1.25 billion of COVID-19 supplemental funds that in the end of the year package directed toward carrying out the work supported by this amendment. Dr. Collins, in fact, described this work in an NIH director's blog post on January 19th. And in so doing, he highlighted that the NIH held a workshop to summarize what is known and fill in key gaps in our knowledge about long COVID syndrome. In this piece, he highlighted that certainly Congress authorized funding for continued research on this syndrome, including an appropriation of funds for NIH to support continued study of these prolonged health consequences. So, you know, we are doing the work that this amendment directs to be done. And also, as you pointed out in your statements, there's a $5 billion appropriation for the research and development and manufacturing for vaccines and therapeutics and supply chain activities. So, you know, if we are not going to respond to the delicate balance that includes those guardrails for reconciliation, then we're not going to be able to move forward. And basically what I sense here is a great degree of urgency. We, each of us as colleagues, have many, many individuals who have either contracted COVID or have succumbed to COVID, and that we have delayed for far too long. We need a bold statement of support, and I believe this measure does that. And so I believe the spirit of this amendment is addressed in our package. And with that, I yield back, Mr. Chair.
The gentleman yield.
Thank you. Who's asking for time to yield?
Peters. Peters.
Paul, did you want to yield your? I don't know if you have any time.
I think he yielded back.
I think he yielded it back, Scott, but we can go to you after. Debbie Lesko is next. The gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I support the Upton amendment. I think we can easily move money from another non-COVID portion of the bill. For instance, I think you could not reinstate the state and local tax deduction. Quite frankly, most members in states that have low taxes don't support that anyway. I don't see why it has anything to do with COVID, so you could get money from there. You could also get money from the pot of money you have going to state and local cities. I, for one, talk to my mayors in my congressional district each and every month, And surprisingly, but good news is that they've all said that their sales tax revenue has stayed consistent, if not higher than before before COVID started. And also the state of Arizona has more money than they expected in their budget. And so I think we could easily move money to support Upton's amendment. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. I'm going to do this in seniority order once your hand is up. So next is Mr. Rush, Bobby Rush, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I regretfully have to oppose the amendment. I do not do this lightly, and like many of my colleagues, I have always been a strong supporter of the NIH, and I continue to be so today. That being said, Mr. Chairman, this package has been designed after many conversations with the Biden administration on how to make the most of the resources we're able to provide to them. Mr. Chairman, my understanding is the administration requested funding to go largely toward the CDC in order to get tangible help to COVID-19 patients as quickly as possible. While NIH research is unquestionably important, Mr. Chairman, it also is more abstract and could take years to translate into results for patients. This package has also been negotiated with input from the other side, from the Senate, to ensure that it will be able to pass under the Senate's more stricter rules. Changes now at this 11th hour can jeopardize the entire package and delay the aid which is so desperately needed and which we find universal agreement on. Mr. Chairman, we must act expeditiously to get today's package through the House, and then we can work together on authorizing additional funding for the NIH. And I would be interested in working with the gentleman, my friend, the gentleman from Michigan, as well as the chair, to get this funding over the finish line as either a standalone bill or as part of the next COVID package. While we unfortunately cannot address it today, Mr. Chairman, I believe funding for the NIH basic research on COVID should have been broad, bipartisan in its support, and does not need to be done through the reconciliation process. I hope this amendment is a genuine amendment, Mr. Chairman, and not just a ploy designed to sink the reconciliation package. If this amendment, Mr. Chairman, is indeed a sincere amendment, let's commit to working together on it following today's markup. With that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back the balance of my time.
Thank you. Next, we go to Morgan Griffith, recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, let me speak strongly in favor of the Upton Amendment. The NIH can use this, but so can the people of the United States of America with the research that they will do. As many of you know, over the summer, I had COVID. And shortly after that, I developed blood clots. I entered an NIH study. That's right, an NIH study on the effects of COVID long-term on individuals who had mild cases. We don't know what it's going to show. But I know that I have gone over there and they've tested my blood. They've taken the pheresis to get white blood cells. They've done examinations on my heart. I'm a guinea pig at the NIH. This is our cutting edge frontline research institution looking for things that are directly affected by COVID. For people like me and for people who will follow me who have the disease and then wonder, is this nagging leg pain something to do with COVID? Is this nagging condition something to do with COVID? We can't find out by sitting here in our in this case, not our committee room, but in our various rooms on the computer and come up with that answer. But not very few miles away from Washington, D.C., from the nation's capital, there's an institution that is respected worldwide. We can, in fact, help them, help the American people, help the world figure out long-term consequences to COVID. It is absolutely unthinkable that we would not adopt Fred Upton's amendment and send some money over to the NIH so they can do some studying on people, thousands of people instead of a few hundred people, and find out what we need to be prepared for a year from now, 2 years from now, 3 years from now. I tell you, folks, this is just a really good amendment, and I'm surprised that it isn't being welcomed with open arms. You know, just because somebody on high says you can't amend a bill doesn't mean you shouldn't do it when you know it's the right thing to do. And I yield back.
Thank you, Morgan. Next, we're going to go to Jan Schakowsky. The gentlewoman is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I suspect that we're going to get a lot of amendments today that are very good ideas, ideas that deserve consideration, but not today, because the American people are suffering right now, and they are telling us that they want us to pass this bill as fast as possible. We know that the polling that's come out, for example, the CBS poll that came out this week, I think it was yesterday, said that 83% of Americans want to see us pass this bill that has all of the relief that it addresses, the relief that they need. Are we going to hear good ideas? Yes. And I think that this committee, which has operated over the years in a bipartisan way, should consider all those good ideas. But I want to ask my colleagues, at the end of the day, even if we pass these, are you going to vote in order to pass this reconciliation bill? I think this is, despite the value of the amendments that are suggested, absolutely a strategy to try and lure us into voting for things that will prevent the entire bill from coming to provide the kind of relief that Americans are begging for. And so, you know, we'll spend another, I don't know, maybe 10 hours debating these amendments, but I would really urge my colleagues on the Democratic side to say no, because people can't wait. People can't wait. They are needing this kind of relief that is ample in this, or at least a beginning. We can consider every one of these amendments that come up at another time, at a close time to this, to get it done. But we can't just crush the hopes and the dreams of so many people, 83% of Americans who are saying, give us this legislation. And I'm happy to yield to somebody if somebody wants the rest. Okay, then there's almost 3 minutes left. No.
Well, Angie Craig, I don't know if Angie is.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. Thank you so much for yielding, Ms. Schakowsky. I appreciate that. I'm proud to speak in addition to support for this fiscal year 2021 Reconciliation Act and my opposition to this amendment. In Minnesota, representatives, it will take 4 months to vaccinate everyone over the age of 65 if we do not increase the current supply of vaccines. To shorten that timeline, I'm very pleased this package includes $7.5 billion for the CDC's vaccination efforts. Last year, as images of frontline workers wearing garbage bags flooded the airwaves, I repeatedly called for a centralized supply chain strategy to address critical PPE and testing shortages. I'm so pleased this measure before us today finally provides funding to support a national supply chain strategy for both testing, contact tracing, and vaccines. We simply must do everything we can to prevent future shortages and chaos. Mr. Chairman, what Americans are most tired of in Washington is gridlock on bills where there is bipartisan support in our communities. People are dying, Small businesses are struggling. Our children are losing precious time in their classroom. So we are ending that gridlock today. Our constituents and our country cannot afford to wait. And with that, I yield back the remainder of my time to Ms. Schakowsky.
If anybody wants 54 seconds, I will yield. Otherwise, I yield back the balance of my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know.
I'm sorry, I recognize Larry Bouchon for 5 minutes. Is Larry there?
I am, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
You're recognized.
I just want to say, I mean, I support former Chairman Upton's amendment. And there's going to be a number of other amendments that are going to add money to critical programs, including vaccines that I'll offer and other things that I may offer myself. And I just find the argument about there's no way to shift money very disingenuous, because one of the provisions in this reconciliation bill is going to be a handout to the wealthiest Americans by rescinding the $10,000 tax cap on state and local deductions and bailing out all of the states across the country who have Democrat politicians that are taxing their citizens at such a level that they're leaving the state in droves. And we all know which states those are. So as we offer amendments, including myself, to say that we don't have the money in this bill to shift to programs that are critical to help get us through this pandemic is just disingenuous. And I think once the people of Indiana find out that we've given tax handouts to the wealthiest Americans, while we refuse to add money to the NIH, we refuse to add money for testing, for vaccines, they're not going to be too happy. And so I think I'm looking forward to that discussion with my constituents. And I think hopefully if we didn't have the national news media that wouldn't report it, that we can get that message out to what actually this is doing. There's billions and billions of dollars that are going to be handed out so that people can move back to states that are high tax, so that they can go ahead and then make the people of Indiana subsidize their lifestyles while they pay local taxes and then deduct it from their federal income tax return. I really find it appalling, honestly, and I think that we need to reverse course. With that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we go to Scott Peters. Scott is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I too am sad to have to oppose this amendment. This is not my favorite process, but it constrains us from making this amendment because it would blow the whole thing up. I signed on to reconciliation because of the crisis that we're in and the need to take action. And I still hold out hope that overall we'll have a bipartisan approach. But I didn't think we had time to wait. I do want to mention, though, that to Mr. Upton's point, I do think the committee and the staff and the chairman deserve credit for including the Tracking COVID-19 Variants Act in the bill, which I helped introduce with Mr. Barra. We're providing CDC with $1.75 billion to scale up our national genomic sequencing efforts at labs around the country. San Diego has been on the cutting edge of genomics research as far back as 1985, when the FDA approved one of the first groundbreaking rapid diagnostic DA tests to a San Diego-based GenProbe. And our region has shown the world what happens when the research community, institutions like the Salk, Scripps Research, and Rady's Children's Institute for Genomic Medicine, collaborate with genomic sequencing companies like Illumina and Human Longevity and the J. Craig Venter Institute. The results are revolutionary. Genomic sequencing is a vital part of our national strategy to contain COVID-19 and prevent future pandemics. That's because sequencing helps us understand how the virus is spreading and if the vaccines and therapeutics we develop are effective. So the funding to support genomic sequencing will boost the efforts in 3 ways. It funds CDC's Advanced Molecular Detection Initiative, which integrates genomic technology and genomic epidemiology including the establishment of national sequence-based surveillance conducted as part of the private-public partnership called Spheres. Second, it ensures that labs have the guidance they need to properly sequence COVID-19 positive samples and share timely, actionable data with the CDC. And finally, it supports labs already doing this work to increase their workforce and informatics capability. Although a provision from my bill, the Health Statistics Act, couldn't move in this bill, I want to emphasize the importance of providing funding for CDC to develop and invest in a more robust data linkage program at the National Center for Health Statistics. That program would allow for temporary linkage of data across multiple sources, including genomic data, clinical data, and epidemiological data for the purposes of public health research. There are over 2,000 government health data sets at the federal, state, and local levels. Many of these sources are siloed, so answers to the most basic research questions remain unknown. For instance, what's the true mortality rate of COVID-19? And so does have adequate lab testing in the surrounding geographic areas correlate to having avoiding hospitalization and mortality? How do COVID-19 outcomes vary by race and gender, including hospitalization, likelihood of being put on a ventilator, and risk of mortality? We don't have answers to any of that stuff because the data is such a mess. So I look forward to continuing this important work with the committee. Thank you for taking this important first step, and I yield back.
Thank you. Thank you, Scott. Next, we have John Joyce is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
We all recognize the great tradition of this committee working together in a bipartisan manner. I support the Upton Amendment and recognize individually, as someone who trained in science, the importance of accessing additional funding to the NIH. This novel coronavirus has had such strong impact in the past year, and we as a group can find the resources to allow for additional vaccine development, the next generation of vaccine development to occur. We as a group can work together in a bipartisan fashion and find the new therapeutics which are so desperately needed. We can find through the NIH research that there will be additional ways to administer these therapeutics, whether they're intranasally, whether they're through injection, or whether there are oral forms that we can find through this necessary NIH funding. As we've heard before, and I have repeatedly said, this is a bipartisan effort, and we have to recognize that the resources of the NIH are what we need to work together, support, and allow us to come through in a positive manner this pandemic. This pandemic, which has caused so many previous bills that we've supported together, and the Upton Amendment addresses that needed funding for the NIH. I yield the remainder of my time to our Republican leader, Kathy McMorris Rogers.
Thank you, Dr. Joyce. So we're hearing that today's not the day. I would just simply ask, why not today? Because if the Democrats decide to move forward with a purely partisan bill, it's really a missed chance for this committee to lead in recognizing the duly elected representatives of people all over this country. It's true that people are hurting. We have broken families, we have broken systems, broken communities. And I believe that this is exactly the moment when we should be working together. We've heard that it would blow it all up. Well, that's actually not the case. We are ready. You've given us less than 24 hours to work on this piece of legislation. Legislating means plowing the hard ground necessary to reach an agreement. We've heard, it's the time to end gridlock. I would suggest that this is only encouraging more gridlock. It's true that trust and confidence in the representative process right now is at an all-time low. It's because of an abuse of power. It's an abuse of power when one party decides to move forward and completely ignore and shut out the voices of the duly elected representatives of people all over the country. That is not the way that we're going to build trust back into representative government, which is so important. This is much bigger than any one person. This is much bigger than any one party. I would ask for this committee, and I know I have a feeling where this is all going today, but I would just ask us all to dig deep and to really consider the role of this committee in particular, because we all cherish what this committee has represented in bringing our different perspectives from different corners of the country together. And I would submit that we'll get better outcomes for Americans that are hurting today if we actually work together. We all represent 750,000 people. Ignoring our voices and doing it alone is not as effective. It would be more effective. We would get better results if we actually work together. People are suffering. And this is a time for us to pull together. President Biden said that it's a war on the coronavirus. Well, during a war, a country pulls together. You're not Republican and Democrat. This isn't about scoring political points. During a war, it's about coming together to actually help people that are in need. And that is what we stand ready to do. And NIH, this is exactly the time that we should be upping the funding to NIH. I come from the state of Washington where our governor was predicting $7-8 billion in shortfalls. We have a 15% increase in revenue this year. So that's just one example where all the money that going to the states, I would submit, would be better redirected to NIH. I yield back.
Thank you. So now we move to Ms. Eshu. Ms. Eshu is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. I've listened carefully to what colleagues have said, and we're all proud of the traditions of energy and commerce. I should add that I've been on the committee, went on to the committee in my second term, 1995, and we've had some royal battles too. So there's been a mixture. Most of my tenure, I have served in the minority. So I understand feelings of the minority. When it comes to this legislation, I think we need to look at and accept, because it is the story, that in putting this legislation together, the American Rescue Plan, with the new administration, with the new Congress, it has a price tag of $1.9 trillion. The Republicans put on the table $600 billion. So there is a chasm of difference in terms of the dollars. I've heard the phrase used over and over again, this is a highly partisan bill. What is so partisan about funding for mental health, funding for NIH, funding for FDA, funding for community centers, funding for more vaccines to be inoculated in people's arms, funding to local communities who have emptied their local treasuries because they've had to advance money for COVID-related items, and including the hiring and the salaries for first responders. So we all know that the needs of the nation are enormous, and the bill has a price tag that matches that need. So when you're saying we should direct money over here with it, like a mortal sin, and that NIH doesn't have it, that's simply not so. Francis Collins has asked for 2 or 3 billion to go directly. It goes through HHS. I don't take a back seat to anyone, and you would all say the same thing about research at NIH. All of us are champions of that. But you need to keep in mind that there is really a chasm between 1.9 trillion and 600 billion. If we go with your plan, if we go with what the Republicans put on the table, all of the things that both Republicans and Democrats said in their statements, the needs in your congressional districts and mine have no chance of being funded. So I supported the omnibus last December. Many of you did. That provided 42.9 billion with a B for the NIH for fiscal year 21, as well as $1.25 billion, which was established for the National Institutes of Health to support research and clinical trials on the long-term effects, what our colleague spoke to, because he had COVID, then developed the blood clots, now is in a clinical trial through NIH. So these are huge sums of money because we have huge problems. So I don't know how many of you, my Republican colleagues on the committee, had a hand in shaping the $600 billion figure. I don't know. I mean, maybe you want to share that with us or not, but that really is the overriding factor in this and where our differences come in. So we are not leaving NIH without resources. You have voted for them. We have voted for them. You're right, on a bipartisan basis. And this amendment, I have so much respect and affection for Fred Upton. But I think that at the end of the trail here on this amendment, it seems to suggest that we're leaving NIH without resource, and that simply is not the fact. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thanks, gentlewoman. I see Mr. Palmer's hand is up. Mr. Palmer's recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, I move to strike the last word. Can you hear me?
Is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First of all, I just want to point out that the Republican response was over $600 billion, but it also included spending the over $1 trillion that has not yet been spent from the previous relief bills. And our relief package did not include funding to bail out failed state governments. We're more focused on trying to get money directly to the people who need it to meet the needs of the communities. That said, I strongly support Congressman Upton's amendment. The University of Alabama Birmingham has been a leader in research on fighting COVID. They've developed a new drug that is actually a drug to treat type 2 diabetes that they have found will reduce the mortality rate threefold. And when we talk about populations that desperately need relief from the COVID pandemic, minority communities, the rural communities, that's where we see the highest percentage of people suffering from diabetes and hypertension and other issues that research is desperately needed to address in regard to the COVID pandemic. I'd also like to point out that we need the NIH to do more in terms of on the drug overdose pandemic that we're experiencing. I think we saw last year that we had over 70,000 people die from drug overdoses. I'll check those numbers to make sure, but I think that's what we saw. And under this administration's open borders policy, we're going to see that number go up. The vast majority of fentanyl and heroin are crossing our southern border. So we're going to face a concurrent pandemic dealing with drug overdoses that I think we need to be addressing through the NIH. I served on the Oversight Committee with distinguished Congressman from Maryland, Elijah Cummings. We held hearings, did a field hearing at Johns Hopkins Hospital about dealing with the drug overdose pandemic that we were dealing with. I think we need to put more money in NIH and to address these issues as well. I will yield the balance of my time to any of my colleagues who would like to speak on this.
Mr. Palmer, you yield to, this is Brett Guthrie, you yield to me.
I yield to the gentleman.
Thank you. Just for a couple of minutes, and with my chair for the subcommittee, there are a lot of these areas that we agree on. And I think you're going to see this morning, we agree on a lot of these amendments moving forward because this is a healthcare crisis. We're in the middle of a healthcare pandemic. Unfortunately, a lot of the things that we have disagreements on our side are in other committees because it's not targeted towards the pandemic. It's not targeted. There's a lot of money spent in this bill that's not directly, and I'm going to have an opportunity to offer amendment on that as well later, that is not targeted on this pandemic. So that's what our concern is. And a lot of people asked me when we first started this Congress, how's the Congress going to go? And I said, with an almost even split in the House and even split in the Senate, and the president talking about uniting and working together, we're going to have a chance to choose whether to work together to do the big things or go down a partisan path. And unfortunately, the reconciliation process, the way it's designed, is to go down that path. And it's regrettable, but we will agree on a lot of things this morning because we're agreeing that it's a pandemic and money needs to be spent, targeted, focused on getting tests to people, vaccines to people, getting our schools open because of healthcare relief and provider relief. Those are things we're going to be talking about today. So I appreciate it. And unfortunately, we could have agreed on this and on a lot of this, I believe, moving forward. So I'll yield back to my friend from Alabama.
I don't know.
Mr. Palmer,
Any other Republican member that would use the last remaining minute and a half?
Gentlemen, yield.
I'll yield to the gentlelady.
Thank you. I appreciate it. I just wanted to add something to the issue was mentioned of states and local governments. This legislation, this very large package, is COVID related. There are many links in the chain. We all know, as I do, in my local community, in my county, they hire the mental health workers. They hire the social workers. They hire the local PD. They hire the fire, the first responders. These are all issues in terms of funding that are COVID related. It is vaccinations. It is supply chain. It is many things. So I don't think that we should, let me put it this way. I think that we all value what takes place in our local communities, whether it's a city, a county, or states. And I know my Republican colleagues have been very reluctant to do any kind of funding to them. They have to turn in, I came from local government, they have to turn in balanced budgets. So we need to partner with them to help them backfill what they have already spent relative to COVID expenses in our local communities. And that's a very important element in this legislation. So I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I just wanted to get that on the record.
Mr. Chairman, may I have 20 seconds to respond?
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just say that particularly in reinstating the state and local tax deductions for these states, particularly the failed states, will not stop the exodus of citizens from those states. And I am all for helping states, but that $1 trillion or so that hasn't yet been spent, a lot of that money is at the state level. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for your indulgence, and I'll yield back.
Thank the gentleman. Next, we go to Mr. McNerney, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, you know, I would guess that everyone here agrees that a lot of money is needed for research. And indeed, the American Rescue Package provides $5.2 billion to the Biomedical Advanced Research and Development Authority to support advanced research, development, manufacturing, production, and purchase of vaccines, therapeutics, and so on. Moreover, there's other avenues for research within this package. Unfortunately, passage of the amendment provided by my friend Mr. Upton would significantly delay the the entire package by causing it to unravel. So, and this is urgently needed money for the American people. Therefore, I oppose this amendment and ask my colleagues to get relief to the American people as soon as possible by opposing this amendment. And what I would do is ask if any other Democratic colleagues would like time. If not, I'll yield back.
This is Tony Cardenas. Can you hear me? I'd like a few seconds.
Yeah,
If you don't
Tony.
mind.
I'll yield to Tony Cardenas.
Thank you. I just want to say, as a former state budget chairman in the state legislature in California, it was mentioned earlier about how the states are not doing that bad, or the local governments are not doing that bad. With all due respect, when we had a downturn in our economy, there are tricks that governments that have to balance their budget every 12 months, unlike the federal government. There are tricks that they do. They beg, borrow, and steal, and then eventually, hopefully, in a year or 2 or 3 or 4, they can actually re-massage the process and get that money back to where it truly belongs. And so please understand that, especially when it comes to local governments that depend, like in California, local governments depend a lot on sales tax. There's no question, ladies and gentlemen, that we've witnessed a tremendous downturn in the economy. And when it comes to sales taxes down dramatically. So I'm just saying, for us to consider that a solution is to look at packages that are only $600 billion that have almost nothing to help our state and local governments, as Anna mentioned, who hire the nurses and doctors, et cetera, to provide the support to the communities that we fortunately in America and as Americans take for granted in good times. I just wanted to mention that there's no question that the state and local government portion of what we're trying to do here is life-saving, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much for yielding. I yield back.
Mr. McNerney has the time.
All right, Mr. Chairman, I'm going to yield back.
Yields back. At this point, there's no Republican with their hand up. So I'm going to move to Mr. Soto. Recognize Mr. Soto for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Joe Biden ran on stopping COVID-19, providing key economic relief, and building back better. He promised to go big, to launch a massive effort to end this pandemic, and he won. He won, and this is his bill. This is our bill, the American Rescue Plan. This is the big response our country is asking for, not to go small or to undermine this effort like we see with the host of amendments we will see over the course of the next day or so. We are in crisis. The American people get it. Do you? I keep hearing stories about those who've lost folks, those who are sick or unemployed, who have lost their small businesses. I keep hearing about closed schools, small businesses hanging on by a thread, and families just struggling to make it. And I hear stories about vaccine shortages, folks waiting for appointments. We have these similar tragic stories playing out every day in our district too. So I agree, we have to do something about it. The American Rescue Plan will address these issues facing all of our constituents, yours and mine. But just so we're clear, I've showed up to vote for this bill, and you've showed up to vote against relief for them, to vote against relief for your constituents. So what are you talking about? Using stories to justify denying relief makes no sense. The arguments make no sense, and the American people know it. That's why 70% of them support the American Rescue Act that we're voting on. And we learned a valuable lesson from the Great Recession. We negotiated, we made concessions in good faith, and what happened? We still had a bill where most of the other side of the aisle voted against it. This was a critical error. The lesson of history is that the American Reinvestment Act was too small. The Great Recession lasted 18 months, and it was the longest period of economic decline since World War II. In Florida, we suffered a housing market collapse, and our economy didn't bounce back till 2012. 4 years later, untold misery occurred during that period of time. And so we're not fiddling around anymore on these issues. We have a time-sensitive, both pandemic and economic crisis to deal with. That's what we're here to discuss today. We ask everyone to join us, and soon you'll get the choice. Today, one way or another. Either way, we promise the American people we would go big. We'd crush the pandemic and save lives and livelihoods. And with this vote today or tomorrow, we will. Thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Soto. I would remind my Democratic colleagues that you don't have to encourage the Republicans to offer amendments for hours or days on end. They may do it, but we don't have to encourage it. Can I don't have anybody else who wants to speak at this point on the Upton Amendment. Anyone else want to speak on it? Fred? Oh, no, Fred can't hear. He spoke. All right. All right. Does someone want it? You want someone to yield you time, Fred?
Oh, I was just going to ask for a recorded vote.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll move to a vote then. Let me get to my notes here. So there being no further debate, we will proceed to a vote on the Upton Amendment to the Ains. We're going to go right to a recorded vote. So Lee, please. Excuse me?
You have to call it yes or no.
Oh, yeah, but I wanted to remind everyone to unmute yourself so we can, so the clerk can hear you. So, you know, like say Fred Upton votes yes, or so we know who it is. Those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. And the clerk shall call the roll. Unmute yourselves.
Mr. Rush.
No.
Mr. Rush votes no. Miss Eshoo.
Eshoo votes no.
Miss Eshoo votes no. Miss DeGette.
She's not going to be here today, I don't think.
Mr. Doyle.
Yes, Senate.
Mr. Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
No.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Miss Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Miss Matsui votes no. Miss Castor.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Miss Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch. Mr. Tonko.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Mr. Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas of California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Mr. Ruiz from California votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Ms. Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey.
VC votes no.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
Mr. McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Mr. Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith.
Mr. Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr.
I'm sorry,
Johnson.
Mr. Blunt. Yeah, Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long.
Sound.
Mr. Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen is aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan of South Carolina votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko from Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Pallone. Chairman Pallone.
I vote, Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Does any
Mr.
member have not, who's not voted yes?
Mr. Chair, how is Latta recorded?
Madam Clerk?
There's no recorded vote for Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye.
Thank you.
Anyone else who hasn't voted? Does any member want to vote or change his or her vote? Okay, if not, the clerk will report the tally.
On that vote, Mr. Chair, the yeas were 25, the nays were 31.
Okay, thank you, Madam Clerk. The vote is 25 ayes to 31 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other amendments to the AINS? Amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk.
Who would that be?
This is Congressman Scalise.
Oh, Mr. Scalise. Okay, let's go back. And the clerk, do you have the Scalise amendment?
Be number 39, Mr. Chairman.
Number 39.
Yes, I have it.
Okay, the clerk will report the Scalise amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print relating to public health offered by Rep. Scalise of Louisiana. Page 3 after
Without
line
objection,
11.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Scalise amendment will be dispensed with. And
Mr. Chair, serve a point of order.
yes, that is, the point of order is reserved by Ms. Clark. Is that correct? Oh, Ms. Kelly, our vice chair. Yes, our vice chair reserves the point of order, and the Republican whip is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think we all agree in all the COVID relief bills, the main focus is on confronting this virus, rounding the corner and helping families and small businesses who are struggling. And based on where we are today, thank God we all came together in a very bipartisan way over previous relief packages to properly fund Operation Warp Speed, which was President Trump's plan to confront the virus with not just one, but now two proven vaccines that have been given FDA approval, as well as another that's about to come online. And so part of what we did with Operation Warp Speed was allow the president and President Trump to start mass producing that vaccine so that we can get shots in the arms of people as soon as it's approved. We have those two approved. And in fact, if you look at where we're going, we're already over 1.5 million vaccines a day that are being put in the arms of people. What this amendment does, Mr. Chairman, is it calls on the Secretary of HHS to put together a plan to continue to ramp that up. We should have a goal of getting not 100 shots in arms in the first 100 days of the Biden administration, but in fact, we can do 200 million shots in arms if we all pull together and if we're all bold. I've been calling on the Biden administration to put this plan in place for weeks now. I know initially when they said that they came in office, they tried to say there was no plan. Well, I want to show you on this chart, Mr. Chairman, this is where we started when the vaccines came online. The red line indicates when President Biden took the oath of office. We were already increasing to well over 800,000 shots a day prior to President Biden taking the oath of office with this plan that's gotten us to now over 1.5 million a day. That is the Trump plan, and President Biden's adopted it, embraced it. Kind of hard to say there's no plan when you walked in the door with two proven vaccines and over 800,000 shots a day being given to people for vaccine. But what I am suggesting, Mr. Chairman, is that we need to keep pushing to do more, keep pushing to do better. And so we've heard a lot of talk about what's in the bill, what's not in the bill. Clearly, there's hundreds of billions of dollars in this package that has nothing to do with COVID relief. And in fact, bailing out states that were failing prior to COVID with hundreds of billions of dollars. A suggestion that these states are just completely shut down without extra money. Just look at California Governor Gavin Newsom just last week announced more than $10 billion in additional money that his state has. I think if you look at his quotes, Mr. Chairman, the California governor last week said, quote, "We're announcing today $10.3 billion of additional cash above our projections." That was just last week from Governor Newsom. He talked about how he's going to use that to do more things, put more vaccines out there. Of course, we fully funded the vaccines that we have today, this chart right here. What you look at, though, is what we still can do. Again, we've called on the administration, the Biden administration, to put together a plan to go above the Trump plan, to go to 200 million in the first 100 days. For whatever reason, they won't get that to us. But this urges them to do it. But what it also does is even more important. And it says, once they do that, we don't have to come back to Congress. We don't have time to wait. I know it's been suggested earlier, some are saying we should wait for another day. I would just repeat what our ranking member, Ms. McMorris-Rodgers, said, is why not today? If the administration does come back with that plan to do 200 million vaccines in shots in arms in the first 100 days, they shouldn't have to wait to come back to Congress to get that done. We've got a bill right here, right now. And if the chairman accepts this amendment, it'll be in the bill. And now we will be able to get more shots in people's arms. Look, when you go through all of the things that are funded in this bill that have nothing to do with COVID, like hundreds of billions to bail out failed states, why not do more to put vaccines in the arms of people? They've given checks to people that are here illegally. You got super spreader caravans coming up through our southern border. Why not put more shots in the arms of people? As some others have suggested, there's talk that there's going to be a billionaire bailout in this bill. What does that have to do with COVID? Let's put more shots in the arms of people. With this amendment, we not only go on record saying that we want the administration to put that plan on paper, but once that plan is there to get 200 million shots in the arms of people in the first 100 days, They don't need to come back to Congress. It will be fully funded. The best way to round the corner to safely reopen schools, to get our economy back on track, is to get more vaccinations in the arms of Americans. Let's do it now. I urge adoption of the amendment, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Scalise. We have lots of people that want to speak. Next in order of seniority is Ms. Eshu, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. For the new members of the committee, you may not realize this, but Mr. Scalise and I have been pals for a long time. What
Still
I'm
will
going
be
to
after
say,
today.
yeah, no, we still will be. We still will be. These are honest disagreements. I rise in opposition to the amendment because it violates the Byrd Rule, and it would derail this critically important bill. Look, I share my colleagues' enthusiasm for getting more vaccines in the arms of the American people. I stated that in my opening remarks. President Biden has put together a plan. And those two words should be in capital letters because we didn't have a plan before. We do now. The first 100 days of his administration, 100 million doses for people to be vaccinated with. Is that enough? No, but there is a plan, and there are dollars in this legislation for it. As of this week, the Biden-Harris administration is sending out 11 million doses a week nationwide. This is a 28% increase in delivered doses since the new administration took office. They took office January 20th, my friends. I also want to really counter some of the things that Mr. Scalise said. We don't have failed states in our country. We have shortages of resources. This isn't about failed states. This is not about the old trope about border and immigrants and illegals. Don't drag that stuff around anymore. It's so unpleasant, and it's really not factual. We know that states and local governments, I know, I did it for 10 years. I know what the public health departments did in the county. I know that cities hire first responders. I know that states across the country, not just California, have advanced many of their rainy day funds, their reserves, for COVID-related expenses. We are the United States of America. We're not failed states. This is about a partnership. And I might add that the National Governors Association, bipartisan, National Association of Counties, bipartisan, National Association of Cities, bipartisan, the mayors across the country, all bipartisan support that. So unfortunately, I think this amendment would slow down the resources that we're trying to get out the door. It would likely result in the committee's legislative recommendations exceeding the reconciliation directive, and that's too slippery of a slope to approach. So for all of these reasons, I oppose my pal's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Eshu. Next, we go to the committee ranking member, Ms. Rogers, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support Mr. Scalise's amendment, and I urge all our committees to as well, all my colleagues on this committee to strongly consider supporting this amendment. To crush this virus, we need to be bold. And what we're simply asking is that let's find out what it would take. My colleague before me was saying that there was a plan. Well, I think there's still a lot of gaps. There's still a lot of questions that remain answered in what really is the plan from the Biden administration. Simply throwing $1.9 trillion around, spending money is not a plan. We would like to know how many jobs, how many vaccines will it help get in people's arms? How many small businesses is this 1.9 trillion going to rescue? How will it ensure that it is targeted to save lives and reopen our economy, get our kids back to school, restore our way of life? I mean, that is what we are seeking to have answered. That is a plan. We need to get the vaccine in people's arms, and we need to lead with the same urgency that we did to develop these the vaccines through Operation Warp Speed. What we are seeking is urgency, and we are on a great pace. We need to be identifying where those gaps are so that we can even do more. President Biden stated numerous times that his COVID-19 vaccination goal of 100 million vaccinations in his first 100 days. That's the goal that was already close to being met by his predecessor. Let's be bold. Let's really figure out what it's going to take to protect our most vulnerable populations, get people back to work, give people the courage to dream again. We need to increase the vaccination rate. During the last amendment, my colleague, Angie Craig, she said we need to increase the supply of vaccines. Let's do it. I hope that we can do it through this amendment, and I hope that she'll join us in supporting this common sense amendment. It's support for families like Carla's in my district. Carla is a mom of 3 teenagers. They want life to go back to normal. She's a softball coach. 60% of her team is in counseling for anxiety and depression. She's had young athletes call her in the middle of the night who are contemplating suicide. They don't see a way through it. Widespread vaccines to Americans is a way that we will get through it. It's how we're going to reopen and restore our way of life for our kids. If we don't set this ambitious goal today, when will we? Let's do it today. Let's make sure that this committee is leading the new way for America so we can come back stronger than ever. With that, I'm willing to yield to any of my colleagues if they would like.
Yeah, this is Burgess. Would you yield to me?
Yes, I would, Dr. Burgess. I yield to Dr. Burgess.
Thank you. I just wanted to make a note of the fact that in one of my counties, Denton County, they opened a vaccine hub a couple of weeks ago, and it has been enormously successful. Obviously, the rate limiting step is the number of vaccines that are available. So we certainly need to work on that. But I would just hold up the experience in Denton County as one that use that as a template in other areas. They put up on their Denton County Health Department website a sign up for people in the so-called 1B category. That's people over the age of 65, under the age of 65 with other certain medical conditions. They identified over 300,000 people who would be eligible in Denton County. And I do live in an area where there's significant vaccine hesitancy, but still over 220,000 people enrolled in that. And they have proceeded. In fact, last week, they were given an allotment of 12,000 vaccines. They all went out Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of last week. People reported very satisfactory experience. It took just a minimal amount of time. We can do this. We have the technology. We have the manpower. We have the volunteer corps that is willing to provide this service to our constituents. So we should do nothing that would limit our ability to get this vaccine into the arms of people who are willing to take it. And I so thank Mr. Scalise for offering the amendment. I think it's an important part of what we do. Yeah, we're capable of doing more. Let's do it. I yield back.
And Ms. Rogers yields back as well. So we go to, in order of seniority, Ms. Castor. Castor, the gentlewoman from Florida.
Thank you, Chairman Pallone. I move to strike the last word and speak in opposition to the Scalise amendment. I think we're all moving in the same direction and share the same goal to act as quickly as possible to improve America's vaccine distribution. The difference of opinion we have here is that I think we share the sense of urgency, but looking back, we have to learn the lessons of the past. And boy, it was a mess. And thank goodness, since President Biden has come in, we have seen significant improvement and a ramp up in vaccine distribution and an eye towards doing it in an equitable way. I mean, just since taking office, President Biden has taken swift action to improve the distribution and supply. He's required the development of a public dashboard with real-time data. That is the chief complaint I heard from my governor, Republican Ron DeSantis, and his emergency operations team. They didn't know when they would be receiving vaccine, how much they would be receiving. So this has been a huge improvement. They now know the amount of vaccine that will be on its way, and they don't have to make false promises or provide false information to folks across the state of Florida about making appointments and such. President Biden has also used the Defense Production Act to accelerate the production of ancillary supplies necessary for speeding vaccine distribution, especially those syringes to help get the extra dose out of the vial. And the Biden administration, with their national response team, has purchased 100 million doses of the Pfizer and Moderna vaccines while shipping more out every week. But that's not going to be enough, and that's why we're here today, to continue the progress. But we have to pass the American Rescue Plan. And for a minute there, I thought Representative Scalise was arguing in favor of the American Rescue Plan, because we have got to make sure that folks on the ground have the resources that they need. So this committee print provides $7.5 billion for vaccine distribution and activities through the CDC. It establishes community vaccination centers. It ramps up mobile units, particularly to underserved areas. That is a real and present problem now, and we need to provide the funds to address it. And I want to associate myself with the remarks of my colleague Scott Peters when it comes to data and reporting. It is a mess. Our IT systems on data and health reporting are outdated. This bill will provide funds to modernize those systems. And then I hope in future months we'll be able to address some incentives to avoid the manipulation of data that we saw here in my state of Florida and at the federal level. This American Rescue Plan also provides significant resources to help with communication, so people will know where, when, and how that they can get vaccinated. But we've got to be proactive, and it's only through this American Rescue Plan that we'll be able to get there. I've already seen a sea change with the Biden administration. Just yesterday, they were announcing new appointments at pharmacies all across the state of Florida. If we want that progress to continue, we've got to act urgently, and we've got to act in accord with the plan, the American Rescue Plan. So I encourage all of my colleagues to defeat this amendment, and let's move on to the big package. Thanks. I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Castor. Next, I have Mr. Latta, Bob Latta.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. I speak in support of the gentleman's amendment. It's so important that we increase the number of dosage. I'm sure, like many of you, every day I get the numbers first thing in the morning, not only in the country, but across the state of Ohio in my district. I think that today we're over 46.7 million vaccines have been given, or about 1.1 million in the state of Ohio. But we want to make sure that we're getting more vaccines out there, because again, we want to make sure that we're getting our kids in K through 12 schools back in the classroom, because, you know, we look at these numbers of the number of children that have failed in the last year, the numbers. We want to make sure that our classrooms are open back up. I've been speaking with my colleges and universities. We want to make sure that, you know, the universities are open across our country. Just yesterday, I got a call from an individual in my district. They own a couple of movie theaters, and how they've been hurt because they can't open up and really get people back into the theaters. So it's so important that we make sure that we're helping our small businesses across our districts. And not only that, you know, this is the thing about our restaurants out there. All those people that have been so hurt across the entire country from not having the restaurants open. You know, the other day I saw a news report in New York City where they're saying that during the blizzard, well, because of the blizzard, you can't eat outdoors today. Well, you know, we got to get people back into the restaurants. So again, we can't have these people out there in our small mom and pop shops hanging on by their fingernails. So it's so important that we get the number of vaccines up and more people vaccinated across the country. And so with that, Mr. Chairman, again, I do support the gentleman's amendment. And if there's anyone on our side that would like the balance of my time, I'll yield to them at this time. Mr. Carter.
Okay.
Does anyone want Mr. Latta's time? Buddy? Mr.
Yes,
Carter?
sir. Could I have it?
Yes.
Go ahead.
I guess.
I yield to Mr. Carter.
Buddy, you're recognized. I'm Mr. Latta.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, roughly just over 1 year ago, we detected the first COVID-19 vaccines or cases here in America. President Trump immediately initiated Operation Warp Speed to develop vaccines and therapeutics to treat the virus. Under his leadership, Operation Warp Speed worked with the private sector to develop and get 2 vaccines approved in just under 1 year. We all know there was nothing short of a miracle. Additionally, it appears that the Johnson & Johnson vaccine could be approved in the coming weeks, possibly getting 3 vaccines in distribution. Before entering office, President Biden set a goal of 1 million vaccinations a day. On President Trump's last week in office, we already averaged over 900,000 vaccines a day, and we are now over 1 million. There's no reason we can't put a plan in action to increase this up to 2 million vaccinations per day, especially with more vaccines coming down the pipeline. We should be more ambitious, and we should work together as Republicans and Democrats to accomplish this for the good of the American people. This amendment will help us put a plan and course of action to accomplish this goal. I urge support from my colleagues for Congressman Scalise's amendment. Thank you, and I yield back.
Mr. Latta? Okay.
Mr. Guthrie's.
Thanks. I just wanted to agree with what Mr. Carter said. If you look at where we were in Operation Warp Speed, we were at 900,000, approaching 1 million. And what we're saying is, why don't we just be more expansive and move forward? The process is going to get better as we go forward anyway. We're getting better at it. There was real concern where states were going to get their allotment, but not know the exact day, the exact time, and had to change appointments. Those are things that you figure out as you move forward. But we are above the million a day. We're already meeting the goal the president set that within a couple of weeks of him being in office because of the previous work. So what Mr. Scalise wants to do, let's up this standard and let's get to 2 million so we can get back to normal. So I support the amendment and ask my colleagues to do so. Agree as well.
Mr. Latta, do you yield back? I think he said yes.
I yield back.
Okay. So next, I don't see any oh no, Dr. Schreier's hand is up. Okay, Kim, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm going to strike the last word. I believe that the premise of this amendment is unnecessary. President Biden has already revised upwards his goal to 150 million in the first 100 days. And in addition, if the Johnson & Johnson vaccine is approved and given authorization, it will go up to 200 million. And so, and the resource is already there in this package. So I would encourage my colleagues to vote no on this amendment because I believe it is unnecessary. Thank you. I yield back.
Gentlewoman yields back. Next is David McKinley. recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I've got a procedural question first, and that is, when we were in committee room last year and prior to the COVID, we used to get a copy of the amendment. Do we all have copies of that amendment?
I believe they're emailed. Let me check. They should be emailed. Did you get it, or you
Okay,
want to see?
apparently I didn't get one, so let me do. Could you repeat again? What is the amendment?
This is the Scalise
I
amendment.
know it's a Scalise amendment. I'm saying, what does it do?
Want me to summarize it?
Yeah,
What?
please, I'll trust you.
Well, why don't we let the
I'll be
whip,
happy to.
Mr. Scalise will summarize it.
Thank you.
Thanks. Yeah, Ms. McKinley, the amendment would, number one, urge the Secretary of Health and Human Services to put together a plan to get to 2 million a day in vaccines. And look, we've been asking them this for the weeks. I've specifically asked the Biden administration to put this plan together to let us know what they need. I said, look, there are a lot of Republicans and Democrats who want to up the goal, but you need to tell us what you need. And they haven't been able to get us that answer. So what happens if a week from now they just ram this bill through? We don't do this. And a week from now, the administration comes back and says, okay, now we know what we need to ramp it up. Here are the things we need. The bill's already gone. This amendment ensures that once they put that plan together, there's actual money in place to implement it. And again, we already have over 1 million a day. This is when President Trump's Operation Warp Speed through the FDA finally started approving vaccines to be administered. And we were over 800,000 a day shots, vaccines being put in the arms of people when Joe Biden took office as president of the United States. So, I know they like saying there was no plan. I don't know if they think that these vaccines fell out of the sky. 2 vaccines got approved by the FDA, and over 800,000 vaccines a day were being put in the arms of people when President Biden took the oath of office. So to say that 100 million in the first 100 days is a plan, that was the Trump plan. And it was a great plan.
Okay.
What we're saying is we know a lot more now. Let's put the resources out there. If and when the Secretary of HHS goes bigger and bolder, let's encourage them to do more. They can do more, but they told us they don't know what they need. This amendment says, once you tell us what you need, if you need more, here it is, as opposed to passing this bill today. And they might not have the tools they need a week from now. This gives them those tools. Let's not wait. Let's do more. Let's be bolder.
Okay.
David, just so let me just repeat, because I just checked again. So we asked everybody for their email. I think we have all of them. If we don't, you want to, tell your staff to send us yours, but I think we have them all.
Let me work that out. I'll work that out.
Okay.
More internal. But I've got.
As soon as Mr. Scalise, as soon as the clerk calls it up, it gets emailed out to you. All right?
Let me
So
strike
you're
the last word
recognized.
Let me, Mr. Chairman, let me strike the last word and comment about the amendment.
You're recognized.
So what I'm understanding is there's merely trying to go to 2 million. I must be missing something. Why would we not want to encourage to go to 2 million? We're seeing the benefits in West Virginia of getting the vaccine out. We're seeing our schools opening up again. Some of our businesses are trying to open up again. We're seeing some benefits of this. Why in the world? Maybe I'm just missing something. There's something quietly in the background here. Why isn't there? Why wouldn't we go to 2 million? I hear the debate on this. It's working in West Virginia. I'm sure it's working in some other areas. Why wouldn't we encourage going to 2 million? Now, I heard a few minutes ago someone saying about how after President Biden took office, skyrocketed the amount of vaccines that are available. I find that a little offensive, Mr. Chairman, because they're acting as though was Donald Trump making the vaccine in the basement of the White House. He had nothing to do with this. This was from the manufacturers, pharmaceuticals, putting this thing out, and they're getting better at it. So why aren't we getting it in the arms of more people across America? Because that was my opening statement I made to you, was I think getting the vaccine should be our top priority, far more than anything else that we're going to be working on today on all these amendments. Getting that in the arms of people, because that will open up our schools and open up our businesses. So why in the world would someone say, I'd rather stay at 1 million a day instead of 2? Let's be more aspirational. Let's reach out to try to get this thing solved rather than play political football with this. So with that, Mr. Chairman, I'm just at a loss why we would not adopt 2 million a day rather than 1. We see the benefits. So unless someone else wants more balance my time, I yield back.
Right. Does Mr. Joyce want Mr. McKinley's time?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I'll gladly do that.
You're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank my friend, the Republican whip, Steve Scalise, for offering this important amendment. As we know, President Trump's Operation Warp Speed has been successful at delivering multiple FDA-approved COVID-19 vaccines in less than a year. Again, this is truly an accomplishment that's unparalleled in medical history. These vaccines clearly are our pathway out of this pandemic, and we must act now to ensure a quick distribution. This is why it's so disappointing to see the Biden administration back off of the bold leadership offered by President Trump and merely aim for the status quo. Now is not the time to shrink away from leadership on this front. When the Biden administration began, one of their first steps was to cloud the waters with and misrepresent the path that had already been laid out for them. They made incorrect statements that they were left with no plan and put forth a new plan that looked remarkably like the plan that President Trump already had in place. Mr. Scalise offers an amendment to double the current pace. This is the exact type of leadership that many had hoped the Biden administration would have opted for. Our constituents are counting on us to get their kids back into school. Our constituents are counting on us to allow their businesses to reopen. I strongly urge each member of this committee to approve this amendment, and I yield the remainder of my time.
All right, Mr. McKinley, you yield back? I guess he does. All right, we'll go to Nanette Barragan. Is recognized. Ms. Barragan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you to strike the last word and oppose this amendment.
Woman's
I'm
recognized.
hearing, thank you. I'm hearing inaccurate statements that I had to say. Let's remember that the former administration had multiple offers from Pfizer to get additional doses so that there would be more vaccines for the end of the second quarter of 2021. And the White House refused to order more vaccines and to lock them in. So sure, we have a supply problem, but let's not forget one of the reasons why we have this supply problem. It's because the former administration under Trump refused to take the opportunity to order those extra Pfizer vaccines in mind. Number two, we keep hearing about Operation Warp Speed, great program, but let's not forget Pfizer vaccine was not funded under Operation Warp Speed. The vaccine that every single member of Congress has, including my colleagues on the other side, was not funded by Operation Warp Speed. So is it great we have it? Absolutely. Is it great we did Operation Warp Speed? Absolutely. But the administration completely failed to order more doses. And number two, they failed to have a national strategy. They basically said, we'll leave it up to the states. They can do whatever they want. And it failed, completely failed. So the need for this American Rescue Plan by the Biden administration is because of the failure of the prior administration. And we are seeing COVID-19 decimate communities, including communities of color, low-income communities who are not having equal access to the vaccine. Now, we have heard also from states claiming that there was a huge miscommunication from the Trump administration about the number of vaccines that they could expect to receive. The goals that were even set by the former administration fell woefully short. By December 31st, 2020, fewer than 3 million individuals had received even one dose of the vaccine, and the total administered vaccine doses did not cross 20 million until January 23rd, 2021. So make no mistake, there was no plan, rescue plan to put in that national plan. It's needed to get back directly in the hands of community health centers and clinics who are serving the underinsured and underserved communities. There's also talk about, well, we don't know where this money's going to go to. Nobody's telling us. Well, I suggest you read what's in the American Rescue Plan. Highlight just a few of those so we understand where that money is going to go from, because the plan is in writing. This needs to be read. The American plan requests $8 billion for improving COVID-19 vaccine administration and distribution, including vaccination clinics and mobile vaccination units, a vaccine awareness campaign, and increasing the federal Medicaid assistance percentage to Medicaid recipients of a vaccine. It's also requesting $5 billion for research, development, and manufacturing vaccine therapeutics and ancillary supplies. There's specific I can tell you about if you want to know. Mobile units. Let's talk about mobile units. So critically important. I serve a district that's the fourth poorest in California. 90% American. Go to our hospitals and you could see who's getting infected at higher rates. Our low-income communities, communities of color that, frankly, were being left behind. This plan is going to make sure there's mobile units so that we can get vaccines to people in the communities. We heard today about Denton and having that be a model. People could go online to get an appointment. People in my district and across many districts across California and this United States don't have access to the internet. Or maybe they're essential workers working 10-hour days because they're driving a bus or they're providing janitorial services or they're working in grocery stores. So guess what? They don't have all day to stay on the internet to try to get that appointment. We're seeing that happen. So we need to bring the vaccine into communities by getting it to the community health centers, to the mobile units, which is one of the things this plan will invest in and will make sure it is happening. So money is needed to also go to administering this vaccine. And the last thing I want to quickly recognize is there are now announcements and setups of vaccination sites. They're going to be FEMA run by the federal government, a partner now coming in to help do mass vaccination sites that are critically needed. And those are barely starting to open up, but there's another investment in our communities that are low income, that are communities of color, and those who should have access. So sure, we need more vaccines, and let's just be clear that we have a short supply because there was a refusal to order those by the prior administration. So this plan is needed, sorely needed by the American people. And that's why I support it. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. All right, next we have Mr. Upton is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
And I don't think I'll use all my time, but I just want to say, I want to remind my colleagues that those of us that were here in the 90s, we passed landmark legislation to do something that was pretty important. We doubled the money for the NIH. Henry Waxman and I were the two leads in the House. John McCain and Paul Wellstone were the two leads in the Senate. We got it done. And we funded it. What Mr. Scalise is trying, what Steve is trying to do here is answer the question that is on everybody's mind. When am I going to get my vaccine? We were, thanks to Operation Warp Speed and working together in a bipartisan way, we're well on the way to getting 1 million vaccines delivered into the arms of Americans, 1 million a day. That's 100 million in 100 days. We're on that path to do that. What our new president, President Biden, is trying to do, and he unveiled this a couple weeks ago, to double that, to get to 200 million. We want to see that succeed. I spent considerable amount of time this morning with my local county health department. My home county here in Southwest Michigan is about 170,000 people or thereabouts. They're getting 1,400 vaccines a week, way short of what we need to do to get to 200 million a day in the first 100 days. Next week, they've already been told that that count, which has been roughly pretty stable, is going to be cut by 30%. So the sites that they've already identified, they'll get that count Friday. They'll get it delivered Monday or Tuesday. They've got sites. They did a site this week at one of my school districts. Many of my teachers were able to qualify. They're already telling the school district next week that, you know what, we're not going to be able to do what we promised or what we thought we'd get only last week. It's going to be cut short. Why is it that we can't answer the question of providing our new president with what he wants that we all want? 200 million in the first 100 days. That's what this amendment does. When you talk about COVID-related expenses and what we ought to be doing, it's helping our small businesses, not hurting them. It's making sure that our companies like a Pfizer, great company in my district that's making this vaccine, but Moderna, Johnson & Johnson, that they have the resources so that we can, in fact, deliver the answer to what Americans of all walks of life really want in every community across the country. Not only our first responders and our healthcare workers, and we're still not up to speed in terms of providing all of them the shots yet, but our seniors. We see these lines on TV that are sometimes blocks long. We look at these stadiums with, seems like an endless drove of cars in line waiting for that shot. I was visiting my grandson who turned 1 year old this last week. I was out of state, and we went to a local pharmacy, CVS, and the parking lot was full. The answer was people were waiting for a vaccine. They were going to call them on their cell phone to come in to roll up that sleeve to get that vaccine. We want to see that happen in every community. That's what this amendment does. It ought to be bipartisan. It ought to be part of the equation. And maybe you change the number. You tell the speaker, you tell the chairman of the budget committee, instead of 1.9, it's going to be 1.902. In essence, an asterisk to try and make sure that, in fact, we deliver on the promise, the goal that our new president has of 200 million vaccines delivered in the first 100 days, not just what we were already on course to do, 100 million. So I would urge all of us, certainly my Republican side, but the Democratic side as well, to say, you know what, this is worth it. This is an answer to the question that virtually every American has. When am I going to get my vaccine? This is going to go a long way to deliver that, and I would urge all my colleagues to vote for it. And I yield to anyone on my side that would like my remaining 6 seconds. I guess that's not worth it. I yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Fred. Next is Darren Soto. His hand is up. He's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. This is yet another sabotage amendment that would break the reconciliation rules and kill the bill. I think it's important we have a fact check time. Thank you, Rep. Barragan for highlighting that Pfizer was not part of Operation Warp Speed. This is the second time in 2 weeks we've had to bring up that fact. Operation Warp Speed promised 20 million vaccinations before the end of 2020. It failed miserably. Tragically, fewer than 3 million Americans even received one dose in that time period by the end of 2020. They achieved less than 15% of their goal, and we have folks calling it a success. That's not a success, that's a failure. And the American people understand this was a failure, and that more Americans needlessly died because of this failure. And that's why we have a new president. And President Biden came in and got to work. He invoked the Defense Production Act to accelerate vaccine supplies. He developed a public dashboard so that we actually have transparency and purchased 100 million more doses of Pfizer and Moderna. Even as important, Biden has provided vaccine supply certainty to states. Florida received a 16% increase in our allotment to 307,000 doses a week. And we are guaranteed this amount for the next few weeks. Under President Trump, our state held back half our doses because our vaccine allotments were only announced 1 week in advance. We were literally fighting the pandemic in Florida with one hand tied behind our back. Now vaccines come off the assembly line, they're quickly getting to states with reliable certainty weeks in advance, and shots are getting into arms. Constituents can register online, go to health departments, and now we have federally qualified health clinics. Publix and Walmart, under the federal pharmacy program, are now in the mix. In discussing the federal pharmacy program, a major Florida leader stated this week, "This is a great day because we're announcing the expansion of vaccine availability in Florida, working with the feds for about a month." That leader, our Republican Governor Ron DeSantis. Biden's American Rescue Plan is working. That's why we're here today to vote to support it and to continue this expansion of vaccines so we could get back to normal. Thank you. And I yield back.
Thank you, Darren. Next is Gus Bilirakis is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I appreciate it very much. I rise in support of, I strike the last word, but I rise in support of Whip Scalise's amendment. You know, folks, in my opinion, Operation Warp Speed has done a great job. Let's build, let's not get negative. Let's build on this success with the current administration. I don't see a darn thing wrong with this amendment. First of all, it doubles to 2 million vaccines over 100 days. I believe that's the case. I don't have the amendment in front of me, unfortunately. And what's wrong with that? Setting these goals. Let's move forward. Let's don't look back. Let's move forward. And I'm not, if I'm not mistaken, Representative Scalise talked about HHS. What's wrong with asking HHS for advice on what they need? That's responsible. That's responsible legislation. Why wouldn't we want to do that? Why would we be against that? I just don't understand it. You know, and also we need to train our healthcare officials to administer the vaccine. And also we need more healthcare officials. So we do need more funds. So, you know, again, in Florida, we made improvements. My friend, Mr. Soto, is right. I had a suggestion just the other day. I mean, our seniors in particular, when they sign up and they register for the vaccine, they shouldn't have to go back online and log in when they're informed that there are more vaccines available. So the state listened to us. So you register once and you get informed, you get a call back saying when the vaccine is available. We're making strides. We need to work together. And I believe that this amendment does just that. So I'll yield back the balance of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Gus. A lot of people still have their hand up, even though they spoke. But so I think the only one that hasn't is Debbie Lesko. Is your hand still up?
Yes, thank you, Mr.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I'm totally in support of Whip Scalise's amendment. Only 9%, or I think less than 9% of this overall COVID relief package is actually dedicated to vaccinations. Yet that is probably the biggest problem we have right now in the United States. So why not ask the powers to be what could get us more vaccinations so we could solve it? I can share with you what's happening in Arizona. I have, my district has a huge senior citizen population. And I can tell you from firsthand experience that these folks are desperate. We're talking people in their 80s and their 90s. Some of them don't have computers. They're calling in, trying to get vaccine appointments. And the phone lines are busy. As I said earlier in my opening statement, last week there was 21,000 vaccination appointments available through the state website, and it was snapped up. All the slots were filled in 39 minutes. We have constituents calling my office all the time saying, help, how do we get more vaccines? And so because of this, there's obviously not a problem with people wanting vaccines. I mean, that was originally, people thought, okay, people are going to be nervous about getting vaccines. Well, that's not the case here in Arizona. We have more demand than we have supply. Every night, just about on our local TV stations, there's stories of senior citizens sharing how they're scared to death because they're not able to get their vaccines. And, these people are in their 80s and 90s, and they have to travel hours just to get over to the football stadium, which operates 24 hours a day to vaccinate people. And so the governor of our state, our two Democratic senators, Kirsten Sinema and Mark Kelly, I led a letter. We have all asked for more vaccines from the Biden administration, and so has all of the Republican Congress members, and I believe all of the Democrat Congress members from Arizona. We keep asking the Biden administration and FEMA for more vaccines, and so far we have been denied. And so to me, I keep hearing these stories, similar stories from my colleagues about how there's this huge demand and we're not getting enough vaccines. So why in the world would we not want to approve an amendment of Mr. Scalise's that says, let's get to the bottom of this. Let's figure out how we can get more vaccines. Because this is what people care about. I mean, I don't know about your districts, but this is the number one issue. Is people are scared to death, and if they can get more vaccines, then more people can get back to work, more businesses can open. It's like that's what's needed first. And so I totally support Representative Scalise's amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Do we have any? Oh, Dan, okay. Oh, no, we have a whole bunch of seniority. Dr. Bouchon is recognized.
Thank you. Sorry, I had my video off for a short period of time. I thought others ahead of me would be speaking, but they didn't. Look, as it relates to viruses, of course, we don't want to forget about therapeutics, but what's really critical in viral disease, and that's vaccinations. I mean, if you look historically from a medical standpoint, how do you deal with viral diseases? And that is preventing people from getting the disease in the first place, because up until only really recently, when we developed a treatment and cure for hepatitis C, there was no substantial cure for a viral illness once you have it. Some like the measles and others, the chicken pox, your body responds to them, and most of the time you recover. So the critical thing for this disease is we have to get people vaccinated. There's just no other way. If we want to decrease the death rates and case rates in this country, we have to get more people vaccinated more quickly. because the longer it takes to get our population vaccinated, the longer it's going to take to develop a herd immunity for people who haven't had the vaccine yet. And we're going to continue to have cases. I mean, the virus is endemic. You're not going to stamp out the virus by hoping that it goes away or treating people who have it. You're going to get it to be minimized by getting people immune. So this is a really important amendment that I support. I mean, the faster we get people immunized, again, remember, the faster we get the death rates down, and then critically, we get our economy and our lives back. Because the other things that we don't think about a lot is, what are the other detrimental effects? There are people that get the disease, and that's tragic when we have deaths, and also people are very sick. But the other things that are happening in our society, high suicide rates, recidivism on drug and alcohol abuse, which I spoke to earlier on another amendment, child abuse cases not being reported because kids aren't in school, where about half the cases are reported by educators. I mean, the list is long. So this is a critical amendment to up the rate of vaccination so that we can get back to normal. We can cure people, prevent people from getting the disease, but we can also get our lives back, get our economy back, get people back to work, and stop all these other problems, get kids back in school. So I'm very supportive of this. Again, from a medical standpoint, how do you deal with a virus? You prevent people from getting it. And that's what we need to do here. With that, I yield back. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is John Curtis, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Is recognized.
Thank you. I'd like to point out that Pfizer did take advantage of the regulatory easing on Operation Warp Speed, and I want to make sure that's very clear, and that the government agreed to buy $200 million of their doses. And with that, I yield my time to Buddy Carter.
I thank the gentleman for yielding, and I want to make the same point that Mr. Curtis just made, and that is that Pfizer did benefit from Operation Warp Speed. Granted, we appreciate everything they've done, but not only did we in the federal government guarantee that we would buy vaccines from them so that they could go ahead and manufacture, but also the original genome for the virus came from the National Institutes of Health. So Pfizer was assisted in that respect as well. So just want to go on the record as stating that this is a correction to what was said earlier, that Pfizer did indeed benefit from Operation Warp Speed. At the same time, we appreciate everything that Pfizer has done. They've gotten the vaccine out. It's been very helpful. Obviously, vaccines are the single most life-saving innovation in the history of medicine, and we've got to get more vaccines out there. That's why we're making such a big deal out of this. And I'll yield back to the gentleman from Utah.
Mr. Chairman, I yield my time. Let me yield to Gary Palmer.
I thank the gentleman. I just want to really clarify put it a little more clearly what these other gentlemen have been saying, particularly Dr. Bouchon, that getting this up to 2 million vaccinations a day, and vaccinating 100 million people, a vote on this amendment is really a vote on life and death. If you look at the effectiveness of the vaccines, it should reduce infection rates by about 85%. But even if someone gets COVID, it reduces the severity in a very demonstrable way. So this is a life and death vote on this amendment. We shouldn't even be talking about this. We ought to just do it. I yield back to the gentleman from Utah, Mr. Curtis.
Thank you. Seeing none other of my colleagues, I yield my time.
Thank you. And next we go to Dan Crenshaw for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Look, it seems to me that opposition to this amendment seems to be rooted in continuing the false narrative that the Trump administration had no plan. Because if my Democrat colleagues were to acknowledge that indeed the Trump administration had a very good plan called Operation Warp Speed, and then that plan manifested into a distribution plan that resulted, by the time Joe Biden took office, around 1 million vaccinations a day. They would have to acknowledge that, and then they'd have to further acknowledge that the Biden administration's current plan is just the same thing, which is fine. It was a good plan. But I don't know why we have such a problem simply asking them to do better and offering our assistance to do so. There's been a lot of talk about Pfizer not being part of Operation Warp Speed. That is not true, not true at all. They received a contract for almost $2 billion back in July in contracting through the Operation Warp Speed program. There's this other talk that the U.S. government had the option to purchase more from Pfizer in particular, but this neglects the fact that in good governance, and especially trying to plan ahead for vaccinations, you might want to buy and contract with other companies creating the vaccine too, with a limited amount of resources, which is exactly what that administration did. I've heard no arguments as to why that would not be a prudent thing to do. Look, so instead of focusing on the past, and instead of desperately trying to continue to win the election that you already won, and trying to bash the Trump administration, why not look forward? Why not look forward? Every single person here, I think, wants more vaccines. I don't know why this is such a hard thing to get behind. I yield the remainder of my time to Representative Scalise.
Well, I thank my friend for yielding, Mr. Crenshaw. And look, again, I don't know why some people want to act like they're self-appointed fact checkers and say things that just aren't accurate. This is a statement from Pfizer in December 23rd of 2020, where they talk about the additional work that they're doing with the U.S. government to supply more vaccine. In fact, 100 million more vaccinations. And they go on to say, securing more doses from Pfizer and BioNTech for delivery in the second quarter of 2021 further expands our supply of doses across the Operation Warp Speed portfolio. That's from the HHS secretary. And then you've got the CEO of Pfizer saying, with these 100 million doses, additional doses, the CEO of Pfizer, with these 100 million additional doses, the United States will be able to protect more individuals and hopefully end this devastating pandemic more quickly, said Albert Bourla, Chairman and CEO of Pfizer. We look forward to continuing our work with the U.S. government and healthcare providers across the country. Again, you don't have to like Donald Trump to at least recognize that it was the Trump administration. We were here when there were no vaccines. Operation Warp Speed, we all worked on with the president to get Operation Warp Speed up and running, fully funded. And under President Trump, we were ramping up on vaccines every day till when President Biden right here took office, over 800,000 people a day were getting vaccinated. If you're going to say that wasn't a plan, then where did these vaccines come from? They came from Operation Warp Speed. You just saw the CEO of Pfizer acknowledging that, and that they worked with the U.S. government to add an additional 100 million. And of course, you need 2 shots for somebody to be fully vaccinated. All we're saying is let's be more bold. We've asked the Biden administration to get us their data on what it will take to get to 200 million in the first 100 days. The Trump plan was 100 million. Let's be bigger, let's be bolder, but tell us what you need. And they haven't been able to do that yet. This amendment just says when they do, and hopefully it's tomorrow or next week, but this bill will be gone by then. Let's make sure in this bill we've given them the tools they need to do it, to build on what's already been done with Operation Warp Speed. Let's continue to do more. And I would yield back to my friend from Texas, Mr. Crenshaw.
Thank you. I yield back the rest of my time.
Thank you. Yield myself 5 minutes and yield to Ms. Eshu, whose hand is up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. For the record, I think that there are some things that are, some issues that are being conflated here. Operation Warp Speed, successful. We invested in that. We did the right thing. Pfizer did not get a dime, take a dime That was their own choice. They did all of their own research and development. What we did was to guarantee a market for that vaccine if, in fact, it was approved by the FDA. It was approved by the FDA. Thank God. Thank God for all of that. Thank God for all of that, and to the scientists and the work that they did. NIH developed Moderna. Those are the two vaccines that are out on the market now. Where I fault the Trump administration is when Pfizer got their approval and went to the Trump administration, they said, we will buy 100 million doses, which was limiting, and then had a fit when Pfizer went to sell in the UK. Now we're in the Biden administration. They are purchasing more from Pfizer. So that is all good. It's up to 200 million doses. So I think it's important to know, to have those facts on the record. The Biden administration is 3 weeks old. 3 weeks old. Now, going back to the limited contract with Pfizer, I called Dr. Kadlik and said, why are you limiting the contract? Why are we not buying more from Pfizer? And he said, well, it's a long story. It's complicated. It's this, it's that. I said, why don't you start with the population of the people of the United States of America? Doesn't that make sense? We know we have to inoculate at least 300 million people. Why not buy that dosage? But they didn't. They limited it to 100 million doses. Now the administration is 3 weeks old. They're buying more, and we are providing the resources in the American Rescue Act for even more than that. The goal being that 300 million Americans will be inoculated, receive the vaccine, whether it's Pfizer, Moderna, hopefully Johnson & Johnson, and hopefully another pharmaceutical company will receive approval, at least an EUA from the FDA. So I think that, you know, to conflate this, we don't have enough, we should be doing more. The more is on the table. The more is on the table. It's in the bill. I don't know who has read the bill or hasn't read the bill. It seems to me that there are a lot of people that haven't read the bill. They've read their amendments, written their amendments. We're talking past each other. What you're suggesting in your amendments is that we don't have enough, we need to do more. The more is in the bill. So I hope that this is somewhat enlightening, especially when it comes to Pfizer, because the Trump administration had the ability, and I know that Pfizer offered more, but they would only do a contract for 100 million doses. So go figure. But those are the facts. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. I yield back. Now I see no other Republican, so I'm going to move to Mr. O'Halloran. Mr. O'Halloran, Tom, you're recognized for 5 minutes. Is he there?
Yeah, he's here.
All right.
I'm just trying to get my picture up there, but hopefully it gets up there in a second. Anyway, not to lose time here. I'm just trying to do some simple math. At the end of December, we approved $20 billion for vaccine. We are approving more in this bill. I thought I heard a little while ago that 100 million doses were bought back in the prior administration from Pfizer for $2 billion. You can buy a whole lot of vaccine for $20 billion, plus another about $5 billion this time around. And we've already bought 200 million doses. So at the end of January. So we have a lot more. I haven't seen where the discrepancy is that we don't have any money to buy more doses, and that we don't have money to buy more doses in the hundreds of millions going forward between now and, say, June. So if somebody can just let me know about that, I'd appreciate it. But that's the fact of how that bill looked, and that's all I'd like to know. The analysis is, do we have enough money or not enough money? It appears we do have enough money to continue buying hundreds of millions of doses. Potentially, if the 100 million at 2 billion is correct, we have enough to buy 6, 7, 800 million doses right now without doing this amendment. So, and I yield.
Thank you, John. I don't see any other members that wish to speak on the Scalise amendment.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
this is Robin Kelly. I withdraw my point of order.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So we will, if there's no further debate, we will proceed to a vote on the Scalise amendment. Please unmute yourself so that we can hear your response to the voice vote. Unless somebody's asking for a recorded one, we're going to go to a voice vote. All those in favor of the Scalise amendment will signify by saying aye.
Mr. Chairman, we're asking for a recorded vote.
Okay, we'll go to a recorded vote. Again, please unmute yourself and please say, Pallone votes no or Rogers vote yes, so we know who's saying it. Those in favor of the amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the Scalise amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. Deget. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
I'm against.
Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey.
Vesey from Fort Worth votes no.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly from Illinois votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Gone, no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
Mr. McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton from Michigan votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess from Texas votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Mr. Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith, aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Yeah, Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson.
Votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan.
Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko from Arizona votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Mr.
Ms.
Chairman.
Schakowsky? I thought I heard her.
This is Kathy.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Rogers?
Mark Wayne Mullen is having trouble
I'm on
connecting.
now. I'm on now. I just got on.
Okay, great. There he is.
So you guys are going to have to give me
Just
caught up.
say, just ask how you,
How is Mr. Mullen recorded?
Mr.
how did
Mullen is
Armstrong
not
vote?
recorded.
How did Kelly? I vote yes.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Mr. Mullen votes aye.
And Ms. Schakowsky is recorded as a no, correct?
I am a no. Schakowsky is no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no.
Okay. Is there anyone else who's not recorded?
Okay, I'm out on.
Mark Wayne voted yes. All right. Kim Schreier? How is Ms. Schreier recorded?
Schreier's not recorded.
Ms. Schreier? Can you hear us?
Kim Schreier.
How do you want to vote?
Okay.
Ms. Schreier, did she say how she wants to vote?
I don't have a recorded vote for her, sir.
Mr. Chairman, can you clarify what we're voting on?
We're voting on the Scalise amendment, which I mean, I guess I could ask him to describe
Schreier
it.
votes no. I don't know if you can hear me.
We can. Madam Clerk, how is Ms. Schreier?
Mr. Chairman, it's Buddy Carter. Can you hear me?
Ms.
Yeah.
Schreier
recorded?
votes no.
All right, Ms. Schreier is a no. Mr. Carter, is he recorded?
Carter's not recorded.
Schreier
Mr.
votes
Carter?
no.
Mr. Carter votes yes.
Mr. Carter votes aye.
All right, so let's review this. Mr. Carter is an aye. Mr. Mullen is an aye.
There's no
Ms.
message.
Schreier is a no.
Can you hear us? Can anybody hear this?
Schreier votes no.
Can you hear us?
Yes. Has anyone
Schreier votes
else?
no.
She can't hear you. They can't hear you.
I can't.
Schreier is recorded as a no.
Schreier votes no.
She can't hear you. Right to the.
There's no way to write.
I can hear her. All right, Madam Clerk, let's just review the ones who came later. Ms. Schakowsky, Ms. Schreier, Mr. Mullen, and Mr. Carter. How were they recorded?
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Ms. Schreier votes no. And you said Mr. Mullen?
Is recorded as should be an aye.
Mr. Mullen is aye, and Mr. Carter is an aye.
Okay. Is there anyone else who is missing and who wants to vote?
Do they see your video?
All right, the only people that are missing right now are Long and DeGette, who I think are not here. So I think we're okay. All right, the clerk will report the tally.
Well, Mr. Chair, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 31.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Clerk. The vote is 25 ayes to 31 noes. The Scalise amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute for this first title? Mr. Crenshaw? Mr. Crenshaw is recognized. What is your amendment labeled?
Mr. Chairman, I have an amendment at the desk, Amendment 37.
Does the clerk have the Crenshaw amendment?
I do.
The clerk will report the amendment.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print relating to public health offered by Mr. Crenshaw of Texas. Page 3
Without
after line
objection,
11.
Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of.
Mr. Chair, I would like to reserve a point of order.
The Vice Chair, Ms. Kelly, reserves a point of order. And without objection, the reading of the Crenshaw amendment will be dispensed with. And the gentleman is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My amendment's a common sense one. It deals with the current allocation of vaccines to the states. My amendment is not partisan. Simply ask for transparency in how vaccines are allocated to our states. I've heard many of my Democrat colleagues ask for the same. This is particularly important for Texas. As of CDC reporting this morning, Texas is still being allocated less vaccines per 100,000 people than 45 other states. And this isn't going unnoticed. Houston Chronicle ran a story last week under the headline, "Nobody's Getting Enough." So why Texas ranks near the bottom for COVID-19 vaccines per capita? This is the question we're asking. We started to look into this and found that the formula for allocations was severely lacking in transparency. The formula, according to the DoD, is done on a strictly pro rata or population basis. Adults over the age of 18 should be the only consideration, according to their own guidelines, which makes sense. But even when you adjust the CDC numbers to account for only the 18 plus populations, Texas is still not getting its fair share. We'd like to know why. One key factor, I believe, is that the DoD is using data from either a 2017 or a 2018 release of the American Community Survey, the Census Bureau's annual population measure. The DoD is unclear on the reporting. It's either population data from 2017 reported in 2018 or the population data from 2018 reported in 2019. Regardless, we'd like to know why Palantir, the contractor that came up with the software, aren't they using the most recent ACS data when designing this formula? There was 2019 data available in 2020, even before the software contract was signed. Why wasn't this used? States like Texas have seen a massive shift in population in the last few years, and that shift in population could be the reason for Texas getting shortchanged. Understandably, Texans simply want to know exactly how the formula is designed so they know Texas is getting its fair share. That's why I offer this amendment. Members of this committee from Texas, and frankly any other state, should want to see the formula being used to allocate these vaccines to the states, especially as Texas has been hustling to vaccinate a massive population. Mr. Chair, I hope we were able to get a vote on this amendment. It's really important for the people that I represent. I think it's important for everyone across America. I certainly ask my Democrat colleagues from Texas to please support this amendment that simply calls for transparency in the vaccine allocation process. I yield back.
Thank you. Next, we'll go to Ms. Eshke, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word in opposition to this amendment because it violates the Byrd rule and it would derail this very large bill. I share Mr. Crenshaw and other members' enthusiasm for wanting more information about the support available to states, localities, and federal departments to distribute the vaccine. The $7.5 billion that's in this bill for the CDC for vaccine distribution will bring urgent relief to state and local public health departments who are already stretched thin responding to the pandemic. Vaccines don't save lives, vaccinations do. And the funding in this bill is going to help vaccinate the as I said earlier, 300 million Americans in the next several months. So there's the urgency of now. We need to move quickly to provide this funding. We all know that it's important to have the pedal on the metal on the pedal to get them out as quickly as possible. The failures of the past administration, we've already learned hard lessons from that of what happens when our local public health departments receive the help that they need too late. So hopefully we're going to have a third vaccine from Johnson & Johnson available soon. And you know, on the production of the vaccines, I think it's important to note that on January 26th, the Biden administration announced that they're seeking 100 million more doses from Pfizer, BioNTech, and 100 million more doses from Moderna. And that's an order that would be made available that would take us through the summer with the grand total of 300 million doses. So, you know, to give you a perspective on the cost, going back to this amendment, the perspective on the cost for local providers, what they're facing for vaccination distribution, right here in my own district, the Ravenswood Family Health Network is planning to give between 400 and 1,600 vaccinations to patients and community members every Saturday between now and the end of July. This costs up to $40,000 per week. And right now, without this legislation, they have no idea where this money's going to come from. So what I've told them is that help is on the way. So with that, I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Would the lady yield?
Oh, I'd be happy to. Who's asking?
This is
Ms. Rogers is
Mrs.
recognized.
Rogers. Yes.
Sure.
So I think this transparency is very important as we move forward so that we understand where we are all across the states. And I guess my question is around the Byrd rule, because it's been raised a couple of times.
Mm-hmm.
If we were going through regular order, then we could address the Byrd rule. Isn't that correct?
Well, that is correct, but the Republicans don't support. You put up $600 billion. That doesn't meet the needs of the American people. You're all saying that you want more. You want more vaccines. You want more for community centers. You want more for mental health. You want more for a fill in the blank because the needs are so great. But what the Republicans have put on the table, who do you choose to leave out? Or what do you choose to leave out? Because you have to leave out a lot with $600 billion. So transparency, you know, our public health departments really need upgrading. And as the money goes to them, they will be able to do that and meet the I don't know whether they'll be able to meet all of the transparency needs that we have, but it will certainly be a large down payment for them. So, I mean, maybe the Republicans should tell us who and what they're willing to leave out with $600 billion. I think that that's really the major question of the day. And I don't say this to be sarcastic, because there's a huge chasm between 1.9 trillion and the needs of the country. Do you want to leave out cash transfers? Do you want to leave out community centers? Do you want to leave out more vaccines, the purchase of them? Do you want to leave out mental health? Do you, I mean, the list goes on and on. The help to the businesses in our local communities. Maybe in some part of today or tonight, come up with the list so that we'll know, or maybe you'll change your minds. But we believe, and the new administration believes, that the 1.9 meets the tremendous needs that have already been stated so many times from both sides of the aisle. We know what people need in our districts. There's no denying it. So you're saying you want more, but I don't know how you do all the more for 600 billion.
Mr. Chairman, could I strike the last word?
You would go next anyway,
Mrs.
so I'll
Rogers, yes.
recognize Mrs. Rogers for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. We are committed to working together. That's what regular order would allow us to do, would be to work through all of these issues. Clearly, there is common ground. There is a commitment by Republicans and Democrats to addressing the need. We just came together 6 weeks ago with a large package, $900 billion. We stand ready, and regular order is the best process to address that, to be able to bring all of these priorities forward, including transparency of where the vaccines are being distributed all over the country. This seems pretty basic, as we need to identify where the gaps are, state by state, continue to know where the needs are, and to make sure that we're doing everything we can to get those vaccines distributed as soon as possible. Does anyone want the remainder of my time? I would yield.
Madam Chair, or Madam Leader.
Yes, I will yield to Mr. Griffith.
Well, I would ask if you would yield for a question.
Sure, I will yield for a question.
And I would ask, are you referencing in part Jefferson's manual, in which Jefferson opens by saying that nothing tended more to throw power into the hands of administration and those who acted with the majority of the House of Commons than a neglect or a departure from the rules of proceeding that these forms as instituted by our ancestors operated as a check and control on the actions of the majority, and that they were in many instances a shelter and protection to the minority against the attempts of power. So far, the maximum is certainly true and is founded in good sense that it is always in the power of the majority by their numbers to stop any improper measures proposed on the part of their opponents. The only weapons by which the minority can defend themselves against similar attempts from those in power are the forms and rules of proceeding which have been adopted from time to time as they were found necessary and are become the law of the House, by a strict adherence to which the weaker party can only be protected from those irregularities and abuses which these forms were intended to check, and which the wantonness of power is but too often apt to suggest to large and successful majorities. Is that what the gentlelady is attempting to say?
I think Thomas Jefferson said it very well, and thank you for raising it. I can't compare to Thomas Jefferson, but I would say to the majority on this committee that there's been no discussion. There's been, we are the Republicans. You talk about a number. We never discussed that number. We haven't discussed any numbers with you. And we are all duly elected representatives of the people from districts all over this country. We stand ready to go to work, and regular order would be the best way to approach this and to identify the priorities, identify the gaps, and to meet the need to get our kids back in school, to get our businesses open, to to address the mental health crisis, the suicides, the addiction that is happening today in America. That is our plea to you. And I think Thomas Jefferson said it really well. Thank you, Mr.
And accordingly, if the gentlelady would yield for an additional question,
Yes.
I would assume that you would support the motion that I have pending at the table when the time is proper to refer this measure to a subcommittee as would be proper with the rules of the House and this committee and in regular order and in keeping with Jefferson's intent.
Absolutely. I will support that motion. I believe fundamentally that as representatives of the House, one of our biggest responsibilities right now is to restore Article 1, our fundamental responsibilities to the people. And that means doing our jobs. It means legislating, doing the hard work of legislating in these committees that will yield the best outcomes. That is what's going to restore trust and confidence with the people that is desperately needed right now and is what they are looking to us to do. With that, I yield back.
Thank you. All right, so next we go to Mr. Welch, the gentleman from Vermont, for 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. This is a very good amendment by Mr. Crenshaw. And in fact, Lisa Blunt Rochester and Annie Custer and I have similar concerns, which we brought to your attention. We're in small states. The formula had been changed last time by HHS, and it adversely affected us, and it really makes a difference in our ability to get out the vaccine. So there's a lot of merit to what Mr. Crenshaw is talking about. And I'm going to oppose the amendment, and I'll explain why. What Ms. McGorris-Rogers has said is true. We all, in this committee particularly, want to work together. But we've got a situation here where we've got two ways forward. And there's the regular order way, which would require Senator McConnell, and it would require Leader McCarthy to be reaching agreement on a bipartisan basis on a package that we could put forward. Or we have, as an alternative, the reconciliation process, which is not the favored path forward for us, but it may be the necessary path forward. What we can't afford in the name of any alternative is to not act. And on this question of bipartisanship, the proposals in this legislation, as my colleague Jan Schakowsky mentioned earlier, have brought support among independents, among Republicans, and among Democrats. Now, that's not to say that good discussion couldn't improve it. We might want to spend more in one place, less in another. But the fact is that there is broad support in the country among all stripes of people in politics, Republican, Democrat, and independent. So we have to act. And what we've made a decision in the majority, and that is to have the option of reconciliation or the alternative of an agreement, but that remains to be seen as to whether we can get it. And it's for that reason that I have to oppose this amendment, because what it would do was violate the Byrd rule, and it would result in disempowering Congress, potentially, if we don't reach a bipartisan agreement outside of reconciliation, for moving forward to do exactly what needs to be done immediately. I'd be glad to yield the remainder of my time to any of my colleagues.
Peter, I'll take some time. Jerry?
Jerry
is recognized.
Well, I thank the gentleman from Vermont for that measured statement, and I do appreciate the amendment being offered. But the American Rescue Plan makes critical investments in our vaccine distribution. It will provide $7.5 billion to the CDC to establish the vaccination centers, mobile vaccination units, and enhanced technology to ensure that vaccines are getting where they're needed the most. This invests $1 billion to strengthen vaccine confidence in the United States through increased education and information related to vaccines, including at the community level. The American Rescue Plan is a critical step forward in getting Americans vaccinated and closer to resuming a safe and normal life. This amendment will significantly delay the vaccine from reaching the American people. Therefore, I strongly oppose the amendment and urge my colleagues, if they want swift and decisive action, to join me in opposing this amendment. And I yield back to Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch?
This is Congressman Cardinal.
Craig?
You want to recognize Angie Craig? Angie is recognized.
Yes, I do. I yield to Andrew Craig.
Thank you so much for yielding. I just want to say that I agree with my colleague, Mr. Crenshaw, that we absolutely need transparency to know where these vaccines are and how they're arriving in states. I too would like more information on who's getting these vaccines, and also to make sure that they're getting distributed most equitably to the most vulnerable. Today, in fact, I reintroduced a bill that would require this administration to report additional data on who is getting vaccines, along with any barriers they're facing in carrying out those plans. I originally introduced this bill last Congress before any vaccines were authorized for use, because I knew it was going to be critically important for the administration to plan to ensure that these vaccines were reaching especially the hardest hit areas. Unfortunately, the plan was never implemented in the last Congress, and now the current administration has spent the last several weeks trying to understand where all the vaccines are, how many doses are left sitting on shelves by the prior administration. As they figure this out, the Biden administration has already begun publicly releasing the state allocations of each of the vaccines outlined, something that the previous administration never did. I know President Biden is already working on reporting actively, including through an online real-time dashboard to provide much of this information. And this is the work that we have to do. And I appreciate all of us want to get that work done. But I don't think we can let this derail our efforts to get the relief that we need to get done today. I pledge to work with all of you to get this reporting made public. I look forward to working with all of my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to increase transparency. But I urge my colleagues today to join me in voting no on this amendment so we can move forward. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
All right, and Mr. Welch's time has expired. I don't see a Republican. Unless somebody raises a hand, I'm going to go to Lizzie Fletcher, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
Thank you. I share my colleague's concern, Mr. Crenshaw's concern, about the distributions of vaccine in Houston and in Texas in particular, as well as transparency in the process of allocating vaccines and resources, which Mr. Welch noted he and Ms. Blunt Rochester also share, as do many others on the committee. And I associate myself with the comments of Mr. Welch. But because this amendment violates the Byrd rule, I have to oppose the amendment in this form. But I would be glad to work with my colleagues to work together to accomplish this objective through other avenues. I would note that President Biden signed an executive order for increased transparency in vaccine distribution just a few weeks ago, implementing a more reliable 3-week supply look ahead to provide state and local leaders with greater certainty around supply so that they could plan their vaccination efforts and administer vaccines effectively and efficiently. But certainly, I think understanding the formula and understanding how those decisions are made is an important endeavor. And I'm glad to work toward that end with my colleagues on this committee. But I will oppose this amendment at this time. Thank you, and I yield back.
All right. The only other hand I see up is Lisa Blunt Rochester. Another one of those small but powerful states, Ms. Rochester.
Thank you, Mr.
Recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
Thank you. To build on Mr. Welch's comments and in support of Annie Custer, as well as Mr. Crenshaw's comments as well, the Coronavirus Response and Relief Supplemental Appropriations Act Congress passed in December 2020. Through that, billions of dollars were included to support state, local, territorial, and tribal COVID-19 vaccination testing and mitigation efforts. Because of the formula used to distribute this funding, however, small and rural states, like the one I represent, were disadvantaged. Delaware should have received at least twice the amount of funding to help with our COVID vaccine administration and mitigation efforts. Our constituents deserve to have equal access to the critical testing and vaccination resources that we know are the key to responding to this pandemic. I look forward to working with you, Mr. Chairman, my colleagues, and the administration to address this inequity and ensure that small states have the resources that we need. I also cannot at this time support this amendment, but again, I do support us working together. Thank you, and I yield back.
Yield, bounce over time.
Thank you. Tony, are you seeking to be recognized?
Oh, I didn't want to take 5 minutes, but
You can take my time, Mr. Cardenas.
All right,
still in order, Mr. Chairman.
You're recognized, Tony.
Okay, thank you very much to the great lady representative from Delaware, from the powerful state of Delaware. I just wanted to state for the record, just because I've heard time and time again from our Republican colleagues about how the process that we're using right now, we should not use it, we should slow it down, we should go to regular order, et cetera. But I just want to state for the record, when the Republicans in times past have controlled the House of Representatives, they have based on the urgent occasions of their liking, such as to make the biggest tax cuts to benefit the richest Americans and corporations in America, they did not use regular order, and they did pass non-bipartisan legislation. And they did, in fact, have on several occasions, and most recently when they had control of the House, actually use budget reconciliation to advance policies that they've done, all within the rules allowed by the House, all done legally, all done and processed. So I just wanted to state for the record, this is a public meeting. I don't want the public to believe that this process that we're using today is outside the rules. It is not. I don't want the public to believe that what is going on today is unprecedented or has never been done before. What is unprecedented is the number of Americans whose lives have been lost. And when things are not done right, whether it's legislatively or by an administration, we lose lives and potentially lose more lives if we don't act quickly. So I do not support this amendment, but I do support the process that we're going through today, be it take this committee 1 day or 2 or 3 to get this process done. I appreciate and applaud the urgency that we're attending to these life-threatening issues such as this global pandemic that has hit the United States as hard as any country on the planet. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. And the gentlewoman from Delaware, do you yield back as well?
I yield back, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else whose hand is up, so we'll proceed to a vote. I have to ask the Vice Chair, Ms. Kelly, do you withdraw the reservation?
Point of order.
You withdraw it? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to request a recorded vote.
Okay, a recorded vote has been requested by the committee ranking member. The staff had just reminded me that it would be best if you stay on mute until you are about to record your vote. I mean, that may not always be possible, but if you can, until you're ready or about ready to record your vote. And again, you know, mention your name, if you will, when you're voting. So those in favor of we're on the Crenshaw amendment to the Ains. Those in favor of the Crenshaw amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no. And the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes, no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Clark votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters. Mrs.
Peters
Dingle.
votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey.
BC votes no.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Ms. Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Okay, we're back. Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Does any other member still need to record their vote? I don't think we missed anybody. No? Okay. The clerk then will report the tally.
That vote, Mr. Chair, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 31.
Thank you. So on the Crenshaw amendment, the vote is 25 ayes to 31 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any other further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute? What'd you say? Mr. Carter, do you have an amendment? He's on, you have to unmute, buddy.
Yes, sir. I do have an amendment at the desk.
Do you, what is your amendment labeled?
Mr. Chairman, my amendment is number 48.
Does the clerk have that amendment?
Sir.
The clerk will report the amendment, please.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print relating to public health offered by Mr. Carter of Georgia. Page 7 after line 19.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the Carter Amendment will be dispensed with, and the gentleman from Georgia is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, last week, the Center for Disease Control and Prevention made clear that public schools should be open for in-person learning. President Biden's CDC Director, Dr. Rochelle Walensky, stated in an official White House press briefing last Wednesday that the data suggests schools can safely reopen, and that safe reopening does not suggest that teachers need to be vaccinated in order to reopen safely. CDC officials even published peer-reviewed data in the Journal of the American Medical Association just 2 weeks ago that the preponderance of available evidence shows rapid COVID-19 spread does not occur in a school setting and instruction can be safe. Doctors, health experts, and scientists widely agree that the schools can be very safe for students and teachers if proper social distancing, mask wearing, and disinfectant procedures are put in place. Now, I believe that teachers should be at the front of the line to receive a vaccination, and many states are doing just that. But millions of kids across our country have not stepped foot in a classroom for almost a year. It's time that they go back. Staying out of the classroom is having immense educational, mental health, and physical health consequences on children. For example, just across the Potomac River in Fairfax County, there has been an 83% increase in Fs. Students with disabilities have had a 111% increase in Fs, and English learners have had a 106% more Fs. The CDC has also reported a 31% increase in teenage mental health issues. A large increase in student suicides this year forced the Las Vegas school system to reopen. Additionally, data suggests 1 in 5 children are now overweight due to poor diets and decreased exercise associated with staying at home. Enough is enough. We are the adults in the room, and our children are suffering because of decisions we are making to keep them out of the classroom. We should be doing everything we can to get our children back in school. I repeat, we should be doing everything we can to get our children back in school. That is why I urge support of my amendment to increase funding by $10 billion so states can reconfigure their classrooms, provide teachers with needed resources, and safely reopen their schools immediately. I ask that this be paid for by reallocating $10 billion from the state and local aid funding, something that has nothing to do with the pandemic. Every day a school stays closed is another day for our children to fall behind. Again, every day a school stays closed is another day our children fall behind. I urge support of my amendment. I thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Carter. I yield now to the chairwoman of the Health Subcommittee, Ms. Eshu, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word in opposition to the gentleman's amendment. I think that there's a real upside here, and that it's great that our Republican colleagues are interested in increasing funding available for testing, including for teachers. I remember when President Trump said, I think it was last June or July, slow the testing down, please. So we we all agree on this. Read the bill. $46 billion is in the bill for nationwide testing strategy. Now, to your point about the CDC, there will be more recommendations coming out of the CDC because they're needed. And we do need more tests. Right now, we're only testing 1.5 million Americans a day. This is not nearly enough to ensure that our schools can reopen. That's why 46 billion with a B is in the bill. We also need a comprehensive and coordinated national strategy that gives states and local governments the guidance and the support they need to implement the testing protocols and effectively contact trace. I so disagree with my friend from Georgia that states and local governments don't need anything, and that you're saying that they don't, that the bill doesn't draw a nexus between COVID-related needs. Where do you think everybody lives? They don't live in Washington, D.C. They live in your state. They live in mine. They live in the local communities that we collectively represent. Now, a November 2020 report, which was not all that long ago from the GAO, found that 21 states reported shortages of testing reagents. 16 states reported shortages of testing instruments, and 24 states reported shortages of rapid point-of-care tests in just the prior month. That's almost half of the states without the testing supplies they need. The $46 billion, again, B, not M, B, billion, in funding for testing in this bill will support the increased domestic manufacturing to ensure we have a steady supply of tests and the PPE to administer those tests. The bill purposefully doesn't divide up the testing money based on the type of worker so that we can target it in real time with flexibility wherever the country needs it most. We all agree that testing is essential to be able to open schools, but those GAO statistics show that the vast deficit we're at for testing nationwide. And Mr. Chairman, I ask for unanimous consent to place that report in the record.
Without objection, so ordered.
Thank you. The underlying bill, colleagues, finally fills the gap that I just pointed out, that the GAO pointed out in their most recent report, and it puts us on the offensive against this virus. So I urge my colleagues to reject the amendment. The bill clearly addresses it with a more than a robust sum of dollars, $46 billion. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. Based on, yes, next would be Ms. Lesko. Gentlewoman from Arizona is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strongly support this amendment. I mean, I know firsthand from my grandchildren that virtual learning is very difficult, not only for the child, but for the parent. And so the quicker we can get the kids in the classroom for in-person learning, the better. And I'm a big advocate for giving the parents the option. So if the parents feel comfortable sending their kids into school in person, they can. And if they don't feel comfortable, they can continue with the virtual learning. But I think it's totally unacceptable what I guess the Biden administration's definition of open schools is. And that we heard from the White House press secretary just, was it yesterday or the day before, when asked by a reporter, what's your definition of opening the schools in the first 100 days? And they said the definition is if just a little more than 50% of the schools in the nation teach in person at least one day a week. Well, my goodness, at least one day a week isn't going to cut it. And so that's why I support Buddy Carter's amendment, and I yield back.
The gentlewoman yield back? Yes. Okay. So amongst the Democrats, I don't know, I think some people might have left their hands up from last time. So I have Lisa Blunt Rochester. Does she wish to speak on this? Okay. And then I have Kim Schreier would be next. Did you want to speak on this?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yes, please. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
I just want to agree that it is so important to get our children back into school as quickly as possible for all of the reasons that Mr. Carter talked about. And that's why I'm so glad that there are so many provisions in this bill that will allow us to open schools safely, which is really how those CDC reports came out, that you have to have ventilation, testing, spacing, masking, etc. And one of the things I wanted to talk about that we're even piloting here in Washington State is the issue of testing. And just last week, I asked the former FDA acting chief scientist about getting home COVID testing approved so we could get this to every person in this country. They could test every day or every other day, do it cheaply, and know when they're asymptomatic and carrying so they can pull themselves out of circulation, and how this would make our schools perhaps the safest places in the country. So the barrier that we learned that day is that of getting these tests into everybody's hands is really twofold. One, we have to know which test is the best. And two, we have to be able to manufacture these at scale and get them to people cheaply. And so we already know that there are tests in the pipeline for evaluation. We know that they can be inexpensive. We know industry here is shipping millions of these overseas because they have not been able to get approval yet through the FDA. And that is why I just want to echo Chairwoman Eshu's comments about having $46 billion in here to go to the FDA to get these on a path to authorizations, to get them into the hands of people, to get schools safe, and then to get our children back into school safely. So thank you very much, and I yield back.
Thank you. I don't see any Republican hand up. Is there any Republican that wanted to speak? If not, we go to Ms. Trahan, the gentlewoman from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentlewoman's recognized.
I'd like to thank the gentleman for his amendment to provide $10 billion in funding to assist states in testing teachers and school personnel for COVID-19. Look, I couldn't agree more. I don't have to show a picture of a family struggling with homeschooling in my district because I am that family. My 6 and 10-year-old daughters attend public schools, 1st and 5th graders who have been remote learning for nearly a year now. And we're juggling remote schooling today. I mean, literally right now. So like so many, I'm living the toll that it's taking on our children, and I intimately understand how important it is to safely get our kids back to school. And I want nothing more than return our children and our teachers to their classrooms. In fact, that's a key reason why I strongly support the American Rescue Plan. We finally have an administration that's focused on taking the necessary steps to reopen our schools safely. And it's also why I joined over 200 of our colleagues in supporting the Rebuild America's School Act to make the necessary improvements to our HVAC systems and such to safely return to school as soon as possible. That bill and other good policies to help protect our children and teachers were marked up by the Ed and Labor Committee this week. The bill provides nearly $130 billion to help schools take the steps recommended by the CDC to ensure that students and educators can return to the classroom safely. Yet I don't believe a single Republican on that committee supported the bill. My concern with this amendment is that it is actually insufficient to meet the need. Our current text has $46 billion for testing, tracing, and mitigation measures. Discretion is left to the secretary for the purpose of determining how much of that $46 billion goes to schools. And in talking with the Biden administration, it's our understanding that a large portion of these dollars are going to be used for the purposes laid out in this amendment, possibly even more than 10 billion. So I don't want to hamstring the administration's efforts to reopen schools. And let's face it, 10 billion is a number picked out of the air. It could very well be the floor. Unlike the last administration, our current president isn't going to throw his hands up and tell states and schools that they're on their own. So let's not tie their hands. It is for that reason that I intend to vote against this amendment, and I urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank the gentlewoman. I don't have any other speakers on this, on the Carter Amendment, unless anyone wants to raise their hand here, virtually or otherwise. We're going to move to a vote. So we will proceed to a vote. I'm going to do a voice vote unless I hear otherwise. Please unmute yourself.
Mr. Chairman.
You want a recorded vote?
I would request a recorded vote.
Okay, we will, recorded vote is so ordered. Please unmute yourself when you respond. And again, call your name, use your name. Those in favor of the Carter Amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney of California votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey.
VC votes no.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no. Kelly
Ms.
votes no.
Barragan. Ms. Barragan votes no. Ms. Kelly votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Mr. Soto.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen. Mr. Hudson.
Votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Mr. Rush?
Mr. Chairman, how am I recorded?
Madam Clerk?
Mr. Rush is not recorded.
Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no.
Mr. Mullen is Mr. Mullen recorded?
Mr. Mullen is not recorded.
Mr. Mullen?
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye.
Anyone else who's not recorded? I think that's everyone. Thank you. Madam Clerk, will you report the tally?
On that vote, Mr. Chair, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 31.
Okay, thank you. So on the Carter Amendment, the vote is 25 ayes to 31 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Do we have any more amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hudson seeks recognition.
Okay, do we have a number for the Hudson amendment? Do you want to tell us?
It's Amendment 38, Mr. Chairman.
Clerk, report the amendment, please.
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print relating to public health.
Mr.
Offered
Chairman,
by
I would like to reserve a point of order.
The Vice Chair reserves a point of order.
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order. This is Robin
Yes.
Kelly.
The Vice Chair has reserved a point of order. So ordered, and we'll go back to the clerk reading the or reporting the amendment.
Offered by Mr. Hudson of North Carolina, page 1, line 11, strike 7.5 billion and insert 9.5 billion. Page 1, line 12, insert.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with, and Mr. Hudson is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm disappointed the majority's drafted this $1.9 trillion package behind closed doors with no input from Republicans. Mr. Chairman, I'm proud of the bipartisan work we've done together over the years, and I offer this amendment in that spirit. My amendment will provide $1 billion to vaccinate teachers. Across the country, our children's education has been suffering while schools have been closed. We have 2 vaccines with emergency approval and several more promising candidates in the pipeline. Working in a bipartisan way, Congress has borrowed and spent over $50 billion to develop vaccines and over $15 billion to distribute approved vaccines. To date, we have over 65 million doses of vaccines distributed to states and almost 45 million vaccines already in arms. It's time for us to prioritize teachers and provide states with the resources to ensure our teachers are vaccinated so that they can get back to work safely, educating our children in the classroom. Our children are suffering. Keeping children in the virtual classroom instead of the actual classroom has had a devastating impact on their mental health. The CDC reported in November that a higher proportion of children's emergency room visits since mid-March have been related to mental health struggles, more than was the case in 2019. We've all seen the reports. Child suicide attempts are up. Childhood obesity is on the rise. It may be years before we completely understand the impacts of this COVID shutdown on our children. Let's vaccinate our teachers, get our students in the classroom, and get them back on the right track. This package that we're rushing through includes a lot of wasteful spending that could instead go to helping our efforts to vaccinate teachers and the public in general. For example, tax cuts for the rich in states with high state and local tax rates. Or another example, under this legislation, California is going to receive $41 billion for state and local assistance. Now, despite my colleague from Florida's assertion earlier in this markup, the California's governor announced just a week ago on TikTok that they added $10 billion more to the already $15 billion budget surplus. That's a $25 billion budget surplus. Why is the federal government going to borrow more money so we can give it to California? Instead, we should be using this money to vaccinate teachers and get our children back in school. In North Carolina, our governor has announced teachers will be eligible for a vaccine starting February 24th. This is welcome news after a difficult year for our students and our educators. With the money from my amendment, states like North Carolina will get the resources they need to vaccinate our teachers as quickly as possible. And Mr. Chairman, I know the argument will be made that, again, we can't do anything to amend this bill. But there's plenty of time between this markup today and even tomorrow until this bill comes to the floor, almost 2 weeks from now, to make adjustments to this bill so that we stay within the rules and the framework of reconciliation. I ask my Democrat colleagues, let's put aside partisanship. Let's send a message to our teachers that we hear you, that we value you, and we will make you a priority. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Hudson. Next, I have the chair of the Health Subcommittee, Ms. Eshu, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. I want to thank Mr. Hudson for his amendment, but I have good news for you. And I don't know if members of the committee know this because it's very recent. This all relative to opening schools. The Education and Labor Committee just finished marking up the part of the bill that will help K through 12 schools safely reopen and address the lost time in the classroom that has been raised. It provides nearly $130 billion with a B to help schools take the steps recommended by the CDC to ensure students and educators can return to the classroom safely. So it goes to the heart of what your many members have spoken to. We all agree that vaccines are a priority. Currently, at least 27 states, the District of Columbia, and Puerto Rico have made some or all teachers eligible to receive COVID-19 vaccine. So if you think teachers, we all think that teachers need to be vaccinated. I don't think anyone here disagrees with that. Then the deal essentially is on the table to accomplish that. So in addition to what is in the Energy and Commerce underlying legislation, I think it's important for everyone to know, in case you don't, and why would you know unless you're following Ed and Labor Committee, and I don't know how many Republicans voted for that, but that does provide nearly $130 billion to help schools take the steps recommended by the CDC. I think that's very good news for parents, for teachers, for schools, for our communities across the country. And with that, I yield back.
To yield, Mr. Hudson.
Sure.
That's great news. I appreciate you giving us that update. I know the committee finished at 5:30 this morning, so I haven't seen their report. Do you know if vaccines were specifically part of that 130 billion?
I don't know, but it is, we have, ours is specifically has vaccines. Our, what's in the energy and commerce mark. And, you know, there are several, to reopen schools safely, it's more than having vaccines, as essential as they are for teachers. They have to really revamp their airflow systems in order to distance students. They're going to have to be more teachers, more space. So there are a lot of costs involved. I can't tell you specifically vaccinations. So maybe someone else knows that, or the committee staff knows that to answer your question. But I don't give answers when I'm not sure. I just don't know. But it's a ton of money for the reopening of schools. And we have
If the gentlewoman would yield to me.
I'd be glad to.
I without knowing for sure, Richard, I would say that, you know, vaccination is within the jurisdiction of our committee, you know, because it's a health matter. So I would assume that that I don't think that they can specify money for vaccine and ed and labor. I don't think they can. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I'm glad you made that point. I failed to, and it's good that you did, and I thank you and Mr. Hudson, and I yield back.
Thank you, Ms. Eshu. So now we're going to go to the ranking member of the full committee, Mrs. Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, it sounds like maybe we have some agreement here that the goal is to get the schools open, and we all agree that making sure that our teachers get the vaccine should be a top priority. So what we're asking is that that is made clear, since that is within this committee's jurisdiction, that we take some of that money and make sure that our teachers are being vaccinated. You know, President Biden said that he was promising that schools would be opened within the first 100 days. Now we're hearing that it's actually one day a week by the end of April. So part of my question is, what really is the plan? Is there a plan to open our schools? And we all know fundamentally, making sure that our teachers have the vaccine is a key component to getting our schools open. We are hearing the desperate pleas from parents in our district. We're hearing about our children that are suffering. They're isolated, they're falling behind. Their education is suffering. They're fighting anxiety. They're turning to social media. They're becoming more and more isolated, lonely, and vulnerable. Not a day goes by that we're not hearing from these moms and dads. And I know that they're desperate. I've told you some of my stories. You know, our son, we have 3 kids. 2 of them are actually in school, but our son is in a public school in Spokane, and he's in a hybrid situation. He's in 7th grade. And like any 7th grade boy, you know, if you're not with him every moment of every day, he's watching football. He's figured that out pretty quickly. Keeping him on track has been extremely difficult. We've had the technology and the communication challenges. His teachers are anxious to open. Let's come together. Let's make sure that we are providing the support that our teachers need. Make this a priority. Whatever the plan is to open our schools, we know that this is a part of it. So I urge support. Let's help our kids, let's help our teachers, and let's get our kids back on track. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. So it would appear that the next person on the Democratic side would be Lisa. Well, I think John Sarbanes is more senior, I think. Mr. Sarbanes is recognized for 5 minutes. John, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Mr. Chairman, can you hear me okay?
Yes, you're recognized.
I'll be very brief. I just wanted to make the point that the American Rescue Plan is not just a collection of resources and budget priorities. It is in fact a plan. It's been very carefully constructed by the Biden administration. And we've been working closely with them to make it a plan. When it comes to COVID relief and getting vaccines out and improving on testing and therapeutics and making sure our schools are opening safely, they've stepped back and done what unfortunately I don't think happened under the last administration, was put everything into a framework and very carefully design it. And that includes making determinations about how you allocate resources to all of the various components of a broad, robust plan for dealing with the pandemic. So a large part of the exercise we're going through right now is this kind of cherry picking, where many of these amendments being proposed, you know, and maybe they're being offered in good faith. I'm not going to question that, but they have the effect of unraveling what has been a very carefully designed plan. If you've made a judgment looking at the entire situation that X dollars should go for safety measures to open our schools and Y dollars should go for a particular vaccine effort or therapeutics or testing, and you've done that in a comprehensive way, then our coming in and changing the numbers from 7.5 billion to 9 billion, or pulling $1 billion from here and from a state and local government allocation into a vaccine, that completely upsets the apple cart and undermines a plan. And one of the benefits I think that we're getting from the Biden administration is they have come in to provide this kind of global, comprehensive approach in a way that makes sense across all of these different baskets of resources. So that's the basis upon which I'm resisting these various amendments that are coming forward, recognizing that many of them look appealing when they're taken out of context and addressed in a kind of specific way. But you plug them into the overall effort and they can undermine the effectiveness of what the Biden administration and we, working very closely with them, are trying to achieve in terms of delivering these resources quickly and effectively. I yield back.
Thank you, John. Next, I see Jeff Duncan is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. You know, I've sat here and listened for however long the committee's been going on, 4 hours, I guess now, and I keep hearing we cannot afford not to act. And I hear that rhetoric. I wonder, where was that thought process when Nancy Pelosi held up the COVID relief package for 5 months? And I just heard the gentleman talking about this is a carefully crafted plan, but then I also have heard members on the other side saying, you know what, that's a great idea in that amendment. I'm just going to have to vote no on it. That's a great idea. Why not vote yes? It's not our job to decide the bird roll and whether something's going to make the fatal mistake to the reconciliation bill. That's for the senators to do. That's for the Senate parliamentarian. If it's a good idea, vote for it, put it in the bill. I said earlier today, and I'll hold the picture up again, these are 4 children in my district who had to go home because of COVID-19. Every one of us in our districts have children that are struggling because they're not getting the social interaction they need in the schools and in-person instruction. They're not getting the learning that they need. They're not getting the social interaction with other members of their class and to help them mature, not just as school children, but ultimately into the adults that we need them to be. In South Carolina, just this week, 46 senators, that's 100% of our South Carolina Senate, Republicans and Democrats, voted to move teachers to the front of the line so that they can receive the vaccine. Why? because they understand the importance of putting children back in our classrooms. This amendment would allow the teachers across the country to get vaccinated, increase the number of vaccines. You heard all the talking points today. This is the future of our country. Our children are the future of our country. Their education is the future of our country. This is a dang good amendment. It should be included in this bill. And with that, Mr. Chairman, I yield back.
Thank you. Next, we go to the gentlewoman from Delaware, Lisa Blunt Rochester, for 5 minutes.
I move to strike the last word, Mr. Chairman.
Gentlewoman is recognized.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm going to try to be brief as well. I think I will start off by saying that I don't think there's a member in this committee, whether they are a Democrat or a Republican, who doesn't want to see our children go back to school. We all know it's an understatement to say that virtual learning has been a challenge for students, parents, caretakers, and educators alike. We know students learn best when they are in the classroom with teachers and other students. And we know how difficult this time has been for moms and dads and caretakers who have had to balance being a teacher or a tutor while parenting at the same time. And we've heard it even from Ms. Trahan, our colleague, as well as I've heard it from Delaware teachers and parents and students. The lack of in-person learning is one of the tragedies of this pandemic. However, I must urge my colleagues to reject this amendment because it won't put kids back into the classroom any faster, and it could actually slow down us getting these vaccines into the communities. Time is of the essence. And it is true, we do have to pay attention to what the process is and what's going to get over to the Senate, because we need to have it get passed as quickly as possible. And what is so powerful about the President's American Rescue Plan is that it's comprehensive, is that it realizes it's not just a wish list of things and ideas we all have, it is science-based. It takes into account the impact on all of us. And so I urge my colleagues to vote no on this amendment, even with its good intentions, and to vote yes on passing the underlying bill and support our country. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. Next is Mr. Guthrie is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman is recognized.
I just want to point out, and I will be brief with this, but we just heard that the bill before us is a Biden administration plan, carefully put together with all the pieces that if we pull one piece out, it could hurt the overall plan. Working with us, I assume that would be committee Democrats, because we didn't have a say in any of this. And so we're offering amendments for stuff that are important to us, getting our kids back to school, getting people tested, increasing the tests moving forward. I have amendment moving forward as well. So if there's concerns about this process and the amendments we're filing, this could have been handled differently, because we're saying we all agree on these, and we could have helped negotiate some of this. And you say, well, you're just saying that. We've had 4 previous COVID bills we have worked on bipartisan. There are areas where we can agree. And as far as I know, and being the ranking member of Health Subcommittee, I can say this for sure. We just didn't have the opportunity to participate in this. And I just wanted to make that point. So I'll yield time to any other member. I'll yield back.
Representative Guthrie, do you yield?
Yes. I'm not sure who asked.
Tim Walberg.
Oh, yeah. I'll yield to Mr. Walberg.
Thank you. I just wanted to comment, following up your point. I do sit on the Education and Workforce, or Education and Labor Committee, and we did finish up our markup of the bill 4:30 yesterday morning. There's nothing significant in that bill or anything that pushes money towards vaccinating teachers. I have many teachers that I've talked with in my district who say it this way: we need a kid fix. We want to get back in the classroom. I tell you what, if indeed what I've heard in further earlier statements, that this is a carefully crafted plan, It's put together for best interests of our nation and our students, and we're following science, well, maybe we don't need this money that's being offered in the amendment because science says kids can get back in the classroom. We can open up the schools. But it seems that this administration has backed away from that now. So I think we need money in for vaccination of our frontline worker teachers that need to get back to classroom for all sorts of reasons. Let's not give in to the teacher unions. Let's give in to the teachers and give them a chance to get back. So I strongly support Mr. Hudsman's amendment, and I hope we'll all think it through a second time and say, you know what, this makes sense. And I think ultimately the Senate will decide it makes sense as well. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and I yield back.
Would the gentleman yield?
I'll yield to Mr. Hudson.
I appreciate that, and appreciate the comments by all my colleagues, both sides of the aisle. I think, Ms. Rochester was right. There's no one on this committee that doesn't agree that we ought to get our kids back in schools. And, I appreciate Ms. Eshu's leadership and her comments. And I think, the Ed and Labor Committee apparently demonstrated a real commitment to getting kids back in the classroom. I think this is our opportunity, and some of my colleagues made the comment that this was going to derail a carefully crafted plan. And others said that this will slow down getting kids back in the classroom. This makes no sense to me. We're talking about over $188 billion just in our jurisdiction. And I'm talking about just $1 billion of that redirected. There's lots of places that we can go to do that. I mean, California is getting $41 billion. They have a $25 billion surplus. Let's take one of their billion and redirect it to teachers. This is insignificant in the grand scheme of things. It will not derail this bill. There's plenty of time to find somewhere in this $1.9 trillion bill to find $1 billion. And I think, frankly, we all want to get kids back in the classroom. Let's prove it. Let's vote for this amendment. Let's send us a message to our teachers. We've all been talking to our teachers back home. Some are scared of getting back in the classroom. They're certainly frustrated. We've all had a tough year. Our teachers have had a really tough year. This at-home learning has been hard on teachers, having to adapt to this new style. We can come together here in a bipartisan way, in a way that won't impact this bill at all going forward, and send a message to our teachers. We hear you. We stand with you. And so I just ask my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, come together and join me on this. It's not going to derail this bill. It's going to strengthen this bill, and it's going to send a message that Republicans and Democrats stand with you. Thank you. With that, I'll yield back.
Thank you, and I'll yield back.
Thank you. Next, we have Dr. Schreier, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word, and I agree in principle with Mr. Hudson. I think everybody on the committee agrees that we want our teachers immunized. We want our children back into school. As a pediatrician, I understand acutely how important it is to get children into school. And as a mom with a 12-year-old upstairs right now in social studies class, I understand on a personal level how important it is to get children back into school. And fundamentally, I don't believe that funding is really the barrier to getting our teachers immunized. Like, the underlying bill puts tons of money in to shoring up vaccines, to getting our communities immunized. And what we really need here is to prioritize teachers. And that is something that is in states' control. In fact, some states like Oregon have put teachers right at the top of the list because they know that in about 2 weeks' time, they can get all educators and school staff taken care of. Whereas if they're just another frontline worker, it could take months for that to happen. And so I've written an op-ed in this regard. I think if we all want this to be done, we need to talk with our states to lift teachers up to the top of the priority list, get them vaccinated, get them back into school safely, and do everything that Education and Labor has done to make it safe to open our schools. So I yield back. I will vote no on this amendment simply because I don't believe this is a financial issue. I share the theory, but I think that just by shoring up vaccines overall and prioritizing teachers, this will happen. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Next is Fred Upton. Fred is recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thanks, Mr. Chairman. When you think about this pandemic and the impact on lives and small businesses, and if you had to list the top 5 things where it's really impacted people. Certainly schools and education would be on anyone's top 5. I've got some schools that next month will be out for a year. A year. I live in a district where I get not only Indiana media, but I get Michigan media where I'm from. But I also right across the lake, and I can look it out of my window here across Lake Michigan. I have Chicago across the lake, 65 miles across the lake, and I get their media both on the radio as well as on TV. And the story for about the last 10 days, I know my colleagues, Bobby Rush and Jan and Adam and others, the largest story in this media market the last 10 days has been the Chicago Teachers Union refusing to go back to school because they feel that their teachers are going to an unsafe workplace. They just got it resolved in the last day or two, but those, tens of thousands, maybe 100,000 kids, all those different schools delayed because of the issue of health and safety, not only for the teachers and their families, but obviously the kids as well. If you think about a bill that we really want, as we look now at the 4th or 5th COVID package moving forward, assistance for our teachers in our schools ought to be at the top of the list. Until COVID, I was speaking at a school for all of my years, literally every single week. My mom was a teacher. My brother and sisters were teachers. My wife was a preschool teacher. Teaching is a mighty important profession. And if we can't assure their safety and the kids that they teach, we're in the wrong job. And that's why this amendment, what I would think that if we had somewhat of regular order, that this could be, if we actually assembled a package, assembled a bill block by block, this would be an amendment that would be bipartisan, that we could get done. Doesn't cost a lot of money in relative to the scheme of things, $1.9 trillion. As we heard Tim Walberg, and I know there's a few others on this committee that are also on Ed and Labor, guess there weren't any provisions in that bill, in those provisions either, for reconciliation. Here's something that we can do. There are other things that clearly are going to be falling under the Byrd rule when it goes to the Senate. There's no reason why we can't add this in and actually feel good about what we're trying to do for our students and our kids, and actually resolve a problem that all of us, every single one of us, would say it's in the top 5 issues in terms of what this pandemic has done to America. So I would hope that we could accept this. We'll let it go by voice if you let us. And with that, if I got other colleagues on my side of the aisle, I'll be glad to yield them some of my time. If not, I'll yield back.
Thank you, Mr. Upton. Seeing no Democrat, we will go to Kelly Armstrong, who's recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. And I have no doubt that this was, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. You're recognized.
Okay. I have no doubt, I move to strike the last word. I have no doubt that this was a carefully crafted plan, but I also have no doubt because we that these amendments are in good faith and we're putting them forward. And the reason is because this is what we hear from our people at home. Amendments to get more vaccines, amendments for more testing for teachers, amendments for more vaccines for teachers. First and foremost, we have the ability then to protect the safety and security of our citizens. Secondly, we have the ability to open our economy back up. 2 things you need to be able to do that, and we know this because we're the #1 state in the nation in vaccine rollout in North Dakota, but our economy doesn't work unless the world's economy is open. We just produce a lot of things we don't consume at home. But also, I just want to point out, and every district is different. I agree we should prioritize teachers, but without more vaccines and without more testing and more money for those things, they don't jump ahead of somebody else or of nobody. They jump ahead of somebody else. And if you're a community that has elderly in population, like a lot of places I have in North Dakota, in order to move teachers up, you have to move them down, move somebody else down, which is why we are offering these amendments. And I think it is important, and I would just reiterate the fact that as for us and as a committee and as a Congress, if these are our priorities as we're trying to get ourselves out of this pandemic. And, but if we are going to be as concerned about passing something as quickly and efficiently as possible and worried about Senate rules, then I hope our colleagues consider that as well when they are offering other amendments that very possibly may violate the Byrd rule. And I hope we consider that in the future moving forward when reconciliation goes away. Because if likelihood in the Senate requires 60 votes, not when reconciliation is not there, then we are going to have to work together as Democrats and Republicans on all bills moving forward. And with that, I'll yield back.
Thank you. I see no other members that would like to speak, so we'll move to a vote. The vice chair, do you want to withdraw?
Yes, I withdraw my point of order.
All right.
Mr. Chairman, I would request a recorded vote.
Recorded vote. Okay, great. Recorded vote is ordered. I don't have to repeat everything. Think we know what to do. Those in favor of the Richard Hudson amendment will say aye. Those opposed say no, and the clerk shall call the roll on the Hudson amendment.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois, most no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette.
Okay, I'm going to turn that
Mr.
down.
Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney of California votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas from California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz
Mr.
votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey.
VC votes no.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes yes.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Latta votes Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Hudson votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw, aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Any member who still needs to be recorded?
Mr. Chairman, am I recorded? Mr. Doyle?
Mr. Doyle, Madam Clerk, is he recorded?
Yes, Mr. Doyle's recorded as no.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Anyone else who we missed?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
how am I recorded?
How is the rank?
This is Mrs. Rogers, yes. How am I recorded?
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Thank you.
Anyone else that we think is missing? Who?
Mr. Chair.
Is Buddy
this is
back?
John Joyce from Pennsylvania. Can you ask, please, how I'm recorded?
Mr. Joyce, Madam Clerk, how is he recorded?
Mr. Joyce is recorded as aye.
Mr. Carter, he just came back. Mr. Carter, how is he recorded?
Mr. Carter votes yes.
Mr. Carter votes aye.
I think that was the last one that's here. All right, Madam Clerk, will you report the tally?
Yes, on that vote, Mr. Chair, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 31.
Okay, thank you. So this is on the Hudson Amendment. The vote is 25 ayes to 31 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Do we have any further amendments to the amendment?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Bouchon has an amendment at the desk.
Yes. And how was that labeled?
Amendment number 49.
Madam Clerk, do you have that one?
Sure.
Would you report the Bouchon amendment?
Yes. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print relating to public health offered by Mr. Bouchon of Indiana. Page 7, after line 19, add the following. See priority.
Without objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the Bouchon amendment will be dispensed with.
Mr. Chair, I would like to reserve a point of order.
Okay, the Vice Chair, Ms. Kelly, reserves.
I would like to reserve a point of order.
Okay, so reserved, that will be reserved, and and Mr. Bouchon is now recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Until the COVID-19 vaccines are widely distributed, we must stay vigilant on testing. It's a two-pronged approach that is necessary to not just reopen our economy, but also to keep our economy open. Employers need to be able to have access to tests in order to adapt and make important decisions with regard to their employees and their operations. While I am pleased to see $46 billion dedicated to testing, I wish there was more prescriptive language in the bill as to who gets the funds, how they get the funds, and for what they can use the funds on. That is why I'm offering this amendment today that would dedicate $10 billion of the $46 billion towards testing in the workplace in order to get more workers back to work. With the several variants now crossing our borders, catching new cases early through rapid testing will continue to prove critical in limiting the spread. Reopening just to close again at the threat of the virus spreading is not good for business. The goal must be to reopen and stay open. And the key to doing this is frequent, rapid testing at the workplace. Thank you, and I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Bouchon. And let's see, who do we have here? The Democrat, we have Mr. Sarbanes. Are you left over from the previous one, or you want to talk about this? Your hand is up. Maybe not. John, do you, all right, I got John. I guess his hand was up previously. I have Mark Veazey is recognized for 5 minutes.
Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. And let me apologize in advance. I have a 14-year-old that is doing band class upstairs, and the euphonium is very loud. So I want to apologize if you hear that in the
No
background.
need to apologize for having children on this call.
I want to thank the gentleman for the amendment to provide $10 billion in funding to assist states in testing individuals for COVID-19 in order to reopen workplaces. I could not agree more. We need to get people back to work, and we also need to get people back to school. We all have too many constituents who are unemployed. My concern with this amendment is that it's actually too insufficient to meet the need. Our current text has $46 billion for testing, tracing, and mitigation measures. Discretion is left to the secretary for the purposes of determining how much of that $46 billion goes to opening workplaces. And talking with the Biden administration, it's my understanding that a large portion of these dollars are going to be used for purposes laid out in this amendment. I do not want to hamstring the administration's efforts to reopen workplaces, and because of this, I intend to vote against this amendment and urge my colleagues to do the same. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and now yield back.
Thank you, Mark. It's hard to see. Some people, I think, still have their name up from the previous amendment. So I'm going to go to Mr. Pence. Mr. Pence is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in strong support for my fellow Hoosier, Dr. Bouchon's amendment to set aside testing resources with the specific intent of reopening workplaces. Getting Hoosiers and all Americans back to work is critical to resume normal life and regain the extraordinary economic advancements that we achieved over the past 4 years under the Trump administration. Throughout this pandemic, I have been focused on ensuring that small businesses have the support they need to continue serving their communities and employing their workers. The underlying bill provides massive amounts of mandatory funding for testing. We should at least focus that testing on strategies that get businesses back up and running instead of filling unemployment lines. It's paramount that we fight back against this virus for the viability of our workforce and address the economic effects of the COVID-19 pandemic. I urge my colleagues to support the amendment, and I yield back.
Thank you. Next person I have is Kim Schreier. Seeks to be recognized for 5 minutes. Dr. Schreier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. First of all, in concept, I think you already know how much I love this concept. I've been talking about rapid testing, point of care testing, testing at home for quite a while. It's the number one thing I am pushing in addition to vaccinations as a physician. Workplaces need it, big workplaces. In fact, who are buying these things that haven't even been FDA approved yet so that they can keep their workplaces safe. I've been talking with fruit packing plants, orchardists in my district who would love to have this to make their workplaces safe. I've also been talking with small business owners like restaurants. I mean, imagine this, if you had these rapid home tests, you could have them as like a pre-appetizer where before you even go into the restaurant, you take a test, you test negative, and suddenly we can put more people inside in our restaurants. And I would extend the same concept to schools. So I would just say I love the idea. I think we can be less prescriptive. And frankly, if we just had a broad category for rapid, inexpensive, like $1 each at-home testing, that could have a much wider application for businesses, for schools, for homes, for restaurants, you name it. So again, I agree on principle, and I'm just excited to have funding in this bill to expand testing in general. Thank you, and I yield back.
Would the gentlelady yield to McNerney?
Yes, I will yield to Mr. McNerney.
Well, I thank the gentlelady, and I thank for your comments. Thank Mr. Bouchon for your efforts, but currently there's an average of only 1.5 million tests being conducted each day. Testing and contact tracing, as everyone knows, are essential to reducing the spread of COVID, getting our kids back to school, and rebuilding the economy. Fortunately, the American Rescue Plan invests $46 billion to detect, diagnose, trace, and monitor these infections. This includes putting a national strategy into action. That's something that's been missing up till now. And it's something I've been advocating for since the beginning of this public health crisis. It will also enable the CDC to deploy mobile vaccination units, community vaccination centers in underrepresented areas, which is really critically important in this pandemic. And I'm especially pleased to see that the bill will advocate $1.75 billion to the CDC for genomic testing. The United States is behind other nations in our use of this important tool to track COVID-19 and its variances. Some variances of the virus are circulating and appear to be more dangerous and more contagious and more resistant to the vaccines in production. Genomic sequencing is critical to keeping track of COVID-19 and its mutations throughout the country. The American Rescue Plan will ensure that vaccines get to the American people as soon as possible. This amendment will ensure that the vaccine distribution is delayed. For that reason, I oppose this amendment and urge my colleagues who want kids back in schools as soon as possible to oppose this amendment. And I yield back to Ms. Schreier, Dr. Schreier.
And I yield back.
Thank you. Next, I have Buddy Carter. Buddy, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, once again, this is a partisan bloated bill. There is not a single reason why any of us would not want to include more funding to bolster testing for our communities. Now, I know that my colleagues across the aisle will argue that we cannot do this due to budget reconciliation rules, but that is exactly the problem. Republicans did not choose to do this under reconciliation. My colleagues across the aisle did. They shut us out of the opportunity to get provisions like this included, provisions that are nonpartisan. I agree, the American people need a package to provide relief. We have acknowledged that. We have continued to acknowledge that there are needs out there. There are people who still need help. We acknowledge that, and we want to do something about that. I wish we could work together on it, but we aren't even getting the chance to do so. The Federal Reserve said just this week that the unemployment rate is likely twice as high as the official rate and could be nearly 10%. This matches the worst unemployment rate in our country's history, the Great Depression. Yet I make the point again that my colleagues across the aisle won't even collaborate with us. It's disappointing and heartbreaking for our country, and I hope we can change the trajectory of how we are legislating and work together. Does anyone need any time? Mr. Chairman, I'll yield back.
Okay. So next I have Dr. Ruiz. We have a lot of doctors on our committee now.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I strike the last word. I move to strike the last word.
Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you very much. You know, I'm a very big proponent for worksite testing and vaccination programs. The American Rescue Plan will help do just that, both in the $46 billion that it has for diagnostic testing, as well as the mobile clinics, and also Biden is also moving the vaccination clinic sites with mobile units to be able to move from one place to another. In addition to that, we need to focus on equity in the workplace sites that are chosen. So are we going to focus on testing and vaccinating Fortune 500 companies that have individuals who can work from home? Or are we going to prioritize the hardest hit industries like the food industry, who have the highest rates of infection rates and deaths? So we can focus on, for example, meat packers, produce packers, grocery workers, and farm workers. In fact, regarding the workplace testing, I myself, as a physician and public health expert, has helped a local collaborative of growers with the Tudor Ranch, the healthcare districts, as well as the nonprofit advocacy organizations, to go into the fields to be able to provide not only vaccines, but also vaccine educational outreach to the most vulnerable, the farm workers who have been devastated in my district. So I absolutely believe that we should incorporate health equity with workplace testing and vaccination. This American Rescue Plan will allow us to do that. The Biden administration has already included provisions like those in their efforts. And I would like to partner with Dr. Bouchon to advocate for workplace testing and vaccination and focus on equity in doing so. It's a big priority for the Congressional Hispanic Caucus. Doing so now is, I don't believe, is the right place. It will delay the aid that the American people need. The American Rescue Plan already addresses it, and but there's more work that we can do. Thank you. I yield
Will
back.
the gentleman yield? This is Bouchon.
Sure. My good friend.
Thank you for those comments, and you know, you and I have worked on a lot of things together, and we'll continue to. We are friends. Yeah, I mean, leaving things to the discretion of a federal agency, it's not only on this issue, but a lot of other issues, I think has been a mistake. I think Congress has really given away a lot of our control about where we should direct spending and given that to agencies. So in this situation, I'm concerned, like you are, of the workers you described, not only ones that work for large companies, but what about, you know, people in rural America also. I have, you may or may not know, I have a big melon district, farms in my district. Indiana and pumpkins, for example. We grow a lot of the pumpkins. So I think, you know, this amendment, the intent is to make sure at least 10 billion of the 46 billion actually goes to helping testing in the workplace, because my fear is that may they may get shortchanged. So that's the
Dr.
intent.
Bouchon?
I appreciate your comments. I yield back to you.
Yeah, Dr. Bouchon, I just want to also inform you that the Ag Committee just during their budget reconciliation put $4 billion within the USDA in order to focus on the farm workers, and that is part of the American Rescue Plan that we're in such a hurry to pass so that we can start using that aid to start inoculating those. And then I would also like to work to help our farm workers in our respective districts and districts around the country to get the vaccines and the testing that they so desperately need. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you. Now I see Kelly Armstrong, but I don't know if that's left over from the last one. Kelly, did you want to talk about this?
No, that's left
all
over.
these executive
Sorry.
branch have hundreds of millions of dollars put.
Mr. Armstrong, did you want to speak on this? No? Okay. So I don't see anybody else who wants to talk on the Bouchon amendment. We'll go to a vote. Did Mrs. Rogers, did you want
I
to?
would fill out my point of vote.
Mrs. Rogers, did you want to have a recorded vote?
This is Mr. Bouchon. I'd like to have, I'll request a recorded vote.
You want to record a vote? Okay. All right, so we'll move to record a vote, and the vice chair, you withdrew your reservation, is that what I heard?
Yes, you did. That's what I said.
All right. So We are going to go to a recorded vote on the Bouchon amendment. Please, well, those in favor of the Bouchon amendment will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eschew.
Eschew of California votes no.
Ms. Eschew votes no. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney of California votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark. Mr. Schrader.
Votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas, representing California, votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey.
VC votes no.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly. Ms. Barragan.
Kelly.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Miss Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Miss Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce?
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong?
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone?
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes, Ms. Clark.
how am I recorded?
Madam Clerk?
Ms. Clark has no recorded vote.
Ms. Clark votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no.
Thank you.
Anyone else? Yes.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Hudson votes aye.
Oh, good.
Mr. Hudson votes aye.
Anyone else? I think that's it. All right, Madam Clerk, we'll report the tally on the Bouchon amendment.
On that vote, Mr. Chair, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 31.
Thank you. And on the Bouchon amendment, the vote is 25 ayes to 31 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Do we have any other amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Dunn here. I have an amendment at the desk.
All right, a number, what is your amendment labeled?
86.
Madam Clerk, do you have the amendment? And you want to report the amendment, please?
Yes. Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print relating to public health offered by Mr. Dunn of Florida. Page 5, line 4, strike
Without
in
objection, Madam Clerk, the reading of the amendment will be dispensed with. Does the Vice Chair want to reserve?
Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to reserve a point of order.
Ms. Kelly reserves a point of order, and the gentleman is now recognized for 5 minutes on his amendment.
Thank you very much, Chairman Pallone. I rise today to offer an amendment which will set aside funding for FDA to review applications for COVID-19 therapeutics. As manufacturers, federal government, and states come together to increase vaccinations, it's imperative that we continue to evaluate the effectiveness of novel repurposed drugs against COVID, novel and repurposed drugs against COVID-19. FDA should be laser focused on rigorously evaluating early intervention therapies that reduce hospitalizations and severe cases of COVID-19. We already see variants of the virus outwitting the vaccine in South Africa. It's possible that we will be dealing with coronavirus transmission for years to come. Treatments that reduce death and serious illness need to be studied expeditiously at the FDA. They're far more broad spectrum than the vaccines. I have seen compelling evidence from throughout the medical community about early, simple, and I'm talking take it home simple, interventions that prevent serious complications and decrease transmission of COVID-19. I'm frustrated that more emphasis has not been placed on identifying legacy drugs for the treatment of this disease. My amendment funds the review of therapeutics-related applications at FDA, combined with the billions of dollars previously appropriated and included in the underlying bill for therapeutics. This should give the administration tools it needs to evaluate potential COVID-19 treatments. This will help research and development, as well as clinical trials and review. And we need to deliver more options for treatment to our healthcare providers back home. I encourage my colleagues to support allocating 100 million of the 500 million directed to the FDA in this bill to be specifically directed to the review of therapeutics. And with that, I yield back.
Thank the gentleman. We recognize Ms. Escher now for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I move to strike the last word. I thank the gentleman for what he's offering, but I think that we need to broaden this out. This is a really critical part of the overall plan that we're taking up today, of the FDA. Now, the FDA is working around the clock to process EUA applications for COVID-19 vaccines, for diagnostics, for treatments, And these EUAs do not generate user fees, my colleagues, to help fund the FDA's work. So that's very important. I think Congress has gotten almost a little ahead of their skis over the years because we know there are user fees, but this area does not generate any user fees. Number one, FDA has been stretched to the limits and beyond. Since the start of the pandemic, the FDA's Center for Devices and Radiological Health has received almost 6,000 COVID-19 EUA applications. That's more than in any of the 6 last public health emergencies combined. So this is, it's an overwhelming workload. On testing alone, FDA is receiving 40 to 50 new applications each week. This is on top of all of their other vital work that they do, that our committee knows very well what they do, none of which has lessened during the pandemic. For example, the Center for Devices and Radiological Health still had 8,000 non-COVID pre-market medical device submissions in 2020. I just had a long conversation with Dr. Shurin, and he was telling me how they've had to try to move resources around, but all these new layers of applications coming in. So the FDA's work has essentially at least doubled during the pandemic, and it only exacerbating the fact that the FDA is, I think, chronically underfunded and under-resources. Now, that's why we specifically worked with the FDA. You can tell by the tone of my voice how strongly I feel about this, because it's so central to our overall effort relative to COVID. So that's why we work so hard with the FDA and the Biden administration to specifically include $500 million in funding to the FDA to provide, and you're listening to me, really much needed resources in these critical areas. The funding is to support the review, to facilitate the development and the post-marketing surveillance. That is so important with these vaccines, and certainly with other drugs, but certainly for the vaccines. The post-marketing surveillance of the vaccines and therapeutics, address the drug shortages and ramp up manufacturing, the manufacturer inspections. We heard, in fact, many of the members, myself leading the charge, really came down rather hard on the FDA for overseas inspections, because so much of our drug supply, which is something we have to address, are not manufactured in the United States. And so these manufacturing inspections are really essential, and they have been delayed, colleagues, during the pandemic. So this funding is provided with the flexibility of the FDA, that the FDA needs to target this emergency funding across their urgent priorities. So I think Dr. Shurin should be able to say to the FDA commissioner, this is what's come in the door, I need this, we've caught up, so I don't need that. But this is all under the roof of the FDA. So I really urge my colleagues to join me in moving the underlying bill forward for all of the reasons that I stated. Now, on the issue that the gentleman raises in his amendment, under vaccines and therapeutics, we have $1 billion going to the CDC, to strengthen vaccine confidence, 5.2 to HHS for research, development, manufacturing, production, purchase of vaccines, and therapeutics. That's in there in that $7.5 billion. So I wouldn't step up and say that this is a solid plan unless therapeutics were addressed, Mr. Dunn, because you are absolutely right that this is a very important tool. And all of last year, we really did not make the kind of progress that we should have, but we do have the resources in the underlying bill. So we shouldn't take a dime out of FDA, my colleagues. They really need this money. They really need this money. So I yield back probably no time.
Thank you. So next we have Mr. Bilirakis is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word in support of Mr. Dunn's amendment. One death, as you know, my colleagues, is too many. While preventative measures like vaccines and safe practices are key in our public response, treatment through therapeutic intervention that can impede an escalation of disease severity is also mission critical in our nonpartisan work to save lives. As we work together to continue to turn the corner in the fight against COVID-19, in addition to more vaccines, our providers should have access to as many treatment options possible to keep, again, COVID-19 patients out of the ICU and this virus from continuing to claim lives. And that's the goal, is to keep them out of the ICU. I urge my colleagues to support this amendment. And also I want to make sure that our providers have access to therapeutics and they're trained to administer these therapeutics. And again, Dr. Dunn, this is a great amendment. And I know we have doctors on the panel here. So if anyone would like to elaborate, I'll yield the rest of my time. Dr. Dunn, do you want to say something?
I would like to jump in and take a couple of minutes here if I could. Neil Dunn.
I'll yield the time to you.
Okay, so just to clarify, this amendment does not take any money from the FDA. It moves money about that's already directed to the FDA, and it focuses attention specifically on therapeutics, which, quite honestly, as Chairwoman SU noted, therapeutics have been ignored over the last year largely, with the exception of monoclonal antibodies, convalescent plasma, and remdesivir. We really have not seen the progress in therapeutics that we feel, is warranted by the discoveries in the field. So there's our subject drugs out there that we should be studying and offering guidance on to the general physician and healthcare provider community that we're not doing. And that's what I want to call attention to. There's other things. Think Tamiflu, when it was introduced back during the avian and swine flu epidemics, that was a game changer. So if we could have a drug like Tamiflu doesn't work in this disease, but a drug like Tamiflu for coronaviruses, totally different game. And I yield back the remaining 2 minutes and 30 seconds.
I thank you. And is there anyone else who would like to speak? I'll be happy to yield. All right. Oh, yes, doctor, please.
Thank you.
Dr. Joyce, correct? Yeah.
Yes, John Joyce from Pennsylvania here.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you, Gus. And I would like to strongly echo the words and offers of support for this amendment offered by my fellow physician and my colleague from Florida. We're facing new strains of COVID-19, new strains from the UK, from Brazil and South Africa. And in light of these new threats, now is not the time to let up on innovation in face of these ongoing challenges. We have the first generation vaccines. They've been developed and they're incredibly significant. We've all acknowledged that this afternoon. But I believe that it's imperative that we begin thinking about our government's approach to how we fight this virus in the months and in the years to come. It is critical that we not lose sight of the development of new and advanced therapeutics to prevent and treat this virus. Just last week, I was in Chambersburg, Pennsylvania at a large public health clinic where they have vaccines and they're administering them. But they asked me, where are we with therapeutics? Joanne Cochran, the lady who founded this public health clinic and continues 25 years later to make it strong, posed that question to me. This amendment brought forth by Neil Dunn is important, and I encourage all of my colleagues to listen to what his words are and to vote yes for the Dunn amendment. Thank you, and I yield the remainder of my time.
Mr. Bilirakis, did he yield back? I guess.
Is there
He did.
anyone that has time to yield back, yield to me?
Yes, I do. I yield to the chairwoman.
Thank you, Gus. I just want to add something to this. The FDA does not do the development. It examines the products and then renders their decision. The development is done elsewhere. So this $500 million, Mr. Dunn and all of my colleagues, is the dollar figure that the FDA came up with in terms of their needs. Therapeutics and their examination of them to bring them forward for approval is all part of it. And if they didn't have that in there, I wouldn't be standing next to it. I would have raised it with them and I would raise it with you. So I think we need to keep in mind the lanes that the agency actually moves down, and they don't do the development, but they do the approval, and they are the gold standard in the world for the approval of what comes to the agency. So and if the demands shift, the dollars will be there for them. If they have to move them over to vaccine approval, a little more there, less in Jeff Shuren's shop, I don't know. But the commissioner will know that. And they're the ones that came up with 500 million. I feel very confident in that number, but I don't want it fooled around with. So I appreciate your yielding to me, Gus. You probably gave me more time than you even had.
That's all right. Before I yield, I just want to compliment the clerk for doing an outstanding job today. I'll go back to balance of my time.
All right, thank you. Next, I have the gentlewoman from New Hampshire, Ms. Custer, for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to strike the last word. I agree with my colleague, Dr. Dunn, that we need to invest more in novel therapeutics. And as we heard in the Health Subcommittee last week, new therapeutics are a crucial part of getting us through the COVID-19 pandemic. We must do more to get these therapies developed, approved, and out the door. And that's why I'm so glad that the bill before us already includes $5.2 billion for new investments in therapies, vaccines, and medical supplies. This funding comes on the heels of the breaking news today that President Biden has secured 200 million additional vaccine doses for administration in the coming months. He is literally at the NIH making that announcement as we meet. This language was written to allow flexibility to ensure that investments are made where they make the most sense for where we are in the pandemic, as the chair of the subcommittee, Ms. Eshu, has so eloquently pointed out. This is very similar to how language was written in the Bipartisan CARES Act and the omnibus bill that passed at the end of 2020. My colleagues on both sides of the aisle supported that legislation because it ensured flexibility for the secretary to invest more in resources where they needed most. That's what led to multiple vaccines authorized in record time and has allowed for additional therapies, including one therapy authorized just this week. I agree we need more therapies, but I think the best path forward is to allow flexible funding as we did in CARES and the omnibus. I thank my colleague for this amendment, but I must urge all members of the committee to vote no so we can move forward and provide the relief that is so urgently needed by the American people. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else's hand up at this point. So I'm going to move to a vote. And
Mr. Chairman,
yes,
I withdraw my point of order.
Vice Chair
I withdraw my point of order.
withdraws her
Mr. Chairman, I request a recorded vote.
Ranking member requests a recorded vote. Recorded vote is ordered. Again, those in favor of Dr. Dunn's amendment. We have so many doctors now. It's like I'm at the Medical Society conference here. So we've got those in favor of the Dunn amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Ms. Eshoo votes no. Ms. Deget. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky. Mr. Butterfield. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Dr. Ruiz from the newly formed Energy and Commerce Medical Society by the chairman votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey.
Mr. Vesey votes no.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Ms. Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Scalise. Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger, aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith, aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
He's here, but I think
Sean
he's having
votes
trouble with
aye.
audio.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes no.
Mr. Chairman Pallone votes no.
Does any member still need to record their vote?
Mr. Chairman.
Chakowski votes no.
Ms. Jakowski votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no.
Mr. Upton, you have your hand up?
Yeah, votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye.
Mr. Chairman, McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no.
Anyone else? Billy,
Chair-
did Billy
yeah.
vote?
I think
saw
he's
Mr.
having
Malone was,
connection issues.
Joined
Yeah.
us.
Yeah. He's
I
having
can see it.
connection issues. So I think it says, can we see him now?
I can see him, yeah.
Can you give us can he do a thumbs up? He said he was having audio issues.
It has to be verbal, I think, under the rules, Kathy.
Okay.
But I mean, we could wait.
hear
if
me
we
now?
can get on. Yeah, I can hear you, Billy. Go ahead.
Billy.
I can't see me. It looks like I'm not on, but I vote aye. Yeah.
Oh, he votes
Mr.
aye.
Where's
Mr.
your
Long
mask?
votes aye.
Thank you, Billy. Good to see you.
Oh, now he's front and center.
I can see him. Mr. Butterfield hasn't voted. Is he, I see him. I don't think he's voted. Has Mr. Butterfield voted, Madam Clerk?
He does not have a recorded vote.
Does he know that GK? How do we get his attention? I don't know, somebody send him a note or something? Oh, he's frozen? No, he's not frozen. He's on the phone. GK.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes. Is that GK? You're not recorded, GK. I don't know. Is he trying to say something? Mr. Butterfield, you're not recorded. All right, well, we can't wait forever.
Mr. Chairman, how am I recording? GK Butterfield?
You're not recorded.
Butterfield votes no.
Thank you.
Mr. Butterfield votes no.
I think that's everybody who's present.
Wow.
Madam Clerk, on the Dunn amendment, will you report the tally?
On that vote, Mr. Chair, the yeas were 26 and the nays were 31.
Okay. So on the Dunn amendment, the vote is 26 aye to 31 no, and the amendment is not agreed to. Are there any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, Ms. McKinley.
All
I have
right.
an amendment at the desk.
Do we have,
Number
what is it labeled?
67. Number 67.
Okay, and Madam Clerk, you have it? Okay, will you report the McKinley amendment, please?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to committee print relating to public health offered by Mr. McKinley of West Virginia. Page
Without
28.
objection, Madam Clerk, without objection, the reading of the McKinley amendment will be dispensed with. Does
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
the vice chair reserves a point of order? And the gentleman is recognized on his amendment. Mr. McKinley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The drug abuse epidemic didn't go away when the virus arrived from China. So America has been fighting two epidemics. In fact, COVID made the overdose epidemic even worse. Before the virus arrived, opioid deaths in America had already increased by 18% nationwide over the previous year, and emergency visits were up almost 30%. Now, fast forward to today, just 12 months later, overdose rates are now up nearly 30% more over last year. Allegheny County in Maryland is up 111% since last year. You heard Gus Bilirakis in Florida refer to one of his counties is up 71%. And for Miss Blunt Rochester, last spring in Delaware, they were up 11%, but since that time last year, they're up 47% in 1 year's time. My home county in West Virginia is up 51% in the past year. So in fact, until a surge of the virus at the end of last year, West Virginia was experiencing more deaths from opioids than from COVID. So Congress seems to be unable to handle two epidemics at the same time. According to a Harvard economist, COVID is going to cost the American economy over $16 trillion. But Congress has committed to over $6 trillion to address the issue. That means Congress has invested about 35% of the cost of the virus to fight it. That's impressive. That investment will hopefully put this pandemic in the rearview mirror. But the opioid crisis will continue to be a scourge on communities. Now, let's put this in perspective. According to the NIH, drug abuse costs the American economy approximately $270 billion a year. But last year, we allocated just nearly $8 billion to fight it. So when you calculate that, that's less than 3% of what the disease costs the American economy. So 3% with opioids versus 35% with COVID. Does that seem fair? Let me try framing it another way from an engineering perspective. COVID deaths are 5 times that of overdoses with drugs, 5 times. But we're spending 750 times more money to battle that over drug abuse. So what I'm asking, should the overdose epidemic be taken more seriously by Congress? Since states have not necessarily followed the intent of Congress, my amendment calls for an additional $3 billion to SAMHSA that would be dedicated for treating substance abuse. Congress can fund it, for example, from the $350 billion allocated to state and local governments. That amount is less than 1% of the funds that we would be giving to state and local governments. A decrease of 1% will not hurt their efforts, but a 1% will make a huge difference for communities and families suffering from this pain of addiction. I urge this committee to balance the funding better between these two epidemics. Accepting this amendment will not hold up passage of this bill. Just think about it. 35% for one virus versus 3% for another crisis. I don't know about you, but I don't know any economist would think that that's a fair trade-off. I yield back.
Thank you, Mr. McKinley. On the Democratic side, I have Annie Custer next. The gentlewoman from New Hampshire is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I move to strike the last word. This amendment would change the proposed funding level in SAMHSA's Substance Abuse Prevention Treatment Block Grant from $1.75 billion to $4.75 billion. I too am concerned with the recent data showing that drug overdose deaths are up to an all-time high, with 81,230 Americans dying of drug overdose. During my time in Congress, I've made it a top priority to combat the opioid epidemic and bring forward real solutions to help Americans struggling with substance use disorder. While I appreciate my colleague's support for these substance use disorder services and his partnership to address this crisis, this amendment would likely result in the committee exceeding its budget cap for this reconciliation process. I welcome the opportunity to work with my colleague once we've advanced this reconciliation bill, because there's overwhelming bipartisan support in Congress to strengthen our federal response to the opioid epidemic. However, the rescue bill before us today must advance as soon as possible, and any complications to our budget level jeopardizes our ability to deliver critical COVID-19 relief to our communities. I recommend my colleagues to oppose this amendment, and I yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Ms. Custer. And next I see Mr. Bilirakis. Hand is up. He's recognized for 5 minutes. Gus, yeah.
I'm good. That was from before. I apologize, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. And so then we go to Dr. Burgess is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I do want to speak in support of the amendment. Last week, Department of Health and Human Services issued a report on opioid use in Medicare Part D since the beginning of the pandemic. There were 5,000 Medicare beneficiaries have been a victim to opioid overdose each month since the start of the public health emergency. 5,000 a month, very significant number. Mr. McKinley's amendment would ensure that the states and localities dedicate resources for substance that this disease is paramount at a time, and builds on the success of the Support Act. I worry if we do not address substance use disorder now, we will be dealing with additional.
I think we lost him. Mike. Mike, we can't hear you.
Largely on
I don't know. We can only come in and out.
I'm here.
All right, start again. Start again.
I can't see you.
I don't know. He's frozen or something.
Yeah, I've lost you all too.
We can hear you now. I don't know, we may have to go. Does anyone else seek recognition? Maybe he can correct it.
You know, if they had a better congressman in this area. Frank, my internet had a TIA.
All right, try again. I can see you now.
All right, I can see everyone again. All right, we need better broadband, and so let's add that to the list as well. Again, I won't say all of that again, but I do support Mr. McKinley's amendment. And, you know, just adding to that, the discussion we've been having about bipartisanship, working together, reconciliation. I know we did reconciliation. We were in the majority, and it's your right to do reconciliation. But one of the big wins for the Energy and Commerce Committee 2 Congresses ago was actually the Support Act. And remember, we started with a member day in October of 2017. It culminated in a signing ceremony at the White House exactly 1 year later, had input from literally everyone in the committee and really Congress-wide. So that's kind of a model for how I think we should be, how we could work together on some of these things. But again, I'll just speak in support of Mr. McKinley's amendment because I do think it is so important. We have had an increase in overdoses in the Medicare population since the pandemic started. And if we don't pay attention to it now, we'll be dealing with another public health emergency down the road. And I thank the gentleman for bringing the amendment to the attention of the committee. I yield back.
Thank you, Mike. Jerry McNerney's hand is up. Mr. McNerney, you're recognized for 5 minutes.
Well, thank you, Chairman, for recognizing me. I move to strike the last word on this amendment.
Gentleman's recognized.
The American Rescue Plan does bolster support for critical mental health and substance abuse disorders. Data released by the Mental Health of America shows that more than 250,000 people screened positive for depression and anxiety since the start of the pandemic, noting that youth are more likely to have anxiety and depression compared to other groups. And we know, as Mr. McKinley would point out, that drug overdose deaths are up to an all-time high, with more than 81,000 Americans dying of drug overdose per year. This is serious. But the American Rescue Act will provide $4 billion to enable Substance Abuse and Mental Health Service Administration and Health Resources and Services Administration to expand access to these vital mental health and substance abuse disorder services. This American Rescue Plan is a real opportunity for us to move forward aggressively on substance abuse disorders and treatments. So if we try to block this with changing the American Rescue Plan, we're going to set ourselves back. And I've said this repeatedly today, trying to block this plan or change this plan is going to set the rescue attempts back. And so we need to move aggressively right now, pass this thing, forget this amendment, and we'll move forward, and then we can negotiate other terms later, as other people have pointed out. So I urge my colleagues to oppose this amendment so that we can get aid to the American people as quickly as possible. Any other Democrats wish to claim time? Seeing no one, I yield back.
Thank you. I don't see anybody else's hand raised, so I guess we'll go to a vote. Ms. Rogers, do you want to record a vote on this one?
Yes, please.
Okay.
I request a recorded vote.
Mr. Chairman, I withdraw my point of order.
Vice Chair withdraws her point of order. Recorded vote is ordered on the McKinley amendment. Those in favor of the McKinley amendment will say aye. Those opposed to the amendment will say no, and the clerk shall call the roll.
Mr. Rush. Miss Eshoo.
Eshoo of California votes no.
Miss Eshoo votes no. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Mr. Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui.
Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no. Ms. Castor.
Ms. Castor votes no.
Ms. Castor votes no. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko of New York votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey.
Vesey votes no.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Mr. McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Blunt Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan. Ms. Fletcher. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Hello?
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Oh, wait,
Upton
wait.
votes aye.
Mr. Upton
Hello?
votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Burgess votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Mr. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger votes aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter.
Mr. Carter votes aye.
Mr. Carter votes aye. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Mr. Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Mr. Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Mr. Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce
Affordable Care
votes
Markup lasted 3
aye.
weeks,
Mr. Armstrong.
charting,
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Mr. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes no.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Mr. Chairman, how am
Yeah,
I
go ahead.
recording?
Bobby?
How am I recording? Rush votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no.
Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Mr. Chairman,
Chairman,
how is Fletcher recorded?
Ms. Fletcher? Madam Clerk?
No recorded vote for Ms. Fletcher.
Mr. Fletcher Chairman, votes how is no.
Ruiz recorded?
Ms. Fletcher votes no.
Mr. Ruiz?
No recorded
Ruiz
vote for
votes
Mr.
no.
Ruiz. Mr. Ruiz votes no.
Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, how is Trahan recorded?
No recorded vote for Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no.
Mr. Chairman, this is Morgan Griffith, and I vote yes.
Mr. Griffith votes aye.
I don't know what happened to Billy. Did we lose him again? Billy?
Yeah, he's there.
I see him. Mr. Long? Yeah, but you got to say it. We can't just use your finger.
He's muted. Tell him he's muted.
You're muted. You've got to come on the voice. Does he not have ability to do it? Billy, you're unmuted now?
No, it won't let me.
Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
I
How do
vote
you
yes.
vote?
I vote aye.
He votes aye.
Mr. Long votes aye.
Anyone else who's missing? No, I think we're good. All right, on the McKinley amendment, the clerk will report the tally.
Vote, Mr. Chair. The yeas were 26 and the nays were 31.
All right, so on the McKinley amendment, the vote is 26 ayes to 31 noes, and the amendment is not agreed to. Do we have any further amendments to the amendment in the nature of a substitute?
Mr. Chairman, this is Guthrie. I have an amendment at the desk.
Okay, and what is your amendment labeled?
Amendment 81.
Madam Clerk, do you have that?
Sir.
All right, will the clerk report the amendment?
Amendment to the amendment in the nature of a substitute to the committee print relating to public health offered by Mr. Guthrie of Kentucky. At the end of Subtitle A, insert the following. Chapter 8, additional appropriations for the public health and social
Without
services.
objection,
emergency
Madam
fund.
Clerk, without objection, the reading of the Guthrie Amendment will be dispensed with. Ms. Kelly,
Mr. Chairman, I'd like to reserve a point of order.
the Vice Chair reserves a point of order, and the gentleman from Kentucky is recognized for 5 minutes in support of his amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate it. I think we can all agree that the heroes of this pandemic are the men and women on the front lines of the battle of the COVID-19 virus. Healthcare providers have been put under tremendous stress, and we must continue to support them. That is why this amendment will provide healthcare providers more relief through the COVID-19 Provider Relief Fund. Just yesterday, I heard from a local county official expressing his need for financial support for a county ambulance service that had experienced loss of revenue due to the pandemic. Providers need our support, and I believe we should help with increasing the Provider Relief Fund instead of funding other things like the multi-employer pension bailout, which had issues prior to COVID-19, as this partisan package does. It is amazing to me, I know this has been presented as a carefully designed plan with the Biden administration and some members of this committee, but it is amazing to me that we're going to spend $1.9 trillion and not provide any money to the fund that is directly taking care of our providers. It's a $35 billion to this fund, but that's only half of what we're providing to the multi-employer pension program that needed a bailout. I used to be on Ed and Labor, needed a bailout far prior to this COVID issue. My amendment ensures that a specific portion of the funding will go directly to providers who have been hit hard, to rural areas, and to those on Medicaid providers. I'll urge all members of the committee to vote yes, and I yield back to the chair.
Thank the gentleman. I'm going to yield to myself and speak in opposition to the Guthrie Amendment. I just want to stress that I recognize that healthcare providers and hospital systems' normal operations have been severely disrupted by COVID, and that many are facing new challenges that have at times limited their ability to deliver their routine healthcare services, and that has resulted in financial hardships for these critical providers. And it's for that reason that both Democrats and Republicans came together last year to provide $175 billion in funding to healthcare providers to ensure that they could continue to operate without disruption or by shutting their doors. In addition, Medicare providers have received approximately $107 billion in loans through the Accelerated and Advanced Payment Program to help increase their cash flow. According to the Department of Health and Human Services, the department currently still has available $24 billion in unobligated funds in the Provider Relief Fund. And Democrats intend to work with Republicans and the Biden administration to ensure these funds are distributed equitably across the country and reach the providers most in need of supplemental funding. But above all else, though, for these providers to return to normal operations and resume their typical healthcare delivery, we have to end the pandemic. The real priority here, obviously, is to crush this pandemic. And that is why I think in this bill, we have to significantly ramp up investments in vaccine distribution and testing and tracing capabilities and healthcare workforce expansion in order to effectively mitigate the spread of the virus and help return our health system to normal. So for most of 2020, states were left high and dry with no resources for planning and implementing a vaccine distribution strategy. And we saw the result of that when vaccines were delivered to states in December, but no plan was really in place to get them in people's arms. We came together to provide another $8.75 billion for vaccine distribution in the end of the year omnibus, but a lot more is needed to build a sustainable vaccination campaign that gets into every community. The U.S. continues to lag behind other global nations when it comes to testing as well, because these initiatives have been funded well below what was necessary to effectively test the nation's population or develop a strategy for mitigation. And while we remain pleased that we could provide robust funding for provider relief in a bipartisan way, I just think that now is the time given that funds are still unobligated for providers, that our public health mechanisms critical to crushing the virus, really need to move towards the vaccine, the testing, and the contact tracing. So the underlying legislation provides $7.5 billion in funding for the CDC for vaccine distribution, 46 for testing and tracing. Also included is $9 billion for the healthcare workforce expansion and loan repayment programs. And the problem is, if we provide more money to the provider relief fund, they already have $24 billion they're not using. We would probably have to cut back on the vaccine or the testing or the additional healthcare workforce, which I think does not make sense given that there's still unobligated money in the provider relief fund. So again, I understand why providers are so important. I don't mean to undermine that in any way, but I just think that if we're going to end the pandemic, this bill has to go towards the vaccines, the testing, the contact tracing, and improving the public health workforce. And that's why I opposed the Guthrie amendment. I only have less than a minute left, so I'll just yield back and go to, according to this list, I go next to Dr. Burgess, recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Last December, we were doing the final coronavirus installment as well as the omnibus bill kind of wrapped together in one package. I had attempted to ameliorate the cuts that were proposed in the evaluation and management codes at CMS. And I offered a bill along with Bobby Rush to do that and to offset that cost of that with unobligated funds from the Provider Relief Fund. And I was told at that time that the Provider Relief Fund was completely tapped out, that all of the funds had either been expended or obligated, and there was not the $17 billion that I would have needed to provide that relief on the E&M codes. So I think that points out an essential problem. Number one, this committee, authorizing committee, really has not had a crisp role in the oversight in the spending from the Provider Relief Fund. That we don't really know. You're saying there's $24 billion unobligated. I was told in December the till is tapped out. So really that's a pretty big discrepancy, and we should know the answer to, as the authorizing committee, we should know that. That's in fact embarrassing that we don't know, Mr. Chairman. But I also think that Mr. Guthrie is exactly on point. Look, we've asked an awful lot of our providers over these last 11, 12 months. And we all say they're our heroes, they're the in charge of the coin flip at the Super Bowl. But then when it comes time to actually trying to make things right for them, well, we've got other things that are occupying our time and attention. Well, this time, I think we ought to do the right thing. I think Mr. Guthrie is exactly on the right track. Let us provide some additional funding to the Provider Relief Fund. I just heard from a group of doctors last night who had called me about this very issue, that the Provider Relief Fund is no longer in the business of providing provider relief. It needs to get back in that business. If indeed it was a good thing, Mr. Chairman, when you argued for that, when we passed the CARES Act on March 27th, it would be a good thing to provide additional relief for our providers. Again, we've said over and over again, you're our heroes. You're the ones on the front line. You're the ones absorbing the brunt of this pandemic, but they're also the ones who had all of the cash flow that you depend upon to run a small or medium or even a large medical practice essentially evaporated when the pandemic started. So this amendment, I can't speak strongly enough in favor of it. Let's do the right thing and provide that money where it's needed.
Can I ask you to
And
yield to me if you're done, Mike? Can I ask you to yield to me briefly? Doctor.
Sure, I'd be happy to yield to you.
You know, I don't want to really make
Yes,
this.
I'd be happy to.
Thank you.
Please.
I don't see this as a partisan issue. I mean, I think that we really have worked very hard over the last year. I was constantly pushing the, that more money be in the provider relief fund. I was constantly pushing Secretary de Azar to push more money out. I mean, a lot of that was behind the scenes, but I was on the phone with him like almost every other week saying, we've got to get this money out. We've got to get this money out. I don't know why it didn't all go out, but I've been assured from HHS that there is this 24 billion that is unobligated. And so under the circumstances, it's very hard for me to argue that we should put more money there than do the things on the vaccine and the testing, which we know are almost out of funds. So, I mean, that's the bottom line. I'm just going by what they tell me. I'm not trying to make this partisan, but we just have so many other things that are necessary that if they're saying definitively now that there's 24 billion unobligated, it's hard to make the case that we should give them more money. I mean, that's just the bottom line, and that's why I oppose this, Mike.
Well, reclaiming my time, Mr. Chairman, I think in all fairness, we ought to ask to see the balance sheet, because I was told in December all of the funds had been spent.
I will certainly try to get back to you with some, more information about this 24 billion. I promise that.
All right, I'll yield back.
Thank you. Next we have Chairwoman Eshoo for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for recognizing me. I move to strike the last word. I agree that providing funding for the Provider Relief Fund is way up at the top of the list of being important. And that's why in December, I voted for the omnibus to provide $3 billion in provider aid. And with that supplement, as you said, Mr. Chairman, there is approximately $24 billion in the Provider Relief Fund that still needs to be outlaid. Now, to our colleague from Texas says that last year he was told that the cupboard was empty. Let me just say this: the Biden administration has not been shy at all about what was needed in this American Relief Act. They've been upfront, they've run the numbers, and if this fund was empty, they would say so. There's a difference between the two administrations. I too was on the phone with the HHS secretary from the previous administration, because when we did the Marshall Plan, $175 billion for providers, he was withholding the money. So you obviously were not given the correct information. So and that's regrettable, because every member of Congress deserves to get an honest answer. But $24 billion is there, and as I said, the Biden administration has not been shy about what the needs are. And if this pot was empty, we would have known about it, and we would be doing what you essentially are saying we need to do, but we already have it. I'm also pleased that we all have a reverence for the frontline workers, the doctors, the nurses. What they have done and what they have been through and what they're still doing is nothing short of extraordinary every single day. So I think that doctors that accept Medicaid, and when we get to the next subtitle, which is going to reduce uncompensated costs by expanding Medicaid, this is going to go a long way to help rural hospitals and providers that accept Medicaid. Now, there's been research, including research done by the GAO, and it shows that, demonstrates that consistently that Medicaid expansion improves hospitals' financial performance by reducing the amount of uncompensated care. So with this $24 billion that it remains in this particular fund, our bill focuses on other priorities, as the chairman said, as we've discussed, including increased funding for vaccinations, for testing, for PPE. Those are real needs today, right now. Those needs need to be met. And I don't think I need to say more on that. We all know.
Would the gentlelady yield?
I'd be happy to.
I appreciate that. Just so you're aware, because you were saying that the Biden administration has been upfront, I would just encourage you and others to ask them to be upfront with us also. We sent a letter last week to OMB asking for information as to where the gaps are, and so that we could be prepared for this markup. And we haven't heard from them.
Mhm.
So we all need to have the same information.
Well, reclaiming my time, when you have those questions, we can send the letter on a bipartisan basis.
Okay.
Maybe that would speed it. Maybe that would speed it up a little bit. Okay.
Okay.
So I'm happy to work with you on it. But this is, as I said, really, colleagues, they have not been shy about not only their estimates but their hard numbers in each area of what is the total bill. So if I thought for a moment that this pot was empty, I'd be at the front of the line with the rest of you, with Mr. Guthrie, with you, and every member of the committee. But it's terrific that I don't even know why the 24 billion is left over. It should have been spent, as far as I'm concerned. But it's good news that it's there, so we don't need this.
Gentleman yields back.
Thank you.
And now we're going to go to Larry Bouchon. Larry?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I mean, as a healthcare provider, I just want to comment on this because I've been in Washington, D.C. now for a little over 10 years, and healthcare providers have to scrap and grab at whatever we can in D.C. To prevent further reimbursement cuts. I mean, the discussion here we're having is almost borders on absurdity. We had to struggle to try to mitigate the E&M code cuts that happened. We got part of that done. Every year, CMS cuts provider reimbursement. And I've just found that when it comes to providing money for healthcare professionals, it's a struggle in Washington, D.C., and it seems like there's always some other priority. And now we've seen what that can do, right? Because now we have a pandemic. Now we have frontline workers out there every day struggling to take care of patients in some of the worst of circumstances. And we're continuing to argue about whether or not they're going to get properly paid. That in the face of the fact that the overall bill that we're proposing here today is going to eliminate the state and local tax cap at $10,000, eliminate that. And I wonder if we have a CBO score on what that cost is going to be. I would argue it's probably in the hundreds of billions of dollars to the federal government. And we're scrapping for some money here to provide money for our healthcare providers. I mean, it's absurd when we're going to reward some of our wealthiest citizens in our highest tax states because those state governments can't get their act together and cut taxes and make it acceptable for people to live in their state. I mean, it's just a ridiculous argument. I fully support this amendment. And I think, you know, when the American people, again, find out that we have given massive tax cuts again to some high tax states and some of our wealthiest citizens, when we're scrapping for money to provide extra money for our healthcare providers, they're going to be not happy. I know I'm not, and I know the people I represent in Indiana are not. So I support the amendment and I yield back.
Thank you. Next, I have Kim Schreier is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to strike the last word. Thank you for this discussion. I think it's a really important one, and I've been listening carefully to what everybody's saying. So I want to thank you, Dr. Guthrie, for bringing this issue to attention. I want to say that I certainly agree that providers nationwide are hurting and they deserve our gratitude. As you know, I'm a physician myself, part of what I believe our chairman called the doctors convention here. So we're talking about my colleagues and their clinics. And I also know you don't have to be a doctor to want to make sure that our healthcare providers and hospitals have what they need to deliver care. And it's for this reason that Democrats and Republicans came together last year to provide $175 billion in relief funding to healthcare providers to make sure they could continue to operate and keep their doors open. And they also got the Medicare Accelerated Advance Payment Program with $107 billion in loans to increase that cash flow. And these were big policies with big price tags, and they met the moment because it was a big need. Now, we've just heard that of the funds already spent by Congress, there's still $24 billion in funding remaining. And I know that that is now being discussed about whether it's real or not. It's the number that I have heard as well, so we should confirm that. But it's really close to the number that's proposed in this amendment. And so I look forward to working with the administration to see how much is left and make sure that these funds are distributed in an equitable, transparent way. And if the time comes when we are still struggling with this pandemic and the Biden administration reports back that the funds have run dry, then I hope I can count on my colleagues here today to be just as enthusiastic so we can work together and make sure we meet that need. So let me just close by saying that one of the main things we can do for our healthcare providers is to make sure that we end this pandemic. And that's what this bill is really all about. It's about masking and distancing. It's about making sure we have the funding to increase testing and contact tracing, vaccinations, to make sure that everybody has access to those treatments and vaccines. And we have to sustain our important public programs like Medicaid. So the package today brings all of those important policies along. And so for that reason, Mr. Chairman, as a physician myself, I'll be voting against this amendment. I am happy to look at it again if those funds run out. I urge my colleagues to do the same. And again, ending the crisis is the way to best help our medical providers. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I yield back.
This is Bouchon. Can you yield time to me?
I'm happy to yield time to Mr. Bouchon.
Thank you very much. First of all, I'm excited to work with you as a fellow physician. And I look forward to having more bipartisan discussions about physician reimbursement, provider reimbursement, and those issues. The longer you're in DC, the more you will find out that it takes healthcare professionals to really fight to maintain the reimbursement, including in the Medicaid program, which is critical to our citizens. And it does seem like sometimes our priorities in DC as it relates to this are not quite where they should be. And now, as I mentioned, we have a pandemic, and you see the detrimental effects of not properly providing reimbursement to providers and other support for graduate medical education, nursing education, and everything else. And I hope this will help us redirect those priorities. Thank you. I yield.
Thank you. I look forward to working together, and I also yield back.
Thank you. Next, we go to Dan Crenshaw, is recognized for 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to strike the last word. Look, a common counter argument against all of our amendments has been, look, Republicans, you can't ask to spend the money here because you originally wanted only $600 billion as a COVID relief fund, and we're more generous than you are. We want $1.9 trillion. And I don't think that's what we're saying. Look, we can always claim the moral high ground by claiming to want to spend more of the taxpayers' money. I think the crux of these amendments, and this one included, which is especially important, especially to my district, my hospitals are actually laying people off. They're busier than ever, but they're laying people off because elective surgeries pay better than COVID care. That's just a fact. These hospitals are struggling. And what we're talking about is redirecting money to the right places where it's needed. If we're calling this an emergency, if we're saying this is for COVID emergency relief, the crux of these amendments is directing it towards the places we need it. If I look at this long list of spending line items, a lot of it is not for the here and now. It's for maybe long-term infrastructure. It's for long-term public health infrastructure. I'm not even necessarily against some of this, but it should definitely be talked about in regular order in the normal authorization process, I would think, because it just doesn't have anything to do with the current here and now. And I think that's the point we're making. Another big point to make, if indeed there's $24 billion already still in waiting for this particular fund, great. To Representative Rogers' point, we've asked for that information. We can't seem to get it. The information we do have is pretty insane. It looks like there's already $280 billion, for instance, in the PPP program. Overall health spending is about $239 billion unspent. I've got a long list here of funds that have not been spent by the administration. And you would think if we were going to do a good job as members of Congress and take care of our taxpayers' money in a proper way, we would have a very concrete list of what has been spent and what has not been spent already before we undergo this process. That would be the responsible thing to do, and I think we should engage in problem solving within that format. I yield back my time. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I thank the gentleman.
Would the gentleman yield to me for a point? Mr. Crenshaw, would you yield to me, Burgess?
I would absolutely yield to my friend, Dr. Burgess.
Well, and I thank him for his remarks. I do feel obligated to make a point about the accelerated payment program that's been brought up a couple of times. I think that actually predates the pandemic. That's something that's been around for a while. Community that's hit hard by a hurricane. Mr. Crenshaw, like when Harvey came ashore a couple of years ago. And this is to allow a cash flow, a cash infusion to medical practices, but it's a loan and it does have to be paid back. And it actually has an interest rate that is significantly higher than the rate at which you can borrow funds from any other financial institution right now. So although that has been important in helping our medical practices, it is by no means the stopgap. And Mr. Guthrie's amendment will actually fill some of the holes that have indeed been left by the accelerated payment program. So I think that's also important to bear in mind as we work through this. Thank you for yielding, and I'll yield back.
Mr. I yield to anyone else. I yield back, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I don't think we have any other speakers on this amendment. So we'll go to Mrs. Rogers. You want a recorded vote?
Yes, I request a recorded vote, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. So our vice chair, do you want to withdraw your reservation? Robin? Ms. Kelly had made a reservation of a point of order, reserved a point of order. I mean, I guess I can withdraw it myself. Unless anyone objects, I'll withdraw the point of order of Ms. Kelly without objection, so ordered, and we'll go to the vote. So we are now on the Guthrie amendment.
Robin Kelly can't unmute, but she withdraws her.
She withdraws. Okay. All right. So her point of order.
I withdraw the point of order.
All right. Thank you. So recorded vote is ordered on the Guthrie amendment. Those in favor will say aye, those opposed will say no, and the clerk will call the roll.
Mr. Rush.
Rush of Illinois votes no.
Mr. Rush votes no. Ms. Eschew.
Eschew of California votes no.
Ms. Eschew votes no. Ms. DeGette. Mr. Doyle.
Doyle votes no.
Mr. Doyle votes no. Ms. Schakowsky.
Schakowsky votes no.
Ms. Schakowsky votes no. Mr. Butterfield.
Butterfield votes no.
Mr. Butterfield votes no. Ms. Matsui. Mr. Sarbanes.
Sarbanes votes no.
Mr. Sarbanes votes no. Mr. McNerney.
McNerney votes no.
Mr. McNerney votes no. Mr. Welch.
Mr. Welch votes no.
Mr. Welch votes no. Mr. Tonko.
Tonko votes no.
Mr. Tonko votes no. Ms. Clark.
Ms. Clark of New York votes no.
Ms. Clark votes no. Mr. Schrader.
Schrader votes no.
Mr. Schrader votes no. Mr. Cardenas.
Cardenas representing California votes no.
Mr. Cardenas votes no. Mr. Ruiz.
Ruiz votes no.
Mr. Ruiz votes no. Mr. Peters.
Peters votes no.
Mr. Peters votes no. Mrs. Dingle.
Dingle votes no.
Mrs. Dingle votes no. Mr. Veazey.
VC votes no.
Mr. Veazey votes no. Ms. Custer.
Custer votes no.
Ms. Custer votes no. Ms. Kelly.
Kelly votes no.
Ms. Kelly votes no. Ms. Barragan.
Barragan votes no.
Ms. Barragan votes no. Mr. McEachin.
McEachin votes no.
Mr. McEachin votes no. Ms. Blunt Rochester.
Hey, young man, how you doing?
Rochester votes no.
Ms. Blunt Rochester votes no. Mr. Soto.
Soto votes no.
Mr. Soto votes no. Mr. O'Halloran.
O'Halloran votes no.
Mr. O'Halloran votes no. Ms. Rice.
Rice votes no.
Ms. Rice votes no. Ms. Craig.
Craig votes no.
Ms. Craig votes no. Ms. Schreier.
Schreier votes no.
Ms. Schreier votes no. Ms. Trahan.
Trahan votes no.
Ms. Trahan votes no. Ms. Fletcher.
Fletcher votes no.
Ms. Fletcher votes no. Mrs. Rogers.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye.
Mrs. Rogers votes aye. Mr. Upton.
Upton votes aye.
Mr. Upton votes aye. Mr. Burgess.
Votes aye.
Mr. Burgess votes aye. Mr. Scalise.
Scalise votes aye.
Ms. Scalise votes aye. Mr. Latta.
Latta votes aye.
Mr. Latta votes aye. Mr. Guthrie.
Guthrie votes aye.
Mr. Guthrie votes aye. Mr. McKinley.
McKinley votes aye.
Mr. McKinley votes aye. Mr. Kinzinger.
Kinzinger aye.
Mr. Kinzinger votes aye. Mr. Griffith.
Griffith votes aye.
Mr. Griffith votes aye. Mr. Bilirakis.
Bilirakis votes aye.
Mr. Bilirakis votes aye. Mr. Johnson.
Mr. Johnson votes aye.
Mr. Johnson votes aye. Mr. Long. Mr. Bouchon.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye.
Mr. Bouchon votes aye. Mr. Mullen.
Mullen votes aye.
Mr. Mullen votes aye. Mr. Hudson.
Votes aye.
Mr. Hudson votes aye. Mr. Wahlberg.
Wahlberg votes aye.
Mr. Wahlberg votes aye. Mr. Carter. Mr. Duncan.
Mr. Duncan votes aye.
Mr. Duncan votes aye. Mr. Palmer.
Palmer votes aye.
Mr. Palmer votes aye. Mr. Dunn.
Dunn votes aye.
Mr. Dunn votes aye. Mr. Curtis.
Curtis votes aye.
Mr. Curtis votes aye. Ms. Lesko.
Lesko votes aye.
Ms. Lesko votes aye. Mr. Pence.
Pence votes aye.
Mr. Pence votes aye. Mr. Crenshaw.
Crenshaw votes aye.
Mr. Crenshaw votes aye. Mr. Joyce.
Mr. Joyce votes aye.
Mr. Joyce votes aye. Mr. Armstrong.
Armstrong votes yes.
Mr. Armstrong votes aye. Chairman Pallone.
Pallone votes no over the barking of the dogs.
Chairman Pallone votes no.
Okay, Madam Clerk, we have Ms. Matsui's hand is up.
How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
Okay, Matsui votes no.
Ms. Matsui votes no.
I didn't see Kathy Castor. Ms. Castor? You gotta unmute, Kathy.
How am I recorded?
You are not recorded.
Ms. Castor from the state of Florida, home of the Super Bowl champions, Tampa Bay Buccaneers, right here in Tampa. Votes no.
And we
Castor
see
votes
Tampa Bay in the
no.
background. It's beautiful, Kathy. All right, Billy Long, I think I didn't hear.
He is not recorded.
Billy, you have to unmute. We have to hear you. Billy? Can we hear you now? He's trying to do it, I think. It's like in an airplane or something. Mr. Long?
He's going to vote yes, Frank.
I know, but I have to hear him say it. I think he's in a plane. He may not be able to do it. Mr. Carter, have you voted?
No, sir, I have not. Mr. Carter votes aye.
Okay.
Mr. Carter votes aye.
Has anyone other than Billy not voted? I don't know if we can do anything to help him there. Billy? Now I disappeared completely. I think we're going to have to pass. We can't record him without hearing him. All right, Madam Clerk, will you report the tally on the Guthrie amendment?
Yes, on that vote, Mr. Chair, the yeas were 25 and the nays were 31.
Okay, so the vote on the Guthrie amendment is 25 ayes to 31 noes. The amendment is not agreed to. Now, Kathy, it's almost 6, or it is 6. So I think we'll recess. There's a Republican conference, and you have to use this as the dinner hour, and we will reconvene at 7 p.m. sharp. Okay, so the committee stands in recess.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Chair,